Bonjour. Comment ça va? How's it going, everybody? Looks like we're flying live here. It's a pleasure to see you, folks. It's nice to see those watching live and those watching the podcast after. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is another episode of How to Rock Astrology, where we are going to be discussing tropical Vedic astrology. Here on my channel, I like to discuss all things Jyotish, and that is Vedic stuff. Now, what we're listening to, no matter what, whether you're sidereal or tropical, you will still learn about the ascendant from watching this video. I happen to practice tropical, but if you're a sidereal Vedic astrologer, feel free to join in. Pisces is Pisces is Pisces, no matter what system you use. And of course, that is our subject today. We're going to be digging into the enigmatic, oh so mysterious, ever inquisitive Pisces Rising. Voila. Pisces Rising is one of the 3 water signs for a rising, and it's a mutable sign. So they tend to do a lot of transformation. They don't transform as much as the cardinal signs. They are internal transformers. The mutable signs come after the cardinal and the fixed signs. Cardinal signs do transformation in the outer world. Fixed signs hold things that matches their inner world, and they tend to move the outer world around to that. The mutable signs are the ones that tend to transform the most. They are blending into the outer world while still holding their inner soul. And this is the flow, the peace, the true soul expansion. That's true of all mutable signs, but especially the enigmatic Pisces. So this is a live stream as usual, folks. So if you feel like saying anything, if you feel like leaving us a comment, asking any questions, feel free to do so at your leisure. We've got a long video today. We've got a lot to go through. So let's begin digging into our rising sign today. Now, first, as always, I like to begin with a little peek at the symbolism of the planetary glyphs used in astrology to make up the signs of the planets, because we're going to be talking about Jupiter today, which is the ruler of Pisces. Now, let's make a quick point here. Keep in mind that I am a tropical Vedic astrologer, and as such, I am, being a Vedic astrologer, I'm somebody who kind of tends to operate on this idea that the outer planets have a resonance, but I don't necessarily consider them to be ruled by a sign necessarily. There are resonances. I can see how Pluto resonates with Scorpio. I can see how Neptune resonates with Pisces. Pluto and Scorpio are the deepest connection, but Neptune is, in my opinion, has more to do with the 12th house than it does with Pisces. You'll often hear me saying this in all my videos, is that where I talk about Pisces. Pisces is a little bit more swanky, a little bit more driven, a little bit less muted than people tend to give it credit for. Because Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. It's one of the zodiac signs. And Jupiter is the primary ruler of Pisces in all systems. It just happens to be the case in the West that Neptune is considered a secondary sub-ruler of Pisces. Which, again, I get. But I wouldn't say that, Pisces, Neptune has no exaltation point. It has no debilitation point. It's not like the other planets that are in the chakras. So I talk about these things in my different videos. So Pisces is primarily ruled by Jupiter. And whenever you're looking at somebody's sign, I should have gotten this prepared. When you're looking at somebody's rising sign, the lords of that rising sign are a key dimension of what makes up a rising sign. It's significant to us that, I'm going to do a quick little change-a-roo here. I should have done this before I started. It's significant to us that certain things are ruled by the lords of the, what am I trying to say? The houses of Pisces. For example, as we can see here, I'm going to put this on top. For Pisces, we have Jupiter ruling the first house of Pisces, and Jupiter also rules the 10th house of Sagittarius. For any other rising sign like Capricorn, for example, it's going to be a little bit different. We can see with Capricorn that Jupiter rules the second, no, that's not right, the third and the 12th house as for Capricorn. So that means Jupiter is going to take on a very different meaning for Capricorn than it will for Pisces. It's just to give an example. But of course, Pisces is what we're talking about today. Pisces is our main subject for this video. And that's why in order to really speak to Pisces, we are going to have to speak to everything associated with Pisces. And this is going to include of course, very much so, the Lord of Pisces, which is Jupiter. So let's start digging in and let's start getting into our presentation proper today. Now that I actually have everything figured out. This is the symbolism of the planetary glyphs. Now this comes from a special book called Isabel M. Hickey's Astrology, A Cosmic Science. It's a classic Western text. She's got a bit of Gnostic Christianity inside of her writing. It's a great mystical book to begin anyone's astrology learning with. And in this book, she gives us the basic building blocks of writing of the planetary glyphs. We have the circle, we have the crescent, and we have the cross. Now, the circle isn't necessarily used with Jupiter. The main things that we see in use with Jupiter are the crescent and the cross. Now, the circle represents infinity. The crescent represents the channeling of infinity, of the soul, through the personality, the outer aspect of being. And then the cross represents the cross of matter. It's Earth living. It's the signature of our planet Earth. So wherever we see the cross, we see that there is some sort of confrontation with karma happening in any of the planets that have this going on. So Jupiter should be obvious, you know. Jupiter is really, when you think about it, it's an upside down Saturn. And what we see here is that we have the cross and the half circle, the personality, the moon, the soul. Not so much the spirit, which is represented by the sun, the full circle, but this is the soul, and the moon at least is the soul. Now, Jupiter represents the soul being exalted above matter. Whereas, of course, with Saturn, the cross is on top and the crescent is beneath it. So with the symbol of Saturn, we have matter subjugates the soul. The soul has to learn through matter. Here, matter is bending itself to the soul. And that's why Jupiter, when we read about the deity or avatar of Jupiter, we're going to hear about what exactly happened to the character of Vamana, who had to give up much in order to come into the luck of Jupiter. Jupiter works by exalting the material through the soul, but that does require change and transformation. Jupiter is a joyous letting go of that which is not ourselves. So what we read is that here the personality, the moon, is risen above the cross and is no longer confined by it. Jupiter has rulership over the superconscious self in each and every Earth child. It's like the ventilation, a hole inside of the empty room where we know the air is going, where we know the karma is escaping into samadhi, into perfection, into nirvana. It's this ventilated etheric hole of who we truly are, trying to get in touch with us. Nothing can truly confine, restrict, or limit that self. This is the self that was supposed to be in command, for that self is eternally one with the divine, the superconscious. But the personality took over, and no longer was it the will of the Father in heaven, the positive pole, spirit. But ideally, let not my will be done, but thine alone. That's how Jupiter operates. It's when, there's a lot of Christic language here. The Father in heaven, which is basically the sun. It's our true eternal nature. And Jupiter allows us, it's the good side of the sun. It's the son of the sun. Jupiter actually relates a lot with children and the Father, for that matter. Jupiter is a direct channel from the Father, from the gifts of our soul, to express the goodness of our true nature. So, in a personal chart, Jupiter represents the principle of expansion, aspiration, and inspiration. It's the superconscious self. It's our understanding ourselves and understanding other people. It's prosperity and abundance, very key aspects of Jupiter. We can talk about what Jupiter's the Karaka for. It's the Karaka for the 2nd house, the 5th house, and especially the 10th house and 9th house. That's something worth discussing. But Jupiter has a lot to do with material abundance. And if you've got a good Jupiter, the 2nd house and the 2nd house lord will be supported. And they have to do with our resources. Jupiter has to do with friendliness, has to do with religion and philosophy, faith and optimism, and judgment. It rules cell growth, the arterial blood, and the liver in the physical body. And by house, it shows where your fulfillment lies, a deep spiritual fulfillment. Not necessarily satisfaction or regeneration, that's more of a Venus thing. Jupiter is Brihaspati. It's more about that deeper spiritual fulfillment. So now this is prompting me to go and check out our rising sign next. So let me just get rid of this. Yeah, good. So that is very much the nature of Jupiter. It's this fulfillment dimension of consciousness. It is something that we all deeply seek to experience. It's our spiritual wellness that we all try to really unconsciously and consciously move towards. So let's dig in a little bit to, now that we've learned a bit about Jupiter and the nature of what Jupiter is all about, let's dig in a little bit to see what our specific ascendant is all about today. Now, Pisces is a water sign rising. This is coming from Stephen Arroyo's Chart Interpretation Handbook. This book gives us some nice little, very grounded, simple cuts on the personality of a rising sign. The water rising signs are easily influenced by the environment and other people. They can be sensitive, moody, and wary because of a strong feeling of vulnerability and the likelihood of being hurt. They're protective of self and others. They're sympathetic. They feel others' emotions immediately and forcefully. They can be very private, and they live very deeply within themselves. So this is just the nature of these rising signs. So when we read about Pisces Ascendant, same book, just going to give us a little extra information on it. Specifically Pisces, we read that the sun tends to be weakened by the sign of Pisces. This is partly because Pisces has the sun as its 6th lord. It's kind of, the Leo is kind of considered neutral, as we're going to learn, because Leo, even though it's a good, the sun is actually friends with Jupiter. The sun has, Jupiter, the rising sign lord here, has the sun for a friend. But the sun rules the inauspicious 6th house. The 6th house tends to be a difficult house, bringing difficulty, bringing enemies, bringing, like this kind of, there's an antagonism that the 6th house can bring. So the sun, which is the basic ego, has difficulty in Pisces. Pisces has gone through so many laps, even though it's probably good for us to say, everyone has probably been every ascendant several times. So some people think when you're a Pisces rising that you're at the end, you're almost going to be a bodhisattva. Not necessarily with the rising sign. You can almost say that with the Swamsha. I haven't seen the grand cosmology beyond what humans know, so I don't know for sure. But with the rising sign, if someone's a Pisces rising, I wouldn't necessarily say, maybe they're at the end of one circle of lives, and they've got many beads on their 108 necklace, 108 beads on the necklace. After they go past Pisces, they're just They're going to collect $200 and go around again. So with Pisces rising, though, they have gone around at least this soul circle, and they've gotten to the end, and it's a retiring spot for a rising sign. And so the sun, the ego, which is what's good for me, my nature. Everybody needs to be a sovereign king in life in order to operate at their best. That's what the universe wants for all of us. Pisces reminds us all that while it's important for us to have an individuality and to affirm our individuality, Pisces also looks beyond the individual and sees things from a larger cosmic perspective, sees us as a cog in the wheel. So the sun can be weak-ish in Pisces rising for this reason. It's kind of a double reading. It's good in some ways, but it doesn't come off as strongly as it does with other signs. So because the sun has this weakness in Pisces, the Pisces, this is in general for Pisces. And what we read is that the sun, when the sun falls in Pisces, these people are strongly influenced by all other factors in their charts. So there's many different types of Pisces sun people. And we're talking about when the sun is in Pisces. The author, Stephen Arroyo, likes to show the difference between the sun personality and the rising personality. So he's saying the Pisces sun, when the person is born around March, these people, there's many different types of Pisces sun. They get pulled around by different parts of their chart. But those with Pisces rising are almost uniformly sensitive, compassionate, emotional, imaginative, and helpful. These are always going to be found in Pisces rising. There seems to be a strength of character in the Pisces rising that's sometimes lacking in Pisces sun. And this is what I'm talking about, where the West conveys Pisces as being this Neptunian wishy-washy thing. But what we read here is Pisces rising has a little bit more snap to it. So Pisces sun is very often passive, evasive, escapist, and irresponsible. Now, the ancient ruler of Pisces is Jupiter, and this accounts for the strength of character and buoyancy that we especially see in Pisces rising. This is the good news that I like to tell Pisces in general, is that there's a swankiness to them. And this is sometimes far more apparent than the influence of the modern ruler, Neptune. One should always look to the Jupiter sign and house of Pisces Ascendant for key insights into their nature, which means like looking at Pisces and what its house represents in general for people. So besides being able to empathize with and help those who are having difficulties, Pisces rising are also often philosophical and surprisingly unperturbed when they themselves experience misfortune. A bit like Virgo rising, Pisces doesn't feel the need for credit or public acknowledgement for all that they contribute. Pisces has Leo in the 12th house, And I'm sorry, Virgo has Leo rising. Virgo rising has Leo in the 12th house, and Pisces has Leo in that 6th house. So for Pisces, the activity that it does for the sun, for the ego, it's more about the doing than necessarily getting a result from it. They just love to serve, to really, they're cleaning their own karma. That's what Pisces is hugely here to do. When you look at wherever Leo is in any rising sign, it gives you a vision of what this rising sign's basic true nature is oriented towards. So for Pisces rising, the sun being the 6th lord, rules Leo, comes after Cancer, so that's the 6th house. So Pisces is an expunging, a purifying rising sign. That's its basic psychological nature in a lot of ways, right? Now, I believe there's something missing here. Oh gosh, get out of here. I don't know why this always happens. Now, before we go further, we have 2 readings to dig into, and this is very important to the nature of Jupiter, which is therefore very important to the nature of Pisces. Now, one of them I'm going to give short thrift here. There's a very important story called, it's the story of this person called Vamana. And this story is going to be coming from Graha Sutras, the Planets of Vedic Astrology by Ernst Wilhelm. This has given us a deep dive dig into some of the nature of all the planets, in this case Jupiter, which is the rising sign lord in Pisces. So what's Jupiter all about? How does Jupiter work? Now, I've given this story many times in various ways, but this is the true nature and meaning of this story. It all actually truly resonates with the nature and quality of Jupiter. So there's a powerful asura by the name of Bali. And Bali he had great strength, and he desired to become powerful, which sometimes is the nature of any being. Even every being, even who develops power, is still self-seeking, self. And it's an extension of God, is this creature who was gaining in strength. He grew to such strength that he chased Indra, the king of the Devas, from heaven. He then ruled the heavens and the world from what had been Indra's city. So Bali is this demon whose fame spread all over the world, even though he was an asura. He was famous not only for his might, but he had especially unusual good character, fairness, and generosity. This a little bit, we can see how this can resonate in some ways with the character of Pisces, who can grow and wants to expand itself, expand its security. And it's Jupiter, really. This is the nature of Jupiter, which can grow absurdly in a large amount of time, but it's the humbleness, it's the good character that helps Jupiter grow. So Indra's mother was unhappy that her son was vanquished by Bali. So Indra's mother prays to Vishnu. Vishnu comes along and says, don't worry, I'm going to have somebody be born to her, to you, Indra's mother, as a son. And this will help Indra and the Devas get their throne back in heaven. So a son was born to her known as Vamana. Now, when Vamana was a small boy, very small, he approached Bali during a spiritual rite that Bali was performing. Vamana's brilliance appeared as if it was a bright light coming over the horizon towards Bali. So when Bali saw that he who came had such a glorious aura, and that he was a Brahmin boy, he honored him. Bali was instantly humbled. He saw the power and the truth coming from this boy, who was Vishnu. He didn't know it was Vishnu, but he knew that this kid was something special. So he falls at his feet and says, welcome. By your coming, I have been blessed. Tell me what I can do for you. And Vamana says, well, it's very simple. I want you to give me 3 paces, 3 measly little footsteps. And Bali is shocked. Bali, the demon, says, you my young man, you don't know what's good for you. You're just a child. See, I am the most powerful being alive right now. So instead of asking me, you can ask me for islands. You can have a whole island to yourself. You can have the world, a huge chunk of my world, and you've only asked me for 3 paces of ground measured by your tiny feet. Please ask again, and ask for enough land to keep you comfortable for all your life. Vamana, the Brahmin boy, says, if a man has not conquered desire, all things in the world will not be enough to satisfy him. One who is not satisfied with 3 paces of ground will not be satisfied with the 7 continents and all their wealth. I therefore only ask you for 3 paces of ground. So Bali was like, cool, sick, let's do it. And he was about to do it. But at this time, Shukra, which is Venus, Shukra is Bali's guru. Bali is this demon who resonates. Ultimately, his guru is Venus, and this is the Asura. You know, I mentioned that this character, Bali, had something to do with Jupiter. And I have to eat my own words here. Vamana, the Brahmin boy, is actually Jupiter. Bali, the Asura, has the energy of Venus to it. Venus is typically the Asura Deva, the guru of the Asuras. So, and this is the power and might that Venus brings as an earthly, you know, it's Vaishnavism. It's as opposed to Shivaism. It's living an appropriate life, having children, worldly delights. This is what Venus is the guru of. Now, Bali was going to give this kid the 3 steps. But Bali's guru, Shukra, Venus, came along and said, hold on, Bali, do not give. This child is deceiving you in order to help the Devas. The Devas, of course, being the high positive virtues. So the guru of the demon, Asura, which is Venus, said, this child is Vishnu in disguise. And with 1 pace of his foot, he will cover the world. With another, he will cover the heavens. With a 3rd step, he will take your head. You don't have to keep your promise of a gift to him, for he's deceiving you and intends to take all that you have. Bali listened to his guru and said, I believe what you say. I do not have to honor my promise, as all my possessions and security are at stake. But I don't fear losing all that I have. I only fear the infamy of speaking an untruth. Shukra was angry at Bali for this and cursed him to fall from grace and lose all his wealth and success. But Bali was not perturbed by this guru's curse, and he granted Vamana's request. He said, you know what, to the Brahmin boy, let's do it. This feels like the right thing to do. Vamana says, very well, grows large to huge proportions and took the immense form of Lord Vishnu. And with 1 step, he covered the world. With another step, he covered the heavens. Then he was in the form of Vamana, the Brahmin boy. Bali was then tied up. He was kind of screwed. But he smiled because he knew why the Lord had done this to him, to rid him of the 2 sins of I, me, I and mine. The thought that there's an I and the thought that there's a mine. Because Vishnu is the Lord of all of it. The flow of the soul, the transcendental, is the true I. By taking away all that Bali had, the Lord rid him of the sin of mine. So Vamana looks at him and says, you promised me 3 paces of ground. I've only taken 2 and there's nothing left. Tell me, where should I place my 3rd step? You have not yet kept your word. Bali was not frightened. I do not consider my words to be lies, for there is still a place for your 3rd step. So Vishnu said, when I want to destroy a man, I give him all the wealth and power in the world. He then gets involved in those things and forgets his true nature. When I want to save a man from this delusion, I take away his all. Becoming rid of all his faults, he will become mine. Bali has never swerved from the path of truth. Blessed by me, he will become Indra during the next Manvantara, the next cycle of creation. And until then, he will go to the heavenly realm, and I'll always be with him. Now, this is the whole point of this whole passage. Vamana took everything from the demon, Bali. But after Bali surrendered to Vishnu and Vamana, he blessed him to be the next Indra. In the same manner, Jupiter may take away in order to allow for greater blessings to follow. If Jupiter is well disposed in the horoscope, upon loss, one looks with hope for a better future and sees the loss not as a punishment, but as an opportunity. So this is whenever anything happens to anybody, if they've got a good Jupiter, a fall happens, something stops them from being able to be at this particular junction of life. And if the person has a good Jupiter, they'll say, oh, thank God, I'm done with that. Now I can be in the flow of God and move outside of the rigid status or money or responsibilities that had befallen me. And now I can flow with the transcendental. And it will be looked at as a good thing. When somebody has an afflicted Jupiter, however, the individual is unable to see past the loss or appreciate the benefits of the loss. Jupiter turns all that's gross into the most favorable, and thus the influence of a strong and favorable Jupiter is always an asset in the horoscope. When Jupiter knows we are ready to grow, it may free us from those things that are preventing our growth. He especially does so in dashas of Venus and Jupiter together. And that's when the Venusian things are let go of in order for the deeper Jupiter to come through. So, again, that's a beautiful classic story. I've told it many times, but this is the truth of this story as it relates to Jupiter. And for Pisces rising, there is always a need for Pisces rising to surrender to the infinite. And if Pisces rising has a good Jupiter, then this person will allow themselves to flow. So I'm just going to quickly... Hello all. Hello Susie. Hello Avanti. Marina, nice to see you. Now Itzel says that their chat is glitching. I wonder if anybody else is having this experience or if you guys can all see my screen okay. Let me know if everything seems to be good. And I'm very glad to see a few folks hanging out with me live here. Avanti, Susie, Marina, Itzel. So, Jupiter has this quality, as we can see. Thank you, Avanti. I appreciate you. Jupiter has this quality of bringing through the negation of that which does not resonate with the soul. Thank you, Barbara. Thanks, Susie. Oh, cool. Okay, so Itzel's good. So this is the quality of Jupiter, and this is for Pisces especially. It's very important to have a good Jupiter, because Jupiter is the rising sign lord, and of course the rising sign lord is important for everybody. Really, the rising sign lord is going to show you how you get around, how you go about using the skills and all the potentials in your chart. If you've got a great 9th lord, a great yoga between the 5th and the 10th lord, there's many things that can happen. But you've got to get the most out of it by having a good 9th lord. I'm sorry. That's where my brain is at right now. By having a good rising sign lord. In the case of Pisces, especially because Pisces is the receptive, the feminine side of Jupiter, Sagittarius lets go and is always ready to go to the next thing. For Pisces, The gold is in the pain of letting go of what you've grown sentimental attachments to, which is a painful deal. But if, like Bali, like the great demon, you can see and trust that truth, even painful truth, will align you through your intuition to the ultimate flow, then that ultimate flow will bring you riches beyond what you could have dreamed through the lens of the wealth that you have at present. Very special. Now, of course, another worthwhile thing to read in regards to what is given in Ernst Wilhelm's book here, we also learn, so that was the, let's see, was that the depth? No, that was the avatar of Jupiter. And now we're going to take a look at the presiding deities of the planets, in particular the presiding deity of Jupiter is considered to be Vidauja, aka Indra. And this also comes from Graha Sutras. We won't spend too much time on it, but what we read is that Indra is the deity of Jupiter. Now, another name for Indra is Vidauja. And Vidauja means power of the people. It's an appellation for Indra. Indra is the king of the Devas, and thus represents the most powerful source of succor for man, as well as symbolizing the greatest source of strength within man. That's Jupiter, remember. That's what we're talking about here, which is the rising lord of Pisces. So Indra is portrayed differently in the old Vedas than he is in the later mythological Puranas. Some people even say the Puranas are kind of, dirty Vedanta. It doesn't have the purity that the old Vedas do. So in the old Vedas, Indra is ranked in importance with Agni. That's the deity of the sun. And this is an interesting fact, since Jupiter, being the heaviest of all the planets, actually has a significant impact on the motion of the sun and the solar system. It's on account of Jupiter's large gravitational force upon the sun. And the sun, and therefore the whole solar system, revolves around a point in space called the barycenter. The sun rotates around the barycenter in approximately 12 years. That happens to be the time it takes for Jupiter to make one revolution around the sun. So it's like the sun is not exactly still. It's got a little bit of a spin. And that spin is a 12-year spin, just as long as it takes Jupiter to go around. So it's Jupiter and the sun who have the largest impact on the solar system, and who are presided by the two most important Vedic deities, which is Agni of the sun and Indra of Jupiter. So Jupiter is a big player and causes the most transformation. Its influences can always be felt. Really, for a Pisces rising, because your life orients to the fluctuation of this transformative principle, not only in yourself, but however it's going on in the world, you will find that Pisces and Sagittarius are very sensitive to this big influential player, which means they can have a lot of ups and downs. Sagittarius especially is known for ups and downs. Pisces is just known for gripping itself and along for the ride. Pisces, being ruled by Jupiter in this way, has to flow with these ups and downs and the influences of this very influential planet, being Jupiter. So there's an old metaphor that Indra was the lord of thunder and lightning and the resulting rains. It has parallels to Thor of Viking mythology, as well as Zeus. So Indra gives succor to the people, faith to the people, regenerating energy by providing all essential rain, which falls upon Earth following the clash of Indra's lightning bolt that shatters the dark clouds, allowing the rain to fall. Esoterically, a symbolically similar event takes place. The lightning bolt of the spinal energies is brought upward through spiritual practices, and thus shatters the dark clouds of ignorance, watering the perceptions with the rain of higher consciousness. Ernst Wilhelm, everybody. Beautiful work, this Graha Sutras. This is just Ernst talking about Indra, spirituality, and Jupiter, the lightning bolt, which cleanses the ignorance of darkness and waters the perceptions with the rain of higher consciousness. Beautiful. So Indra is all-conquering, and it means one who is the conqueror of the Indriyas. The Indriyas being the senses. So thus, this conquering takes place upon the satiation that comes from spiritual perceptions. Just like the conquering of thirst is brought about by the fall of rain, and not just by imagining that one is not thirsty. Conquering the senses is not brought about through forced renunciation, but only by spiritual practices which give a taste of something better than that for which the senses beg. It's an important point for the spiritual aspirant to consider, which Pisces often can be, especially depending on how their Saturn is situated, because Saturn is the 12th lord for Pisces. All too often, the spiritual aspirant, hearing about the behavior of saints, attempts to behave in a way which is not natural to their being. And what is necessary to practice spiritual rites, they try to go about that until their behavior becomes a natural byproduct of their experiences. But so Krishna talks about in the Bhagavad Gita the war which takes place in each spiritual aspirant. In chapter 2, the behavior of a realized soul is dictated, but it doesn't talk about it doesn't say that one should attempt to behave this way. He's just describing the nature of God. Then in chapter 3, the means to obtain the goal are given. The spiritual aspirant focuses upon practicing these means, or else one is in the danger of falling into hypocrisy, or worse, imagining him or herself to be possessed of a more exalted spiritual state than they actually are. This is a very important thing for Pisces to come to understand. You don't want to read about what people say about God. God has no lust, no desires, no possessions. And then Pisces rising through Jupiter feels the nature of spirituality through Jupiter, the religious planet, and they try to emulate what the whispers of what God is supposed to be, and they end up lacking this very important thing that Ernst Wilhelm has talked about, where you need to get a taste for the water. Why does a dog drink water? A dog doesn't drink water because it thinks in its head, oh, my kidneys lack the perspiration needed to continue all of my vital flowing. You know, a dog is not a doctor. A dog doesn't understand biological anatomy. A dog doesn't even think in words. A dog doesn't think I-N-E-E-D W-A-T-E-R, I need water. A dog has in its nature the taste. It has learned through the evolutionary processes of all the dogs before it, in its genetic nature, in its soul nature, that in this moment, to drink water, it doesn't even think about it. It just goes and does it because its perceptions have been watered. The lightning of truth has cleared the dark clouds of the ignorance of what life is like without water. Its parents, all dogs before it, it's just an instinctive thing. Spirituality is similar to this. It has to go through our nature, not despite it. We have to get a taste for spirituality. And then we can apply what we learn about spirituality through our nature. And this is when we start to feel the influence of Jupiter, when it comes to us in a moment, when God's knocking on the back of our head and saying, there's an opportunity here for you to go deeper into the taste of God, but you have to let go of what you're presently at. You have to let go of some things in order to orient yourself in this way. It takes a sacrifice. But Pisces, as we know, having the sun on the 6th house, can do that diligent, annoying neurological practices. Kundalini yogis tend to do well as Pisces risings. It's neurological. They do a lot of those, they do a lot of kriyas and cleansing of the body. They do that stretch pose, which is makes your whole body shake because you're in that one posture and it's stretching your body out. They do a lot of mantras and stuff. That's all classic Kundalini yoga things. But not just Kundalini yoga. All forms of yoga can be good for all water signs, but Pisces does well it has the capacity to move through long periods of tension in the nervous system. What Pisces has to learn is how to apply their capacity to go through lengths of pain in the nervous system to make it fit their nature, so that they're volunteering at a spiritual level to do this, not because I'm a piece of shit and this is the job that I have and I'm weak otherwise and this is the only skill that I have the capacity to do, and my boss is really aggressive and I'm Mr. Nice Guy and nobody volunteered to take the trash out, so I guess I'll be the one who does it. And this is all the negative stuff that can come from an overly self-afflicting, self-negating Pisces personality. Wonderful. So I'm glad to hear you guys are rolling with these. Yeah, Susie says stretch pose is intense. Yeah, I love it, but it's tough. I can do it at this point. I've always done stuff that's good for your inner core. So stretch pose, it's intense. I can do it for 30 seconds to a minute. I'm glad Barbara's enjoying this talk as well. And Avanti, it's nice to see you. Mia Moore, it's nice to see you here as well. So I'm going to have to go to the bathroom at some point. But I'm glad that we have dug into Ernst Wilhelm's rendition of all things Jupiter. But really the deepest stuff is in this book. Highly recommend it. So we're literally getting a sense of what Pisces is all about through its ruler Jupiter. Now we're starting to dig into the next part. We're going to be digging into the nature of Pisces itself, as well as how all of the other planets resonate with Pisces. So let's start digging in. In order to understand any rising sign, it's good to get some basic understandings of the planets as a whole and how the other planets interact with the ruling rising sign lord, because they all work together. The rising sign is just our perceptual eyeglass through which we see the planets that everybody uses. So, my cat's making all sorts of noise upstairs. So, there are two groupings. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but this is something I teach in every single class on rising signs. It's very important. There's the spirit, the inner soul, and these are the planets that rule the fire and water signs: Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter. And then there's the material or embodied soul. This is Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. These are the signs, these are the planets that rule the air and earth signs. Have you ever noticed this duality? Venus, what does it rule? It rules an air sign and an earth sign, Libra and Taurus. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, it's air and earth. Saturn rules Aquarius and Capricorn, air and earth. Aquarius is anciently ruled by Saturn. So the planets on the left here all rule the earth and air signs. Now these planets on the right, the sun rules Leo, the moon rules Cancer, Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, it's fire and water, and then Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces. Anciently, the ancient ruler of Pisces is Jupiter. That's fire and water. So there's a division between the planets here, and this helps to create the sense of friendships and enemies. Now, there are some planets that the Moon and Mercury are the ones that play on the other team a little bit. But generally, Jupiter especially is a planet where it actually has, it's an enemy to no one, Jupiter. It's the great benefic. So it actually has no enemies. Nobody has Jupiter for an enemy. That's what I meant to say. Because Jupiter has enemies, as we're going to learn. It's Venus and Mercury. But Jupiter's friends are Mars, the Sun, and the Moon. These are soulful planets that have to do with our will in our soul, right? So, especially with Jupiter, it resonates with the fire sign lords, Mars and the Sun, and the water sign lords, Mars and the Moon, right? And then, of course, there's the Earth trines, Venus, Mercury, and Saturn that rule Earth and air. Now, this is where, in some ways, not completely, but this resonates with the friendship and enmity of the planet in question. In this case, Jupiter has for its friends the Sun, the Moon, and Mars. So when we read about Pisces rising, we're going to learn that these planets all are usually going to be well placed and are usually going to be positive, auspicious planets for the rising sign lord. So we could see Jupiter is a friend to Pisces. Mars is a friend to Pisces. The Moon is a friend to Pisces. Now the Sun is also a friend to Jupiter, which rules Pisces. It's just that we're going to learn about why exactly the Sun is considered neutral. It's not an enemy. It's not an inauspicious place. And we're going to learn that as we go along here. Now, this is a key part of my writing that I like to describe to people. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, every natural talent or skill that we direct our attention towards, there must be shadow. There must be something that we're not focusing on. And this dude, this weird-looking guy with the skinny left side and then the tough, intense, masculine right side, this is actually how every rising sign is. It has auspicious lords and inauspicious lords, and therefore auspicious and inauspicious houses. Some rising signs do better with some houses than they do with others. So what we teach in Vedic astrology is don't fret. Don't feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets, because this is just like playing a game of Pokemon cards, you know? I always like to bring up this example. If you ever used to play Pokemon, when they first started playing the game, producing Pokemon cards, they had killer cards that they were the shiny ones, holographic, and if you got this card, then you're probably going to win in like every Pokemon game. The example everybody brings up is Charizard. It only takes a little bit of your power resources to make the Charizard do an incredibly strong amount of damage. So Charizard can just win. Like, it's just like the game's not even fair. If you have Charizard, then the game's no longer fair. That eventually Pokemon cards, they kept producing them, but they didn't put those because they wanted the game to be fair. They wanted everybody to be about the luck of the draw and the skill of the game. That's this latter thing is what astrology is like. You know, you might have a Charizard in one part of your chart, but that means you'll have weak shadows on other parts of your chart. No rising sign is actually better than another. They're all equal. And even though it sometimes seems like you'll learn about Pisces, they've got certain things that are difficult, especially Saturn. Saturn's always the one that brings everybody difficulty. You know, having Saturn ruling two signs that are close together means Saturn's almost always going to rule one like important sign and then another important sign, and the two of them will usually be like, it's rare that they're both good. You know, there are some though, like for example, Virgo rules the 5th house. For Virgo, Saturn rules the 5th house and the 6th house. The 5th house ties into the 6th house and makes it positive, you know, whatever. But for Pisces, The 12th house is kind of a tricky, sort of technically neutral, and it's painted negative by the 11th house. We're going to talk about the difficulty of the 11th house with Saturn for Pisces. But, you know, this is the point that we're kind of getting at here, is that even though Saturn has that difficult hold on the 11th and 12th house, there are positive things that Pisces has going on that kind of makes up for that. You know, it's especially having a good, strong 9th house and 10th house that makes Pisces very strong. And we're going to talk about all that as we go along. So everybody deals with the same cards in the deck. All sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. So let's take a look at what do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant, to the lagna. Now, the ascendant, the rising sign, is the life path. It's numero uno, the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. Now, the auspiciousness or goodness of a planet to the rising sign depends on the nature of the soul or the intention of the consciousness using it. It means, you know, like Mars is a malefic to everybody, but Mars is a positive planet to Pisces. That malefic energy is especially good for Pisces because Pisces needs it, being such a soft-spoken sign. So even though most planets, you know, for most people, Mars has difficulty, and it does for Pisces too. It's malefic. But Pisces gets a lot out of Mars's malefic energy. The essential nature of the planets don't change, but each person's rising sign wields the planets differently. So each rising sign expands their life force through the planets in different ways. This is according to the instincts of the rising sign. Right? So what is it that defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another comes down to the intention of the ascendant, the intention of the rising sign. We can see how, you know, a gardener, like, you know, someone like Pisces being a very spiritual person, a guru, a Brahmin type person, a psychological minded, sensitive, artistic type of person, is going to get a lot out of Mars. That pushes it to get the intense reception of imagery and sensitivity that Pisces has about emotions in the world and get locked in this crevasse. And having a good Mars will channel that energy into constructive, productive, harmonious reality. The moon can be many things to many people, but it's especially good for Pisces. So then again, we can see that the rising sign, the nature of and intention of the rising sign is going to alter the use of the planets. The planets are universal, but the rising sign filters it, right? So now we're going to get into some important astrological, particularly Vedic astrological planetary theory. Now let's all remember that in Vedic astrology, we use the whole sign system, as we can see with this. You know, there are no cusps in here. Now, we do use cusps, but the cusps are almost kind of like planets in themselves, especially when they fall in a sign with some kind of significant things going on. So let's say, for example, we see Pisces rising here. We see that Aries is the second sign in the whole sign system. Now let's imagine that Rahu is in the sign of Aries for a Pisces. And let's say that the third house cusp for a Pisces rising falls into Aries. That'd be the second house. So the Rahu would be bringing out some Rahu third house energy, but it operates through Aries, and that would be the second house in the whole sign system. Aries and its dispositor Mars is going to channel the third house cusp and that Rahu. So the third house cusp almost becomes like another planet at that point. So, you know, this is the way that we have to deal with, if humans were complex, then astrology, if humans were not complex, then astrology would not be complex. But humans are complex, and so is astrology. So the bhava, the house cusps is a whole world in itself. But we can see from the logic here. So overall, cusps are something to add a little extra information over the basics of Vedic astrology. And the basics is the whole sign house system. It's the same thing in Hellenistic astrology as well. So this is what we're talking about when we're getting into the general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. I wonder if I could zoom this in a little bit. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, okay, I'll take it. So every ascendant is going to modify these rules a little bit. This is generally, though, this is the general rules of what makes a house auspicious. Do you guys know what I mean by auspicious? Oh, this is an auspicious time to get married. This is an auspicious place to hold a ceremony. Auspicious means like lucky. It's there's a harmony. A gardener likes to work in a garden. A soldier likes to work on a battlefield. There's a harmony of the nature of something with its environment. So this is auspicious. Pisces is of a certain nature, and all the planets have a certain quality, which is either auspicious to the agenda of the rising sign, or it deals with a world that rising sign doesn't like. And let's remember that the inauspicious house lords are just as important. This is something we've got to talk about here. When we talk about the inauspicious house lords, like, for example, Saturn, Mercury, or Venus. Those are the main ones for Pisces. For Pisces, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury, and their houses, and their house as house lords, these are planets that do not deal with the things that Pisces is naturally good at. But if you're a Pisces rising and you have a very well-placed Saturn, then you're going to have a blessing, because Saturn is this thing that Pisces doesn't want to deal with, but they have an easy time dealing with it. It's just as lucky to have an easy time dealing with bad things as it is to have an easy time dealing with good things. Does everybody understand that? That's a very important point. This is one of the great gifts of Vedic astrology, is to understand that there are planets that are going to cause you difficulty. And if they're well placed, it's just as lucky to have a well-placed inauspicious planet as it is to have a well-placed auspicious planet. Although typically, if you have a good fifth lord, a good first lord, or a good ninth lord, those will help you to get positive circumstances. It's actually better to have a good auspicious lord. But having a good inauspicious lord is almost just as good. All right? Thank you, Barbara. I'm glad that makes sense. So, again, these are general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. The lords of the 1st, 5th, and 9th are trinal houses, and these are always auspicious. The trine houses, the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th, are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. 1st house, 5th house, 9th house. They're the trine houses. And of course, their lords are of the same elemental makeup as the rising sign. So we know the agenda of the 5th house and the 9th house is always going to be in harmony with the basic nature of the rising sign. Now here things get a bit more complicated. Hello, Mo. It's nice to see you. Good morning. Here's when things get a bit more complicated. The lords of the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th houses are angular. These are Kendra houses. These can be auspicious depending on the gentle or cruel nature of this planet. And even this can go askew. But this is the general rule, okay? So this is for the angles. Usually a benefic that owns an angle is considered to be inauspicious. These planets are not discerning about the opportunity represented by the angles. They don't deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. So let me just break this down a little bit. It's, of course, the only time that you're going to have Jupiter or Mercury on an angle is when you are in one of the mutable signs. So the mutable signs always have a contradiction. And this is how it works, okay? Basically, okay, so let me explain this first. Jupiter and Mercury are considered benefics generally. Jupiter, of course, and Venus, of course. But Mercury can be a mutable malefic or benefic. But when it comes to the plotting of Mercury in an angle, it's considered to be a benefic. Mercury is sensitive to what comes in. And so the angles, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, the angles are like, how I think of it is like, you imagine you have a square, a two-dimensional square like around you, like you're holding this square, and it's got these peaks, these edges, and you're trying to walk through a forest. What is going to get hit the most when you're walking through this forest? It's going to be the sharp peaks of the square. Like I'm talking about a two-dimensional square going this way. You know, you're going to bang, you're going to hit the peaks on the trunks of the trees. The angles are the jagged parts of the chart. The angles are what we smash into in life. They're like the cardinal signs. They're opportunity. They're the first thing in a way that we interact with in the world. Of course, this happens different ways with each angle. The first sign, the first angle, the ascendant, bangs into things that relate to myself. The fourth angle bangs into things relating to my personal life. The seventh angle bangs into things related to my business and partnerships and intimacy. And the 10th house bangs into things related to career. So they're bringing in opportunities. They are the things that have opportunities happen. Now, when a benefic like Jupiter or Mercury or Venus rules an angle, what happens is that it just brings it all in. It brings it in wholesale because they're gentle planets, you know? Venus is like, oh, hi, oh, hello there. I don't know what you are, but why don't you just come right into my energy field? No big deal. I'm sure whatever you are is part of the universe, and it's like, hello, how you doing? Come on in. It's not discerning enough. You know, it doesn't have boundaries. So a benefic planet like Mercury and like Jupiter doesn't have the boundaries to deal properly with the opportunities that come in through the angles. There is an exception here, though. We see when we look on Pisces Rising, Mercury rules the 4th house, and Mercury also rules the 7th house. This is considered inauspicious. So through Mercury, Pisces is a little bit too willy-nilly with what it lets into his personal 4th house energy field and with what it lets into its 7th house, marriage, business partnerships, intimate communication energy field. Pisces is very sensitive in these ways, and they're playful with it. Pisces is playful with who it brings into its 4th house, and playful and researching and experimental. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this feels entirely right. I don't know if it feels entirely wrong. Let's manage. Let's play with it. Mercury is one of the difficult things for Pisces rising because, of course, Mercury is debilitated in the rising sign. Venus is a very good planet for Pisces rising because Venus is exalted in the rising sign. We're going to talk about that as we go along. So what we see with Mercury is that it's willy-nilly with its 4th and 7th house. Now, Jupiter is also a benefic, but Jupiter overrides the negativity because Jupiter is the rising sign lord. Jupiter rules Pisces. So when Jupiter bangs into things in its rising sign, and when the Sagittarius of Pisces through Jupiter, when Sagittarius bangs into things related to Pisces' career, it's whatever. It's like, yeah, come on in, It's not like Mercury where it's like, yeah, come on in. I don't know if this feels right, but I'm willing to play with it. Jupiter, through Pisces, when it attracts things in its career through Sagittarius, the 10th house, it's like, yeah, come on in. You are right for me. And if it's not right for me, you know, excuse me, there's something coming to me that I am looking to attract. So the things that come to Pisces in its career generally tend to relate very instinctively to what Pisces' basic agenda is trying to do, which is spiritual liberation, which is essentially peace. So Pisces tends to have a peaceful career. It tends to be very at peace with what it does with its job, unless Jupiter is really, really tanked and messed up. But the reason that even though Jupiter rules angles and it's a benefic, it rules the first house. So this is when one of these rules is kind of overridden, right? That's why we say that they are general rules of auspiciousness. Now, of course, there's no malefics ruling angles for Pisces. So we could say that that's a bad thing, that it doesn't really have any malefics ruling the angles. But the fact that Pisces has Jupiter ruling the 1st and 10th house, it's a very positive thing. It's one of the great lucks that Pisces has. Virgo's the same way. So that's the nature of the angular house lords. Now, the lords of the 2nd, the 8th, and 12th are considered neutral. When it comes to the 2nd house, the 8th house, and the 12th house, those planets will generally be neutral, meaning that they are either by themselves sometimes, or they get painted a certain color. They get painted like, I'm thinking of in electricity when you're doing houses, there's times where, I used to know this stuff more, but essentially you can have a neutral wire, the white wire, and you can paint the neutral black by painting a hot wire, the black wire, onto the, you don't paint it on, you tie them together, and then you paint the white wire black, and it becomes hot. In the same way, the neutral wire being painted hot in this way, the 2nd, 8th, and 12th house can be painted into the nature of the other sign. So simple with Pisces, the 2nd house is of course ruled by Mars. Mars rules the very auspicious 9th house, and Mars also rules the 2nd house. The 2nd house is very neutral, and it's painted good because Mars takes the positive nature of the 9th house, the trine, and paints the 2nd house auspicious. The 8th house, however, is the opposite. So we have, let's see, who rules the 8th house? That would be Libra. So yeah, Venus is an interesting planet for Pisces. This is not like Virgo. Virgo has Mars ruling the 3rd and 8th house, and Mars hates Virgo. Venus rules the inauspicious 3rd and 8th house. And those are very unstable houses. Venus rules the 3rd house of Taurus, and that inauspicious nature, as we're going to see, we're going to find that the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are the most difficult houses. And the restless nature of the 3rd house of Venus turns the 8th house restless and pushy and desiring, and pushes a little too hard when it comes to Pisces wanting to deal with material. It's almost like Pisces, it's like a person early in their sexual experiences. Pisces is so sensitive. Anyone who's very sensitive is almost like a little testy with their sexual energy at first. And they almost just want to get it out of the way. They want to get their orgasm out of the way because this is so intense for me. It's so personal and so deep to me. Eventually, the 3rd house and the 6th house and the 11th house all do get easier. Those are called upachaya houses. The 8th house doesn't, though. So the 3rd and 8th house ruled by Venus has a bit of a nature of restless pushiness for Pisces. And that's Venus. But Pisces is lucky because Venus is exalted in Pisces. So that Venus nature actually has a break for Pisces. It's one of the blessings of Pisces tied into a curse. Sometimes that'll happen with rising signs. And then, of course, we have the 12th house. 12th house is ruled by Saturn. Saturn also rules the most inauspicious house possible. That's the 11th house. The 11th house is tied into the 12th house. And therefore, the 12th house is painted inauspicious. So what's the deal with that? Why is the 11th house so bad? Now, I'm going to answer Susie in just a moment here. The lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th houses are difficult. They cause us to lose our inspiration, our wealth, and or our enjoyment. They can kind of cause suffering. It's parts of ourselves that want to just get something out of the way. The 3rd house we want to deal with. It's like in this impatient thing. You're doing your taxes or you're fishing. You're trying to do something with your hands and just, I got to make this thing work. And it's anything where you're putting pressure on all your joints in order to put something together. People with a lot of emphasis on the 3rd house can make good construction workers, for example. A construction worker's work is never done. They live for the holding this thing, putting it there, hammering the nail in, and then it's like, I got to hold on to this, and, I got to, or mechanics, they got to get into those awkward spaces and use a wrench, and sometimes the socket wrench won't fit, so they got to on that one annoying little nut, and they contort their bodies into uncomfortable places. That's 3rd house stuff. The 6th house is the same, but whereas the 3rd is kind of out there, the 6th relates to your personal emotions as well as your personal finances. You're getting drained from things that are not satisfying to you, and you just want to get those figured out. You want to get out of debt. You want to deal with emotional aspects of your relationship that cause you internal antagonism. The 11th house is the worst of the 3. The 11th house has to do with being essentially having your aspirations and goals met. Again, the 11th house is similar to the 3rd house, where it's the restlessness, that's the aspiration that pushes you to succeed. But this is it's like you have this desire for this aspiration to win the race, and that drag is what pushes you to win the race. Now, if you have a good 11th lord, then this isn't going to cause you to suffer that much, and you're going to win the race. That's generally people with good 11th house positions and a good 11th lord have a great mitigation of this annoying fact of life, which is that life pushes us to do our best. Simply put. See, it doesn't sound that bad, but it's one of the great causes of pain in astrology. And that's especially so if the 11th lord is not placed well. If the 11th lord is suffering, if it's starved by planets, if it's getting really strongly hit by malefics, we'll always feel failure, the shame of failure. We'll always feel like, this is more of me feeling like a piece of shit because, of course, I've never been able to do anything because I'm a piece of shit. That's an afflicted 11th house, and it's the great pain causer. And when the 11th lord is blended in yogas with other planets, it can ruin the yoga by feeling like, even though it's a great thing here, I never feel like I'm getting enough of it. There's a great class we could do there just with that. Saturn and, if Saturn is combined with, Saturn's a tough one always, no matter what. If we had another rising sign, we could use a better example. But if Saturn was aligned with Mercury, Mercury would be bringing some luck through the angles, and Saturn would ultimately cause much more strife to the 7th and 4th house. But that would be what the Pisces rising needs to do to get its gains. Saturn would be blended in with Mercury, and it would harm Mercury, and it wouldn't harm Saturn, but it would harm Mercury. And that harm of the 7th and 4th would be what the Saturn stands on for its greatness. So these things happen with yogas, with conjunctions, right? Now, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom now, but before I do, I'll answer Susie Underwood's question. Susie's always got good questions and comments for me. Mercury is your Atmakaraka and just a few degrees away from your MC. Now, when you're asking about angles, Susie, you're asking, is that reckoned from the lagna degree, or is it the whole sign and house cusps? What I'm going to say is the angle specifically relates to the whole signs. So, Susie, for what you're asking, let's say Pisces is at 28 degrees. The rising sign is at 28 degrees of Pisces rather. And then let's say the planet Mars falls at 2 degrees of Sagittarius. Now, if this was, let's say the 10th house cusp falls at 28 degrees of Sagittarius. So that Mars is technically closer to the 9th house cusp. But in the whole sign system, that Mars falling into Sagittarius is in the 10th sign from Pisces. Even though it's like 26 degrees away from the actual 10th house cusp, that would still be the 2nd and 9th lord, Mars, falling in the 10th house. There would just be a blending because it would probably be conjunct the 9th cusp. But essentially, when we're working with this stuff, auspiciousness and auspicious, is a planet auspicious? It all comes down to these dynamics. It's what is that planet a dispositor for from the point of view of the whole sign house system. So no matter where the rising sign is, no matter if the 5th house cusp falls into Gemini or if it falls into Leo, Cancer is still the 5th whole sign house for Pisces rising. If a planet falls into Cancer, it's in the 5th auspicious house in this whole sign system. So that's the basic understanding and root that we have to work with as the basic tropical Vedic astrology platform. This is where the basic psychological luck and energy comes from the nature of a planet, the nature of a planet as a house lord, and the nature of a planet in its sign. Whether that good auspicious planet falls in an inauspicious or auspicious house, this is the basic stuff. Cusps add some dimension to this, but the whole sign system is what basically sets it up. And I would, in my opinion, I've heard Ernst say it to me before, cusps are at the bottom of the food chain of affectation. They add a little extra something, but the basics come from the whole sign system. See you later, Mo. I hope that helps, Susie. Now, so we've gone through here and done quite a bit. Each rising sign brings different modified results to the expression of this general formula. We've already seen that Pisces, even though it's got a benefic ruling the 1st and 10th house, there's an exception to that benefic bringing negative energy because Jupiter rules Pisces and Sagittarius, the rising sign, right? So if you want to check out more about this, I always recommend you can check out Astral Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel to see more of each ascendant and how their specific results play out in a chart. So now we're going to take a break so I can go to the bathroom, folks. We're going to come back and we're going to continue on our journey talking about Pisces rising. See you folks in just one moment. Okay, sweet. Thanks for your patience, everybody. When nature calls, us water signs got to do what we got to do. I'm a Leo rising, but I got some Scorpio in me. Okay. Next up, I think this might be one of my favorite parts of these readings. If nobody has ever read this book before, and if you want to really dig into what Vedic astrology is all about, this is one of the best books for it. It's called Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. It's a sweet, tiny little book that's just like thick. It's just one of the best out there, man. It's just really puts everything in a wonderful perspective. Mine is torn apart because I've read through it and used it so much. So, what we're about to dig into is discussing what's called in Vedic astrology the lagna. Here we're going to be working through Pisces lagna. And of course, this simply means the basic nature of the rising sign. So we're digging into the nature of Pisces rising here. Let me just make sure that I'm on the right track with my presentation. Yes. Very good. Now, these guys in this book, they give a general rundown of what's to be expected based on everything we've just talked about. An auspicious and inauspicious houses and house lords. These guys take the best of what they've learned about it through their clients and their practice and make them succinct. By the way, the writers of this book is Hart, Fauw, and Robert Svoboda, who, by the way, also wrote this book, if you've ever heard of it, Kundalini. It's Robert Svoboda. Another very cool psychedelic book that gives you very deep grasp on Vedanta and Veda and all things Vedic era consciousness. So this sort of deep psychological and philosophical mind is at the root of these astrological writings, as well as Hart to Fauw, who's also an incredible astrologer in his own right. So let's discuss Pisces rising. Okay? So, what we read here is the symbol for Pisces. It's two fish swimming in opposite directions. Of course, we know this from what we've seen here in Pisces rising. This is our symbol of the two fish swimming in opposite directions, right? And this reflects the natives' contradictory ambitions and ideals. It may also indicate two marriages, because Mercury, the lord of the 7th house, is a dual planet, which is debilitated in Pisces. So, now Pisces is a mutable Rashi, which is second only to Gemini in its dualistic nature, right? So Sagittarius and Pisces both have this dualism sort of happening, but it's particularly the 7th house in marriage is particularly tricky for Pisces rising because the all-important 4th and 7th cusp is not only ruled by an antagonistic planet, they are inauspicious, but Mercury is debilitated in Pisces. And the dual nature can bring out some of this quality. It's like Pisces has difficulty with marriage for one reason, is that when their partner is doing something very good, the Pisces remembers all the bad, and it stops them from fully enjoying the good things in their partner. And when their partner is doing something bad, Pisces thinks of all the good in their partner, and it's a debilitated sort of blending that happens for them there that they have to watch for. Having a good Mercury can stop Pisces from a lot of shit. Now, Mercury, also being the fourth lord, shows instability in education. Mercury equals intellect. Or instability at home is also possible. So the fact that Jupiter is the first lord, the rising sign lord, it's also the 10th lord. And Jupiter is exalted in Cancer in the 5th house. So this makes Pisceans, they love to teach. Because Jupiter is simultaneously the lagna lord. It's also the signifier, the karaka for the 5th house, and the lord of the 10th house of public activities. The rising sign lord Jupiter has the 2nd house, the 5th house, the 9th house, and the 10th house for a karaka. And this is relevant too. There's so much to go through in each of these rising signs. Karakas are planets that rule houses. So no matter your rising sign, every rising sign has Jupiter as a karaka for the 2nd house. Jupiter is a karaka for the 5th house. Jupiter is a karaka for the 9th house and a karaka for the 10th house. Karaka, think of like Atma Karaka. It's the signifier of the soul. The Dara Karaka is the signifier for partnerships. Each planet is a karaka for something. Even Venus is a karaka for love. Jupiter is a karaka for children. But out of these, the essential nature of each planet is the karaka of the houses that they're always karakas for. So Jupiter is the karaka of the 5th house for everybody. And this 5th house karaka is the rising sign lord. So there's a connection there to 5th house things. Teaching and education is a little bit blended in there, as well as the 9th house. Now what we read here again is that Jupiter, the 1st and 10th lord, is exalted in the 5th house. So the 5th house is also the house of advice and counseling. So especially if good things are going on with the moon, Pisces can really, in some ways, especially if Jupiter's doing well and if the moon is doing well. These are two factors that show that even if you've got a really difficult Mercury, even if Saturn is causing huge trouble, even if Venus is dragging you into relationships that are not meaningful to you or not right for you and you have a hard time with boundaries, Pisces, when the 5th house and the 1st house are going well, can attract, in the 10th house too, through Jupiter, can attract advice that puts them on the track that helps them to mitigate all difficulties. This is some of the luck that Pisces has, because they have a creative intelligence, because the 1st lord is exalted in the creative, intelligent 5th house. Now, it is said that Venus is really the worst graha, the worst planet for a Pisces rising, just as Mars is the worst planet for a Virgo. Now, this is because Venus is really an enemy of the rising sign lord Jupiter. So this is a key point. Even though Venus is exalted in the rising sign, let's see if it says anything about that. Yeah, it doesn't. So this shows that there is the emphasis that the guys in this book give on Venus is that it is difficult. Venus is the worst planet for Pisces rising because Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. And Venus rules the inauspicious 3rd and 8th houses. Now, Venus is exalted in the 1st house of a Pisces, and the guys in this book actually say this multiplies its malevolence, particularly for marriage, since it is the marriage significator. Venus is the marriage significator for everybody. So it shows that exalted positions bring out energy, bring out the energy of Venus. It makes it louder. And these guys are right that there is a negativity to that. So Venus is a very strong third and eighth lord. Like, it's very loud in Pisces' reality. This causes them to want to blend and connect their karma with someone through the erotic eighth house way, especially because Libra is the mula tricona of Venus. So of the two natures, the Taurus nature, which rules the third house, and the Libra nature, which rules the eighth house, Libra is the stronger factor here. That desire to blend, it's an unstable thing. And it's loud because Venus is exalted in Pisces. Now, there's still a signification that there is goodness with Venus because it is exalted in the rising sign lord. So there is a nature in Pisces that understands what Venus is all about. But it's still a difficult planet. Now, the Pisces rising is, however, good for children because the lagna lord Jupiter is again exalted in the fifth house of children. And the fifth lord moon is Jupiter's friend, right? Cancer is a friend of Jupiter. Jupiter's exaltation in the fifth house may give exalted children or exalted relationships with children. There's a real easy time understanding children, and children understand the person. Hello there. Oh, it's Anne from Asheville Vedic Astrology. Nice to see you, my dear. So, because of the lagna lord Jupiter has no enemies. So Pisces wins over its enemies passively, being a gentle and archetypally feminine sign. But because Pisces tends to be benignly inclined towards others, many people can and do take advantage of Pisces. The native may feel or actually may be let down by friends, older siblings, clubs, or societies, since Jupiter is debilitated in the 11th house. Very interesting. That's a very great insight into this character of Pisces by these writers. The lagna lord, the rising sign lord, Jupiter, is debilitated in Capricorn, which shows that it has difficulty getting into and being accepted by older siblings and higher societies. Now, Jupiter's fifth house exaltation, as the signifier of wisdom, creates an interest in the development for wisdom, and also a fascination for poetry, which is a very fifth house matter. And this Cancer, the fifth house, is ruled by the moon, which is also a signifier of poetry. And it also represents the emotional mind. So the emotional mind of Cancer is working through this creative, poetic fifth house. The sun, as the sixth lord, affects an interest in medicine, especially if there's a hospital involvement in Pisces' life. Because Pisces is the natural 12th sign. The 12th signifies segregation and hospitals. And the isolated Saturn, who signifies the 12th house, is lord of the... Right. So what this is saying is that, remember I was talking about the karakas. Each planet usually has several karakas. Saturn is a karaka for the 6th house. Saturn is a karaka for the 8th house. And Saturn is a karaka for the 12th house. So Saturn, it is also in karaka for the 10th house as well. So Saturn is involved in the 12th house, and it's this isolating character that needs to go out and find things by itself to expunge its emotional difficulties by itself. So there's a tie-in of Pisces, of course, being the 12th sign, and Saturn ruling the 12th house, being this isolated, a pain in isolation that can kind of happen with Pisces. So that is all that has been said by the gentleman in this book, Light on Life. There's always great insights given here. Pisces rising can often convey themselves as a healer, and they have an understanding of what healing, the whole thing related to healing, is all about. Partly because the sun, which is such a foundational stone of the ego, of the true nature, of the personality, is in the 6th house of medical things, of being a healer, hands-on healing, Reiki, energetic auric field manipulation, and this kind of stuff. So these are all things that Pisces can be into, and these are all the things that resonate with Pisces rising's nature. That was good. Very good start for what is only the beginning of our journey. Now, let's see. Yes. Before we go any further, you know, what I've been doing lately is I've been making these like smoothies. And they're good. And I even had a lot of smoothie today. But I feel like I could use a little snack. There's some sugar-free chocolates. I don't know if the sugar-free is going to be an advantage to me or a disadvantage. I could probably use some sugar, but... I'm going to nibble on these chocolates once in a while as we go through. Okay, good. So we are now going to dive into the larger chunk of what these videos are all about. We've discussed the nature of the rising signs through various means. Now, what these videos are all about is discussing the nature of each lord for every rising sign. So that means we're going to go through all 7 planets in the order that is given according to the ancient order of the numerology of the planets. You can see it in the days of the week. Sun, Sunday. Moon, Monday. Mars is, in French, mardi. That's Mars, that's Tuesday. Mercury, Wednesday. Jeudi, Jupiter, Thursday. Vendredi, Venus, Friday. Saturn day, Saturn, the 7th day. So this is the mystical order of the planets, and this is the order that we're going to be giving them through. Ernst Wilhelm puts a lot of emphasis on this derivation of the planets. So for our Pisces rising today, we're first going to start talking about the sun. But before we do, let's scratch a little bit into my notes. So I have these notes that I've been given. These notes come from the work that I did with Asheville Vedic Astrology. Oh, good. Okay, good. So let's see, make sure you guys are all in view here. Now, by the way, this is something that I kind of like to do once in a while. Let's see here, you guys. PayPal. So for anybody who might be interested in, you know, I love to do these. I say this for every video, you know. I love to do these videos. It helps me to expand my channel, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about my love for consciousness and astrology. So you know, donations are never necessarily expected for this thing that I'm doing here. But if you ever should feel like it, I just put a PayPal link in the description in the chat box. If you're getting something out of this and you enjoy it, feel free, if you feel like donating, to throw it in through that little link there. I'll probably put another one in at the end too. But, you know, feel free to stay with us here because we've got a lot to go through for Pisces rising. And each rising sign, these videos are long because there's a lot. Like, astrology is thick, you know what I mean? Well, you're about to know what I mean. So let's dig into it. Let's look at the nature of Pisces rising given by the patriarch, the patriarchal founder of Vedic astrology and all things Vedic, the ancient sage known as Maharishi Parashara. And this is what we have here. This is a little note given on Pisces rising. Pisces is the lagna, that's the rising sign. So this comes from Brihat Parashara Hora Shastra, giving us clues as to what all the lords mean for a Pisces rising. The first thing we hear right away is that Saturn, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury are evil. So Parashara tells us right from the beginning, right from the deepest depths, that the Sun is considered in the planets that are evil for Pisces. Not all signs are like this. You know, you got 4 out of 7 planets are kind of giving Pisces difficulty. This is part of the blessed nature of Pisces, who, you know, you got to really think with Pisces that if in the story of Vamana, the demon had to put its head down so that Vishnu could put the truth of spirituality and soul and moksha, was allowed to put his foot on the head of the humble Bali demon. And it's because Bali was so selfless to the spiritual truth of reality that he got to be Indra in his next incarnation. It's a lucky thing, therefore, to be situated in a way where you can release your material grip through the pain and existential bliss wrapped in pain that is so true of all material suffering, all worldly suffering. It is always an opportunity to develop soul realization. And it's a blessing for someone when all the chart is lined up in the right way to be receptive to the lessons and to the truth and to the joy that is hidden inside the soul by letting go of the ephemeral. So Pisces can be one of the luckiest signs, but no one will ever be able to tell that from the outside, if you understand what I mean by that. So yeah, Pisces, most of the planets are, you know, Saturn, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury are considered evil and difficult for Pisces rising. Mars and the Moon, Mars and the Moon are considered auspicious. You can see that Mars rules the 2nd and the 9th house, and then the Moon rules the auspicious 5th house. I'm going to do this way. Why are you giving me trouble? Yeah. Mars and Jupiter produce yoga. And Mars is also a marika, but will not kill. This is, again, you know, even though Pisces is loaded up with difficulty, it has its blessings. For example, for Pisces, we see Mars is a marika. The marikas are the 7th lord and the 2nd lord. You'll see this with every rising sign video we do. Marikas are these things that can kill you. And if you go through the dasha of a marika at the end of your life, that might be the period that you die in. This is what they say in Vedic astrology. The 7th house is always a marika because it is the furthest house from the self. It's the furthest away from one's own nature. That's the 7th house. The 2nd house is also considered a marika because the thing that you depend most on when it goes awry could actually be the thing that kills you. You know, if you're leaning on a crutch in order to walk, if that crutch breaks, you ain't walking nowhere. And in the same way, anything we depend on in this world emotionally, materially, or what have you, energetically, planetarily, is the one planet that can kill you when things go awry. Now, what we read about Mars, this is one of the kind of a blessing that Pisces gets, is that all planets have the 2nd house for a marika, which can be the thing that kills you. Aries is through Mars is a Marika, but it won't necessarily kill you. It might maim you, but it won't necessarily kill you. Now, Mars and Jupiter together especially produce yoga. And one of the reasons we hear this is that when there's Mars and Jupiter doing anything, aspecting each other, and any sort of yoga involved in a Pisces rising chart, yogas can come from many different ways. When Mars and Jupiter are in some kind of yoga together, we have Mars ruling the very auspicious 9th house, which is a trine, and then we have Jupiter ruling 2 angles. When we have a combination of a trine lord, which brings internal luck, and an angle lord, which brings opportunity through the angles, we have lucky opportunity. The spiritual wisdom of Mars combines with the positive intention opportunism of Jupiter, especially if these 2 planets are well placed in a chart at some point in the person's life, especially, sometimes when they're 1 to 3 years old, because that's Mars, but from 32 to 50 is their Jupiter period. That's an important time for all Pisces, but specifically for people with that yoga, usually something very special will happen at that time that will really rearrange all the difficulties they're going through, really rebalance the checkbook. From 32 to 50, as well as with Jupiter Mahadashas, with important transits going through the sign that these planets are involved in. But mind you, I should say this, one last thing. With yogas, you have to quantify them. Mars and Jupiter are funny because they're exalted in the opposite house. But if both of these planets are in a difficult house, like let's say if Mars and Jupiter are conjunct in Gemini or Virgo, both those planets are starved there, it's going to significantly decrease the luck you would expect from a Raj Yoga. A Raj Yoga is when you combine a trine with an angle lord and they are friends with each other. So Pisces has the possibility for some incredible yoga through those 2, right? So keep that in mind. And of course, Saturn and Mercury are stated as Marikas. So really, Saturn is not a true Marika. Saturn, though, ultimately what we see here is Mercury is a Marika because it rules that 7th house. And Saturn is a Marika. So Saturn is something that can kill Pisces rising. Mars won't. Essentially, the Marika status of the 2nd house is traded with the 11th and 12th house and spread out between the 2 of them for Saturn. So Saturn is the one who can kill Pisces in the end. Thus, the effects caused by Pisces rising are fully to be known. So this is the nature of what can be expected from Pisces rising, right? Just to give it one more sort of peek so you can all see it, right? This is this part up here. Feel free to pause the video, give that a good digestion, because there's cool, deep things to be understood about Pisces rising in here. But as with anything, even though there are goods here, Parashara often gives us a lot of difficult things. The Moon and Mars being auspicious does show us that they are the biggest and most important power planets for Pisces. Jupiter, we could consider that there too, but it's more particularly Mars and the Moon that are considered truly auspicious for Pisces rising. So look to the power of Mars, look to the power of the Moon. Think about what Mars and the Moon are as house lords and as planets in general, in order to get the most out of what can be understood as Pisces' greatest powers. The 5th house, the Moon, is probably the most, they're both very significant. We say the Cancer in the Moon is very important for Pisces because Jupiter, the lagna lord, is exalted in Cancer. But Scorpio ruling the 9th house is also very significant for Pisces. So they're both very important, and we're going to get into the details of each as we go along. So that has been our overall picture. Oh, whoa, big stretch. Yeah. So I think usually we take a half an hour for each one. Let me think. There's 7 planets. 30, 2 hours, 3 hours. 3.5 hours. Yeah, that's about right. So I'm going to try to aim to be about a half an hour for each one of these. It's a lot of work. Let's do it. I'm excited. I love doing this stuff, and I love that you guys are all hanging out here with me live and doing it with me. So thanks for everybody live and for everybody who's watching afterwards as well. Let's get started with Pisces' 6th lord, planet number 1, numero uno, the sun, who rules on Sunday, the first day of the week. First, we're going to dig into the notes that I have from Asheville Vedic Astrology about the nature of the sun for Pisces rising. And then we're going to dig a little bit deeper. So remember, for the sun is considered neutral for Pisces rising. Why we say that? Well, we just read, we know that the nature of the sun is considered evil, along with Saturn, Venus, and Mercury for Pisces rising. So what exactly is the reason for that? What is the nature of this? We have to understand sometimes Parashara will use words that are very succinct. This is the old Vedic description of these things. But evil is a strong word in my opinion. But the sun has difficulty for Pisces essentially because it rules the 6th house. Now you guys might have remembered, if you were watching the early part of this video, we learned that the lords of the 3rd houses, the 6th houses, and the 11th house are always particularly difficult. And it goes in an order. The 3rd house is the least frustrating, the 6th house is the second most frustrating, and then the 11th house is the most frustrating and difficult, especially for Pisces rising. Leo is the 6th lord. The sun rules the 6th house. So it's a difficult placement, but the sun and Jupiter are friends with each other. The sun does well technically for Pisces rising, even though it has this difficulty. Furthermore, I'd also like to say that the 6th house is an upachaya house, which means till you're about 36, you see, Vedic astrology, each of the houses has what's called karakas. The karaka is a planet that deeply signifies what's happening with that house. Saturn is a karaka for the 6th house, which means all things related to Saturn are involved in the 6th house. It's technically a difficult place for Leo to be, right? But what happens is the 3rd, the 6th, the 10th, and the 11th houses are considered to be upachaya houses, which means they get easier over time. The 6th house, for everybody, especially gets easier when Saturn matures at age 36. All of the planets have a maturation period when they mature, when most of the ugly things associated with that house are kind of cleared through. Saturn's maturation is an important time for all of us. For Pisces rising, basically all the signs that have Saturn as a karaka get easier at age 36. So for Pisces, at age 36, Leo rising, the 6th house particular gets much easier. And so Pisces might struggle a lot until about age 36. It's especially because not only the 6th house gets easier, but so does the 11th and 12th. A lot of the difficulty that cannot be avoided gets settled on and dealt with at that age. So Leo and the sun are going to get a bit easier around that time. But essentially what we see is that Leo, putting your best foot forward as a king, a sovereign individual, affirming for your own self what you want for your destiny and pushing for it, is all stuff that is truly a friend to Pisces, and Pisces knows it's important, but it's still difficult for Pisces to do. And that's why Pisces has the sun as this evil, difficult placement for it. So the sun is inauspicious as the lord of the 6th house. David Frawley generally considers it to be evil or neutral, as it is a sort of a lagna unto itself. That's the sun. The sun is almost its own rising sign point. But Parashara calls it evil, strictly speaking, as per the nature of the rising signs. In this moment, Parashara, when he's talking about the rising signs, he's not thinking like, yeah, the sun is its own thing, so you could think about it differently. He's talking about the planets as they are archetypally fitted to the nature of the rising sign. Parashara calls the sun evil and difficult. The sun as the 6th lord can either make Pisces ascendant dominant or aggressive, and oftentimes Pisces, with its internal softness, things tend to be softening for them when they're very young. Although it's funny that they actually have Aries on the 2nd house. So they can tend to grow a bit of confidence. Again, Pisces is a bit less sheepish than we see in Pisces sun. So Pisces rising tends to, in their early childhood, have a bit of Ariesness that can bring them a little bit of forward energy and even this dominance and aggression. Like they have to show everybody that they're not as weak as they feel. And this happens often for them at an early age. So the sun as the 6th lord can make them dominant or aggressive, or if the sun is really dinged, and especially if Mars is really dinged, it can make them easily dominated by authority figures, lion-like people, and noble people bigger than them, with greater resources and power and influence. Pisces sees the respect that these people have and the nobility of these authority figures, and they can be sheepish and easily dominated by them. Sometimes people gain that power and that energetic confidence in ways that are gross, and Pisces gets really mixed up with those people. Now, this position ultimately leans towards neutrality. This is what RYAN KURCZAK'S is kind of saying here. How the sun is going to work out really depends on what's going on in Leo and with the sun before we make statements of how the Pisces is going to be expected to be. Wherever the sun goes, it will carry out its 6th house energy, showing obstacles to be overcome, daily routines to be put in place for greater vitality and steadiness of mind, greater commitment. This is a person who really needs to work at their deepest commitments every day. Pisces does well with, if they have the sun mantra, they have, Om Hram Hrim Hram Sa Suryaya Namaha. If they're ever lacking sun energy, they can do that Surya Bij mantra and connect. This is something that some Pisces, if they've really got difficult sun energy, they're having trouble with their masculine energy and aligning themselves to their destiny. They should do the sun mantra, the Bij mantra, and connect themselves to their deeper purpose and do something a little bit every day as a routine way. I got to do this thing. I got to do a little bit of my art. I got to practice my singing. I got to energetically do some kind of yoga that brings the energy of my lower chakras up to remind me that my destiny is important. And it might be painful and annoying to make it a conscripted thing. Pisces just often does best when they're going with the flow. They're spontaneous. I don't read the script reads me. That's Pisces rising, right? But when they read the script, as a Pisces rising as an actor, if they get a script, they're very well served to put in the effort to memorize it. It's probably annoying for them, especially with that debilitated, Mercury's debilitated in the rising sign. They have to really put in effort, leonine effort, to memorize the script, read through it, get the whole feeling of it. Then they get to bounce when the camera's on them and they get to fly with their Jupiter spontaneity and character that people love. People love Pisces Rising's character. Now, CC Laird Comedy is asking what Pisces Rising folks look like typically. I have a book that could field this question, but I will say that I don't usually think about that when I'm doing these rising sign lessons. Could be an interesting thing to just dig into. We could look at people who are Pisces rising and look at the different things in their faces and stuff like that. But when I operate through these rising sign videos, I'm generally trying to discuss the energy body of the rising sign, not necessarily what they're going to look like. Could be a cool idea for a video, and maybe I should do that at some point, but I think it's only going to take away from our intention of what we're doing here today. It's a great question, though, Cece. And that reminds me that I should be bringing up my YouTube chat viewer. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So Ceci asked a good question there. And I hope that it gives you an idea of what we're doing with these videos. So let's move on. Pisces deals with these obstacles, daily routines that need to be there for greater vitality and steadiness of mind and greater commitment. Pisces deals with these things a lot, is constantly grounding themselves because the water of the cosmos is constantly pouring on the ink that they just laid down on the page, and now the ink is everywhere. They got to redraw those lines again. Got to redraw those commitments, redraw those routines. Pisces deals with these a lot. Pisces is considered hard to commit to things, and that they're hard to pin down. It's hard for them to get their word. If they have a good sun, then their word will be important to them. And that is part of the reason why Pisces doesn't give their word to just anything. Especially if they got a good Mercury, it really cleans up a lot of the crap for Pisces. But the sun too, they're not going to give their word willy-nilly. And that's why you ask a Pisces rising, it's like, what do you do on Thursdays? Do you ever do anything? And even if they got nothing going on, they're like, I might be able to add that to my schedule. Let me think about it and get back to you. They're hard to pin down. If the sun creates obstacles to Pisces rising, they will be solar obstacles. One's capacity to be committed, to do one's duty, and so on. These are the obstacles. These are the things that challenge Pisces and put things in front of them. They're like, this is this thing I'm not used to that I got to really gun through and get going on. It's leonine. It's essentially the sun is square, they say. So it's like, this is a commitment that relates to me that I'm now going to stick to. When Pisces does stick to some kind of commitment, it becomes hard to take on other commitments. Right? This is kind of just how they generally tend to work. Being mutable with that, they got a fixed sign on this mutable house. So being mutable and changeable with their routines is actually something that Pisces has difficulty with, ironically. It's because they can feel the mutability of their own word that they have a fixed sign on this sixth house of routines. But what they solidify there is they solidify it hard because they have to, because they know if they don't, it's going to get energetically spilled and taken away. It's kind of almost contradictory in a way, but that's often how it goes with dual signs and with things in astrology in general. Overall, it's hard for them to stick to a commitment, and when they do stick to a commitment, it's hard for them to make space for other commitments in their lives because they put so much mental and emotional energy into sticking to their word. But Pisces needs to do this, even though it's painful. This is one of their great missions in life. As again, Leo shows us the intention of a rising sign. Again, so therefore Pisces' main intention is to be a sponge, take in the good, exhale the bad, to purify, to kriya, to purify their own nervous system and energy field to a state of peace so that they can serve. And for Pisces, the serving, the action they do, is almost more important than the results. That's how it should be. Now, that whether they feel victimized by how the results go depends on their Saturn, which we'll get to. So that was our notes from RYAN KURCZAK and from Asheville Vedic Astrology. Now let's next look at our next set of notes. This is Pisces Rising. I wonder if I can, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Pisces Rising with the Sun as the 6th Lord. Now this little bit here actually comes from Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst Wilhelm is, of course, the patriarch of Vedic astrology, of tropical Vedic astrology online these days. So how do I want to zoom this in? Come on, give me a break here. I just want to zoom in. I'm trying to, you'll have to excuse me here for a moment, folks. Here we go. Beautiful. What? Okay. Okay, that'll do. So this is Pisces Rising. The Sun is the 6th Lord. This comes from Ernst Wilhelm. So for any of you who are interested, you can always go on Kala and you can print little reports on Kala software that Ernst Wilhelm does. And you can print things into a PDF. So one of the options of what you can print is the nature of the house lords. And Ernst Wilhelm gives us this wonderful rendition through his own words of what can be expected of a planet as a certain house lord. So in this case, this comes from Ernst Wilhelm. We have Pisces Rising, the Sun ruling the 6th house as the 6th Lord. What Ernst tells us is that the Sun, as the 6th Lord, represents the physical karmas that the Pisces native has still to perform before transcending to another, level of evolution. The Sun also represents the physical attachments that the native must learn to utilize for their spiritual benefit rather than for their material well-being or pleasure. So essentially, Pisces has a deep attachment, especially from early in life. They love the feeling of the ooey gooey cosmic womb, where everything is soft and warm, securing. They love to be in a tiny little pocket in the bath by themselves, the warm water, the feeling that they're secure, and they are very sensitive even in their physical nerves oftentimes. And so the Sun can be physically sensitive for them. This is part of the reason why Pisces Rising can be very tantric people. It's because the sensitivity on their nerves is not a bad thing. Their experience of nerve sensitivity can bring great pleasure, which can just be another attachment. But it can bring great pleasure when it's good and great pain and agitation when it's bad. They're very easily agitated by physical difficulties. If their Sun is very good, they learn that this is more sticks that they can throw in the holy fire of their spiritual devotion, right? But if they don't have spiritual luck, then they are just going to, it's very possible that their spirituality even can be diminished by how painful material life can be for them. The difficulties caused by the 6th house being greater than any pleasure gained motivates the native to utilize it for their spiritual benefit rather than for their material well-being. The difficulties that this 6th house nature It really causes them the desire for pleasant sensual experiences is more rare. It's more rare to be fulfilled by them than it is for them to be pained by it. It's like the massage that they get for an hour for $120 is so good and gratifying for them that they're almost bummed out when they get out of it. It's like, oh God, now life's not worth living anymore because I'm not getting massaged in this way. It's almost not worth enjoying the massage that much. That is the truth, but it doesn't mean that they shouldn't enjoy the massage. What it means is that they have to learn to enjoy the pleasure when it's there and then let it go. Experience the pain when it's there and then let it go. And eventually this causes them to be motivated to use this for spiritual benefit rather than being attached to material well-being. It's a very key aspect of Barbara. That's funny and sweet. Yeah, what the heck? I got to learn how to get into this properly anyway. So Barbara just made a funny comment. She says, "I've cried from the pleasure of the massage," and I get it. I get that. I enjoy massages as well. Hello there, Tanya. Nice to see you here as well. So let's see now. I'm gonna do this right. Excellent. So because it rules the 6th house, which is a malefic, inauspicious house, the sun is considered a temporal malefic. It's a natural malefic anyway, and here it's also a temporal malefic. And it indicates any character weaknesses that can disturb those areas that it influences. So the nature of the 6th house, as well as any planets falling into Leo in the 6th house, as well as anything happening with the sun, whichever house it's placed in, this can show weaknesses of character. It's sort of a 6th house thing. Things that this person has not toughened up on, that can disturb the areas it influences. At best, the sun can be utilized to put their bodies to work for them spiritually as karma yogis. And this is the nature of the sun for Pisces. This is what it's intended to do. It's intended to be a vessel for karma yoga, for allowing themselves to appreciate when you're building a fire, and a fire takes so much energy and it's a bitch. Putting a fire together, it eats the wood. When the wood is dry, you got to put in lots of fire. When the wood is wet, you got to monitor it. You got to chase the fire. It can be so annoying. I've been having fires up here in my dad's cottage. It can be so annoying chasing that fire to make sure that it's lit up and consistent. You got to nurture it. And so nurturing your capacity to go through the difficulty of life and of the pangs of material stress and difficulty is a gift that Pisces has to learn to give to Surya, to Ishvara, to Vishnu, to whatever source that you feel you are moving into or from that you love so much. Transcendental love, treating this moment in the soul as a gift to the soul, it's a wonderful thing. It's like when your lover loves a certain posture or in the bedroom. They love a certain posture that you're not the biggest fan of, but you know that it's not that big of a deal for you to do this thing. It's like -1 for you, but it's +5 pleasure for them. So Pisces can be empathic in this way and see that if it's a +4 overall and I have to suffer a little bit, the universe is gaining more energy out of me doing this little service. And the love that I have makes it that it's not even a -1 for me. It's actually a +1 for me. As opposed to the +5 of my favorite posture, it's a +1 for me if it gives you this much joy. And this is true of a personal lover as well as the eternal cosmic beloved, the central root of all beingness out of which we all come, which Pisces rising at some point will feel a close connection to. The gift of the energy that we're given in this life is something that Pisces loves to return. And the sensitivity of their nerves through the sun as the sixth lord is one of the great ways that Pisces serves that love. If that makes sense. Can be difficult, but it is a blessing if it is correctly understood. That's the best thing to say about the sun for Pisces. Now, when the sun is really harshly placed in a Pisces chart, this is a moment where the suffering can be great and it can be painful. But just like with anything, you got to use the good parts of your chart to help think about how you can compensate for the sun's energy. As well, Ernst Wilhelm gives us clues as to the planets that delight the sun. That's Jupiter, Mars, and the moon, especially. Think about the nature of those planets to help you come back into the positive relationship with the sun, so you can get in tune with it. Barbara's asking if a fire sun would be the best for a Pisces rising. It really depends. It depends. You know, the sun, there are many things that the sun likes best. The sun likes to be close to the 10th house. The sun likes to be close to the sign of Aries, where it's exalted, where it has strength to act. The sun likes to be delighted by its friends, Jupiter, Mars, and the moon. It doesn't like to be starved by its enemies, Venus and Saturn. All planets do well with benefic influences to them. All things in Shadbala are going to give the sun strength. So all these things are required to put the sun in alignment, where when the sun is in alignment, it's easy for them to get over the pain that their karma acts through. When the sun is not well placed, the pain is very overbearing for them. And so with a Pisces rising with difficult sun placements, it's painful and probably frustrating knowing that there's work that I should be doing that's too painful for me to do. The Icarus story is an important one for Pisces and the sun. I've already gone pretty long on this lesson, but that's okay. Icarus was the guy who had wax wings, and he wanted to fly as close to the sun as he possibly could. So he would fly close to the sun, as close as he could, and it burned him out. And he fell to the ground, and he developed a traumatic relationship with his dharma. You know, as he's 20 years old, and yeah, you know, he's 25 years old. I tried to be an artist in my early 20s, and it never got together. It was too hard. You know, it was before his Saturn return. It's just life was too hard. So I don't know if I want to be an artist anymore. And so it festers and festers, but eventually he knows it is his dharma to face his dharma, to do the things that are tough. So he goes close to the sun again, and it burns him out, and then he falls again. Somewhere along the way, Icarus talked to the goddess, and the goddess said, dude, if you really want to be that close to the sun, why don't you get as close to the sun as you can without burning yourself up? Lukewarm, baby. Lukewarm. Stay in the hot spot, and when it gets too hot, pull yourself back. Regenerate yourself. Forgive yourself. Because you have a karma of somebody who needs to develop their own roots in order to express the best of your fruits. Bring yourself back a little bit. Regenerate. Experience the goodness that the world has to offer, and then practice your karma yoga. Go into the pain of renunciation, of austerity, of discipline, of taking yourself out beyond your attachments to pleasure. Do your yoga and go towards the sun. Go closer to the sun in that dharma as much as you can. And when you logistically, realistically are going to be caused more pain by going more forward than not, that's going to ultimately ruin your dharma stability in the long run. Come back a little bit before that happens. Lukewarm, baby. Keep it easy. Keep it, like put yourself in the heat and then come back. That's what somebody with any difficulty with the sun needs to do with Pisces. And furthermore, They need to, ideally, this is why it's important for Pisces to work everything that they do with spiritual intent. You know, have your career that you want to move towards and put energy into. And then even when you're in your regeneration mode, do good things for good people so you feel like you're still serving the world. Having a good Saturn is important for Pisces as well. So while you're regenerating, you don't feel like you're wasting your life and your intention. You can get over yourself. You know, Pisces needs to get over the fact that they have limits in how much they can serve. And when they're not serving, when they're resting, they can't think to themselves, oh my God, I don't deserve this. I'm not showing the world that I'm this special thing that I always wanted to be. I'm here resting, and I'm supposed to be out there grabbing for the sun. You got to let go of that. Listen to your nervous system. Listen to your heart. Listen to your nature. It will take you where you're supposed to be, not where you think you're supposed to be. Remember that one, Pisces. Listen to your heart. Listen to your nervous system. Listen to your soul. Because no matter what, whether you're resting or moving forward towards your dharma, you are living in the soul if you meditate, if you listen. If you meditate, calm your mind, let your intrinsic soul tell you what's going on. And if after many years learning to trust and train yourself to tune into your deeper intuition, and that intuition tells you it's time to get up and move towards the sun again, that's when you go. Until then, take it easy. You're human just like the rest of us. We humans need to regenerate ourselves with love so that our cup is overflowing with love. Then we can pour and give the love that we want to give. Pisces is interestingly somebody who will give more of their cup even when it's not overflowing. Sometimes that's part of your karma. Listen to your heart. Don't listen to astrology. Practice meditation. Calm your nerves so you can listen to what's deeply in your soul. That's the only way you're going to make head or tails of this, my friend. I assure you. Good. I'm glad we set this off with a good solar. My Leo rising really came through on that one. So I'm glad we put that way. Wonderful, Tanya. I'm glad that you are coming into your understanding of these things. Sometimes for Pisces, it can take that long to finally get a hold of what's going on with them. Especially around 50 years old, ironically, is when we come into the sun period. Right, Tanya? So there's these periods. There's Jupiter. Venus goes from age 12 to age 32. And then Jupiter goes from age 32 to 50. Then at age 50, the sun period comes in. And that's when everything we just talked about is going to be most important for Pisces, for them to come into it. So it makes sense, Tanya, that you're just getting into it now. I love you too, Barbara. That's sweet of you to say that. I'm feeling good. So let's keep rolling here, folks. Before I mow my chocolate again, let's dig into our next planet. And this is going to be the moon for Pisces rising. So I always go like this so I can watch for my time code at the end of things. This is now Pisces rising and the moon for Pisces rising. The moon, of course, is a very interesting planet for Pisces. Now, first of all, remember, why are we going from the sun to the moon? This is the natural, you can see it in the week. Sunday, sun. Monday, moon. Mardi, Tuesday, Mars. Mercury, Wednesday. The moon is number 2. The sun is number 1. Moon is number 2. It is the embodied personality of the chart and of the soul. It's the light of the sun shining as our manifested human, emotional, spiritual soul body. The Jivatman, as it were. So the moon is very important for all of us, but it's especially important for Pisces rising. The moon and Mars are kind of tied for being the most important planets to Pisces rising. As we just read in the beginning of our Pisces rising planetary lords section, we read that Saturn, Venus, and the Sun are evil for Mercury. Mars and the Moon are auspicious. This is especially very important for Pisces rising. So the Moon is extremely important for, as I keep saying, it's just as important to have a well-placed bad planet as it is to have a well-placed good planet. Sometimes a planet is like a load-bearing wall. And it's very true that the Moon is a load-bearing wall for Pisces rising. Everybody has its difficulties and its pluses and its minuses. Pisces has lots of difficulties, but when it's good, it's also good for Pisces. We see that the Lord of Pisces is Jupiter, and Jupiter is exalted in the 5th house of Cancer, which means that the 5th house, the creativity that Cancer represents in general, but the 5th house is a karaka for Jupiter. By the way, sorry, let me say this again. Every house has what's called karakas. A karaka is the planet that rules that house for everybody, right? So the 5th house always has Jupiter for a karaka, because Jupiter is the house of creativity. It's the house of children. It's the house of true romance in a lot of ways. That's the 5th house. And Jupiter resonates very strongly with the 5th house. It's the karaka for it. So you need to have a good Jupiter in order for your 5th house to go well, which does signify a part of this. You need to have a good Jupiter for the Moon to truly do well for Pisces rising. Now, for Pisces rising, it's exalted in the sign of Cancer in the 5th house. So the whole nature of Pisces is well served by the creativity of the 5th house. It likes to be intelligent. It uses advice. It gives advice. It's very empathic and understands how the other person is when it's giving advice. And if the Moon is very well for Pisces rising, then the Pisces rising will know how to get good advice. It listens to its own soul and knows how to communicate the needs of its soul. Pisces communicates very deeply as to what it needs to operate at its best. This is a funny blessing and a curse for Pisces, is that life is not always going to give you what you need to operate at your best. Pisces is very aware of what it needs to operate at its best. I'm going to read your comment in just a moment, Henrietta. Pisces is very aware of what it needs to operate at its best, which means when it doesn't have it, it's pained. But Pisces is creative about making an environment that serves and nurtures and cultivates the best qualities of the Pisces, especially when the Moon is very well placed. But even when it's not, the Moon this is one of the lucky things about Pisces, is that the Moon is so central to all of us. We all operate through the Moon. The Sun is our nature, the Moon is our control center, and then all the other planets have to go through the Sun and the Moon before they get to that planet. So the Moon is a primary filter. So the Moon is a great planet to have as the lucky, auspicious 5th lord. It's interesting for Pisces, by the way, that, remember, there's this hierarchy. There's the Sun, and the Moon is the control center, the queen. And then the queen operates through the general, Mars. And Mars is number 3. And Mars rules the 9th house for Pisces rising. So there's a blessing conveyed there. It shows that Pisces is a very strong filter of all the things that it does in its life. It's thinking about its original nature very deeply. And so again, for all of us, the Moon is this primary filter and Mars is the next in line filter. We need to use Mars to say the general uses its willpower to get what it wants. And the Moon is what it wants. And the Moon really conveys what the Sun truly wants. Now for Pisces, these very primal filters are the moon is the 5th lord, which is creative and intelligent, and then Mars is the 9th lord, which is the most lucky house. There's a little lesson on some of the blessings that Pisces risings have. Now, this is why Pisces risings, like, the instinct to follow their soul is so deep in their filtering system that they will often move very deeply towards what they know their soul wants to do. Now, sometimes this blinds them to the material world. But energetically, a Pisces can be doing shit that has a lot of pain involved with it, and people on the outside say, wow, man, that Pisces is suffering. But Pisces inside is suffering for good purpose. And they know what they're aligning themselves with. It allows them to align with their love in a strong way. But again, just because something is aligned spiritually doesn't mean you can't also use your will to align yourself materially as well, to not go through undue suffering. This is important for Pisces to learn. And Pisces, at some level, can be very intelligent with regards to all of this, to how they set up their lives. Because the 5th lord is the moon, and rather the moon, which is what organizes and gets together our reality for us. It makes our environment. It makes our support system. The moon is ruled by the intelligent 5th house, where Jupiter is exalted, no less. Right? So there's a lot there to say. Now, Henrietta says, my ex-partner is Pisces rising with Venus, Mars, and Pisces. Moon in Scorpio conjunct Saturn. That's a tough position. And Pluto. He totally lied to me and deceived me, strung me along for almost 5 years. You're on a quest to figure out why he got tricked into his illusion. Well, I'm glad you're here, Henrietta. You know, maybe this video will give you some clues as to why your husband, just like all humans, can be difficult, you know. Hopefully, Henrietta, this will at least give you some insights into the nature of Pisces, right? And Tanya's sharing a little bit as well. You know, we see that people can get really dragged along by the difficulty Pisces has with themselves. The Pisces themselves, as well as partners of Pisces. But just like with every rising sign, we can see examples of difficult Pisces risings, and we can see examples of great Pisces risings. You know, and I think it's easier for us to find bad examples of any rising sign, you know, but here I want us to always remember that the cards are always neutral, and there are probably just as many good Pisces risings as there are bad ones. So let's keep that in mind. But I appreciate everybody sharing. There's never anything wrong with sharing experiences here, right? So the moon is very central to a Pisces, and it's one of the great ways that Pisces allows themselves to orient themselves towards what is good for them, right? So it's probably good to keep in mind that when a moon is very difficultly placed, if it's debilitated in Scorpio and conjunct Saturn, this is somebody who is going to go for what's good for them, and probably at some level for survival, they'll be intelligent with it, and they can even cause trouble for the other person because they're so good at getting what their needs are and getting their needs met. In the case of a really difficult moon, this will happen at the expense of themselves and their other person and the relationship as a whole, right? But when it's well placed, the moon is a great, brilliant spot of manifestation and intelligence, creative intelligence for Pisces rising. No problem, Henrietta. I'm glad to have you here. So the moon is auspicious as the lord of the 5th house, right? So the moon has intelligence and creative intelligence. It is lucky for Pisces. David Frawley tells us that, as well as Parashara, tells us that the moon is very auspicious and lucky. Ruling the 5th house, this is partly what makes the Pisces Ascendant very creative. They're often very good at music and at using their imagination and at writing to receive the human experience and convey it with words and with poetry, remember. The fifth house relates to poetry in a strong way. So they can be very clever with how they bring artistic things together. And this artistic quality of Pisces can be used in anything. In their work, they're very artistic and creative about how they apply themselves in sentimental ways with people, how they share their lives with people. They can be very funny. They're great adaptable conversationalists where they're almost reflective and they're creative with each person, and the creativity that they have with each person reflects that person because the moon changes according to the situation. So the creativity in Pisces knows how to use their partners in a creative way. Oh, so you'll be the straight guy who's hard and tough, and you'll be the good cop, and then you be the bad cop, and I'll be the good cop, and I'll be the funny, swanky cop. Our personalities accent each other by that contrast. And, Pisces will almost even make fun of people, but to be playful with them. Pisces is very good at positive, constructive teasing in a way. They're mostly soft, though. They're mostly softies who, they'll always tease in a way that's in a positive sense, not really even necessary to criticize or even help to improve the person. They just love playing on the dualities of personality, right? The moon is, especially with combinations with Jupiter, this gives great writing capacity yogas or authorship yogas. So the person can be an author of some kind of writing or of music, and this can involve them with royalties. Combinations with Jupiter are especially profound. Because technically, even though it's not as big of a yoga as the moon with Mars, but when the moon is somehow in aspect to Jupiter, or if it's in conjunction, if it's in a yoga with Jupiter, in any sort of yoga, sometimes yogas don't necessarily need to be a conjunction. There are times when, for example, if Jupiter is in the 10th house from the moon, that can be a certain type of yoga. There's lots of them. So when the moon and Jupiter are involved in any kind of yoga, what we have is, again, a trine lord, the moon ruling the 5th house, and the trines, of course, the trines bring luck, and the angles bring opportunity. Both of these are auspicious. So when Jupiter, which is an angular lord, Jupiter brings opportunities, the moon finds creative and positive ways to use those opportunities. And this brings positive opportunity and creative luck, which we know from Jupiter, it gains by letting go of what no longer serves, right? So Pisces rising with moon and Jupiter together will transform and shed the snakeskin of something that's even very sentimental to them. An old girlfriend or boyfriend who they felt a lot of good things for, but ultimately this person was not that close to their soul. And then this person, the Pisces, finds an opportunity for something that will plant them in a garden that's better soil for them. They will go to that garden. They will let go of all that which is not truly serving the spirit of their intuition, and they will go to that thing and find that thing. They will use their creative intelligence to put themselves in that spot, and it will serve them very well. Pisces has to listen to their intuition of the environment that they want to be in, the life that they're living, the personal life that they're experiencing. It's very important for them. So the moon can give strong, loving relationships with children. And these people can be sentimental about their children. The moon generally is, again, the 5th house of children through the moon is where Pisces' rising sign lord is exalted. So they have a strong connection to children, and their children are very important to them. Even when the moon is very difficultly placed, The person will have an understanding of the importance of the children's mother. And they will, even when the Pisces has to get divorced with a woman, ideally, if a Pisces is really smart and understands how to use the moon properly, they will have a sense that they shouldn't burn bridges with the mother completely, so that their children can still have a relationship with their mother. The fifth lord reflects good karma. And the moon brings good karma to whatever it influences or is placed in. So wherever the moon's going on, the moon will bring positivity and luck there. So more on this point. Now we're reading from Ernst Wilhelm's description of the moon. Gosh, I wish this would... What we're about to read here is Ernst Wilhelm's take on the nature of the moon. I'm going to make this work. I know I am. I just got to get used to how this thing operates. There. So the moon as the fifth lord for Pisces rising. This is coming from the writings of Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst tells us that the moon is the ocean that the fish peer through. For each planet, he gives a little metaphoric symbol for what is going on with the fish of Pisces, of the soul. The moon is the ocean that the fish peers through, and the moon is connected with the whole ocean. The fish of the soul is connected with the whole etheric ocean. And the moon, Pisces rising's moon, feels very capable of putting in its faith and prayers that it will get what it needs in order to follow its path even deeper, and it will creatively just manifest. Like, Pisces are incredible manifestors, especially in their personal life. When they need to manifest something that will help their life get in order better, they tap into the ocean and it comes to them. But they have to suffer for it, they have to push for it, they have to continually use their power mantras and say, this is, Lord, this is what I want. Oh, Varuna, Lord of the ocean, this is what I need to be at my best. The moon, as the fifth house lord, gives Pisces native an intuitive, imaginative, receptive, and sensitive mentality, and the ability to discriminate through feeling, which is the fifth house brings creativity. And feelings are often just very wishy-washy things for a lot of people. But the moon for Pisces, operating through the creative and intelligent fifth house, they can see and feel that this feeling I'm getting from this person is not going to lead me where I ultimately want to go. This feeling that I'm getting from this person is going to give me the soul satisfaction I seek. Even though there's red stuff in there too, there are red flags, there are difficulties, I could see through the end with this person, with this partner, with this job, with this house, and it will get me what I seek. Because I can feel it. I can discriminate through feeling. As the fifth lord, the moon is a great temporary benefic. So no matter what's going on with the moon, it gives luck, intelligence, and a devotional mind. Now, as a natural benefic, the bright moon gives luck, intelligence, and creativity that quickly allows things... Okay, so what this means, the bright moon. Yeah, so let's remember with the moon that the moon can be either bright or dark. There are several ways to convey whether the moon is benefic or malefic. The main one is that it's past the new moon when you're born, and not past the full moon. So that means it's brightening. And really the best place for the moon is 10 days after the new moon. So first you go 10 days after the new moon. From the 10 days after the new moon, it's between the 10th and 20th day of the moon's 30-day cycle. From day 10 to day 20. That's when the moon is closest to full, and especially day 10 to day 15. essentially, because the 15th day is around the full moon. So from day 10 to day 15 of the moon cycle, that's when the moon is within, it's like the square after the new moon. From 90 degrees after the sun to the full moon. That little quadrant is the moon's favorite place to be. So if it's bright, it's doing well. If it's in the third that's closer to the full moon, it's also doing well. These are the things that convey benefic moon energy. And both of those play a key part. So if the moon is waning, it's a little bit more difficult. If it's waning and closer to the new moon, then it's also difficult, right? So when the moon is doing better, when it's bright, what we read is that it's a natural benefic when it's bright. So the bright moon gives luck and intelligence and creativity that it quickly allows things to grow and flower under their touch. They just attract positive qualities through their moon. And the things that they attract, they love because it's a natural part of them, and everyone around them can sense this. Now, when the dark moon is involved, the dark moon as the fifth lord indicates a lack of growth and creativity with those areas it influences, due to the native not putting their mind into these things, because they do not expect their needs to be met by them. It's almost like they're out of tune with the intuition that the good things that relate to their soul are aligned with them. So it's still the fifth lord. It's still very discerning and intelligent, but with a really harsh moon for Pisces rising, what they're going to think of whenever they see any opportunity, a new job, a new person, they're going to think, okay, this is something that's better than what I've got going on for these reasons. There's pros and cons in my feeling. I feel that this is the lesser of the two evils. So I'm going to have to move towards this because this is probably the better thing for me. It's not like, oh, the universe is granting my prayers. It's, oh, this looks like this is going to make my life easier. It feels like it's going to make my life easier. And they might even still pray. But what they're praying is they're praying to make the difficulties less difficult with these good, better opportunities. It's more of a pessimistic, but still creative and intelligent and discerning mindset. And even then, the moon is well placed if it's delighted. They can still see this in the light as God in the ocean giving them what they seek. The moon is always going to have that mentality for Pisces. If the moon is really out of whack, then what they're essentially feeling is that the universe is punishing me with the bad things and rewarding me with the good things. And they might even take that victimization more personally than they should. So remember, everybody is in tune with the reward, punishment, thermodynamic flux of soul energy. And the universe ultimately loves us. It operates best through love. Pisces feels the judgment more intensely than anybody else does. This allows them to align themselves with what's right. If the moon is well placed, they align themselves with what's right without taking the judgment personally. When the moon is not well placed, they align themselves with what's right, and there's a lot of self-judgment and a lot of purifying and what's the word? There's a word that Christians love. Purging. Repentance. Pisces can be very strong in the way of repentance, which can be a constructive thing. It's one of the great virtues of Christianity, so long as you are not guilting yourself into a cyclone of purging the bad with no feeling that there's any good inside of you naturally or inherently, because there always is. A good Jupiter will teach you this. If you got a bad Jupiter and a bad moon for a Pisces rising, you're just like a you're just squeezing out the bad. You're squeezing out 10 ounces of bad to get one precious little ounce of good. And before you can enjoy that good, karma comes along and says, hey, you're not supposed to hold on to nothing, so keep it rolling. But no matter how Pisces operates, or no matter how their karma's set up, it's what it's supposed to be. The soul is an accurate reflection of truth. So you might as well not take it too personally. Might as well not feel like a victim of it. But Pisces with a difficult moon and a difficult Jupiter especially have had childhood experiences that make them have triggers that happen in their nervous system that make them feel like they're a failure and a piece of shit and they don't deserve the good things that come to them. And the bad things that come to them, they deserve. It's the universe punishing them for Adam and Eve's original sin or whatever, you know? The point here is that however your moon is placed, the emotions that you feel that are good are the emotions that you feel related to soul satisfaction, leading you to ultimate soul satisfaction, are the ultimate truth. And the pain and victimization you feel along the way realizing that is probably karma that at some level you have to experience and not be victimized by that experience. Don't look at the suffering that other people are or aren't experiencing. Just keep your eyes on your own plate, digest the food God has provided for you, and move forward in truth without taking it personally. That's the main thing that Pisces needs to learn to do. And with the creative intelligence of the moon, Pisces has the ability to not take it all personally. Usually they got to go through Saturn return and Saturn maturing before they can fully take advantage of that moon to the highest effect. So be patient with yourself. That's a key lesson, a key tone that Pisces should hear. That's good chocolate. Thankfully with the moon, any difficulties you have with the moon can be usually worked out through self-reflection and letting go. So I always like to say, reality is not the problem. The problem is your reaction to it. So that was the moon for Pisces rising. I think I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to continue to discuss Pisces rising. We're going to discuss in particular the next most important planet for Pisces. Pisces gets its two biggest hitters out of the way in the numerology of things. And this next one is Mars. So stay tuned. I'm just going to be right back. Wonderful. Okay. Waxing gibbous. 5 days before full. That's the golden spot, Susie. It's nice to have a moon in that spot. Some great, wonderful things can happen from the proper position of a moon. Well, let's go on to our next sign, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. That is our next planet for Pisces rising. We're now going to dig into Mars. Mars is a very important planet for Pisces rising. Now, as we've mentioned, we're going into Mars now because there's a set numerology that the planets unfold by in Vedic astrology. We start with the Sun, Sunday, number 1. Moon is number 2. And then Mars is number 3, who was born to Shiva and I think Parvati in that story. The Ganesha, the elephant-headed child, Kartikeya, born of the earth, was the 3, the intermixing of the sun, Shiva, and the moon, Parvati. Mars as the trinal aspect, the number 3, was produced from the 1 and the 2. And it is the relationship with the soul and the Jivatman, the spirit and the soul. So Mars is a very key factor in all of us doing what we want to do. It's the general of the sun. Now, as I said, there's a luck to Pisces in that the first everybody abides by this numerology. Sun 1, Moon 2, Mars 3, Mercury 4, Jupiter 5. The Sun, Moon, and Mars are 3 primal aspects of our nature that we're all acting through. These are the 3 primary filters for when we make any decision in our lives. The sun is our essential nature. The moon is this thing going to nurture and cultivate what the sun wants? And then Mars is, can I use this thing usefully, practically, to get what I want out of it? So Mars is the 3rd filter of cosmic consciousness. And it is for Pisces, it is the 9th lord. So the first filter, the sun, is a bit tough for Pisces. The second filter is the moon, which is a very positive planet for Pisces. The third filter is Mars, which is the 2nd and 9th lord. And the 9th house is the most auspicious house. Although truly, Mars operates very strongly through the 2nd house, because Aries holds the Mula Trikona for Mars. So Aries is more of Mars's pure nature. Scorpio is a bit more secondary to the nature of Mars. So Mars for Pisces rising does its best religious work. Pisces rising's culture, it's 9th house. It's religion, 9th house. It's spirituality, 9th house. It's dharma, 9th house. Often will come from opportunities of educational understanding that it experienced when it was in its early childhood through the 2nd house. Its vision of parenthood, of how its parents were with it. Its vision of how its father, especially for men, for Pisces, how its father blended the responsibilities of its children and its job, etc., with its spiritual life. A son will observe from his father how he balanced his responsibilities with his spiritual life. Everybody's got to do this, but Pisces sees a connection between the responsibilities of its security, its family, the things of the 2nd house, its resources, being responsible to those things, is connected to the spirituality. Pisces sees it that way in particular. And it's the same thing with Pisces women. A Pisces woman will observe in her mother how her mother balances her livelihood with her spirituality, with her 9th house, with her dharma. Women will especially cater a lot more to the moon even than Mars. But Pisces rising men will see a lot of their dharma for both genders. Dharma through the ninth house is connected to the second house of your livelihood, of your how you generate your resources, the upkeep of your life, your basic job that you do, not necessarily your passionate career, but the occupation that takes up most of your time so you can pay rent. This will be a gig that Pisces probably will want to have spirituality involved in. And they want it to be practical. They want it to be abundant, you know? The second house, you know, it's interesting because Jupiter is a karaka. Remember, folks, when I say a karaka is a signifier of anything. All of the houses have natural karakas, no matter what sign is there. If you're a Taurus rising, if you're an Aquarius rising, if you're a Pisces rising, Jupiter is the karaka for the second house, for the fifth house, for the ninth and the 10th, and I think also the 11th. I'd have to look that up. We'll look it up when we get there. So Jupiter is a karaka for the second house and the ninth house, which means Jupiter's nature is of that abundance and of dharma are naturally connected anyway. It's even more so for Pisces rising. And it goes to show that if a Jupiter is highly damaged in a Pisces rising chart, it's not only taking out the first lord and the 10th lord, which is just basic to Pisces, but it's also damaging the second and ninth lord, which are very vital to Pisces having the resources. Pisces wants to feel like it has the resources to apply to its spirituality. So Pisces is not stupid with material world. It's less stupid than people think about the material world. Pisces can be very financially savvy. It's because this is one of the greatest holes in their spiritual bucket. If I want to serve the world, I need to have the resources. I need to not be completely starving. I could suffer a little bit. I can go without eating. When if you're a mechanic and someone's got their car up on the hoist and this is your spiritual desire is to get this car running, you know, I can go without eating dinner because I need to help this person. I want to be known as that mechanic who helps people out. It's 6 o'clock. I'm supposed to go hang out with my family, but your car is up there. Let's fix the carburetor while we're up here. You know, I can go without dinner. I'll call my wife, tell her things will be okay. Pisces can go without eating in those moments if it's ultimately going to secure that customer. Hey man, you really helped me out that one day. You know, the customer needed to drive out to California tomorrow, so I just need somebody to work on my car. I got you, man. I got you. I'll spend an extra hour and a half in the shop. Don't worry about it. You know, just pay me by the hour like you always do. Don't worry about the extra inconvenience. You know, Pisces can do those kinds of things. It keeps the customer as Pisces will do it partly because, you know, they'll keep the customer and that keeps their second house wheel spinning. But one of the main reasons that they'll keep that customer is because this is Vishnu. My poor friend Vishnu's got to drive to California tomorrow. I'm not going to let him be screwed over. You know, I got you, buddy. I got you. I'll help you out. And then the Pisces rising, therefore, it almost makes me cry because that's the nature of, I love Pisces for this. Pisces will do these things for Vishnu. And by doing it for Vishnu, it clarifies their second house, helps that customer feel more loyal. And so this is how the second house through Mars secures Pisces very strongly. They'll find spiritual satisfaction by having material responsibilities that help them to channel their positive energy in the way that they want to do it. So Mars is of an important structuring, stabilizing influence for Pisces. And the second house nature of it is important to them. You know, having stability, you know, if they don't have a stable job, a stable career, something that keeps them waking up at 7 a.m. to go to work and arriving on a schedule, then they get awfully wavy gravy and they have no resources And then they feel like, oh, I'm not doing my spiritual dharma. And that's what really fucks up a Pisces, is when they feel their life was wasted because they had a true nature, God gifted them with a life, and they felt victimized because they weren't put in a place that allowed them to serve the energy that they were given. They want to give back for the energy that they were given from God and from the universe, from the cosmos. And if they take more than they get to give in life, they feel fucked up. It really fucks them up. They should forgive themselves in such circumstances because this incarnation, they had no choice but to be what they are. We should always forgive ourselves. A good Pisces will know this. But if they don't get to do what they want to do in their lives, to serve to the utmost possible extent the purpose and spiritual desires that they feel in their soul, they're going to get bummed out by it. So the second house is like, yeah, I need those resources. I need to have a stable, dedicated life that's also spiritual, connected to my ninth house of spirituality. And the purpose I do it for it is not only serving Vishnu here, who needs to go to California tomorrow, but it's also going to give me the money that allows me to have children, to raise my children with positive virtue and value, and to do the things that I want to do for my spirit. So the means need to be spiritual because they're kind of an end in themselves, but they're also the extra that comes from the second house, the extra money that comes into Pisces. They take it all and apply it in spiritual ways, right? It's interesting that Pisces can go one way or the other. They can be Shivites who completely get away from the world, and they just do their mantras in a temple, and they expunge their desires that way. But a lot of Pisces risings are Vaishnavites. Vaishnavism. A Vishnu worshiper. A Vishnu worshiper is somebody who, like Shiva, gets away from the world. He's Adi Yogi. So the world is not for me. Vishnu says, where am I not? Everything is Vishnu. So Vishnu is the one who puts sacred intent into all the material things and finds the spirituality of transcendental love even in the material things, even in procreating, even in having a family. All these things take me away from meditating on the love and light of God, but the world must keep spinning. Babies have to be born at some level, and there are many Pisces who are house givers, householders, and that's their ashram, and that's how they think of it. This is the connection of the second house to that ninth house again, right? So this stuff is all very important for Pisces, and more to the point, the second house can relate very strongly to our erotic psyche of how, like Pisces, again, can be a very swanky individual who uses tantra, who uses the beauty of the human body. And, spirit is embedded in the genders, in the bodies, and even the soul of non-gender people who can experience the soul through the body and the personality of the human vessel. The human vessel is divinity embodied. Pisces knows this, and so they know it more than anybody else. And so the second house can convey the healthy relationship with the erotic, where they treat it as not, as a part of their divine human experience. And they will be sacred with their sexuality, ideally. So through Mars, for a Pisces rising, a person gains a sense that my erotic psyche, when Mars is very well placed, they have a spiritual desire through the ninth house to be a real mensch, a Rishabha, a man, for a Pisces man, or a real good wife, a true woman, a true lady for a woman and people who identify with it, or in general as somebody who has a personality that is not just an ephemeral thing. For a non-binary person, their personality, the energy that they convey themselves through is not ephemeral, it's not nothing. It's like Alan Watts says, when you carve an onion, The onion, you get down to the bottom of it, and what do you get to the bottom of an onion? There's nothing. We are all truly the transcendental Vishnu that is beyond all things. But don't forget, as Alan Watts says, the skins of the onion are the part that you eat. The personality, the gender, the nation, the culture is all part of Vishnu. So Pisces knows this, and therefore, when Mars is doing well, Pisces gets the human thing and is a fun, still enjoys their personality, enjoys their brothers and their sisters and their friends. And those things, because they are in flow with them, do not obstruct their spirituality. When Pisces has a fucked up Mars, they're trying to be Mr. or Mrs. Spiritual, and the human dimension of personality obstructs that. They feel like a loser when they're, they go to church and they see everybody's all buzzing and happy and having a good time, and, they're serving God just like you are. The sore, a Pisces rising with a bad Mars has a sore Eeyore personality. And they never got the opportunity. They're victimized. Their family didn't encourage them to be fun and happy. And so they're Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. So, well, just another day trying to serve God, I guess. And they see everybody buzzing around in the church like butterflies and shaking each other. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. And then they come to Eeyore and it's like, hello Eeyore. Nice to see you kneeling. God bless. Tom, how's it going? Oh, I missed you. How are the kids? And they say everybody else. They see everybody having a positive personality. And everyone's coming here not to do that. We're coming here to kneel and pray to God and serve our deeper purpose, in the metaphor of someone who's religious. For your sake, whatever it is. You're at the mechanic shop and you're doing your mechanic business for people, and someone comes from California and you're looking to serve them, but you're Eeyore with them if you've got a bad Mars. And this means, okay, I guess I'll do it for you because I know you got to go to California tomorrow. It's like, okay, don't worry about it. I deserve this, I guess. It's this personality where the person is not actively using human personality as a bridge to their love. They haven't learned to grip it through Mars, the human dimension of things. And so it obstructs them. They're sitting on the pew or they're working on that car for this person, and they're not enjoying the human connection that's supposed to be developed along with it. And the fact that they're thinking about the fact that everyone else is enjoying being a human except for me, this is what's on their mind when they should be praying, when they should be spiritually happy to be in their alignment and purpose with God. They should be enjoying and thinking about how all of those ephemeral things are not obstructing my intention to serve humanity and my soul. So when Mars is wrong, this obstructs them. This gets in the way and it gums up the gears, because when they were young, they didn't get to have fun. The second house is like early childhood stuff. I'm doing a series on the second lord right now, by the way. So if you feel like you got obstructions with your childhood that messes with your ability to enjoy being a human, check out where your second lord, Mars, is falling in the chart and see that video. See if there's anything in there. So Barbara asks, what if you also have a Pisces Mars with your Pisces rising? The human experience is interesting here. Yeah, so Pisces Mars is delighted by Jupiter in Pisces. It's an okay placement. You'd really have the second lord going through the first house, which means your whole identity is wrapped up in this combination. Jupiter would be a deep karka for the second and ninth house, which it always is for every rising sign, and it's the dispositor of Mars in this case. So wherever your Jupiter is going to really convey how you experienced the healthy cultivation and development of a healthy, well-oriented human personality since childhood, with your friends, among friends and siblings, etc. So that's just an example of how the second house and this early childhood stuff can go. Now, I could wax forever about it, but I'm watching my time. Let's start to look a little bit at what our teachers say. Now remember, Mars and Jupiter together produce a yoga. This is what Parashara tells us. Parashara tells us that, again, this comes from Brihat Parashara Horror Shastra. We learned that Mars and the moon are especially auspicious for Pisces. Excuse me. Mars is very important for Pisces doing what Pisces has got to do. Mars and Jupiter produce yoga. And also Mars is a Maraka, but it will not kill. So Mars still has a bit of Maraka energy. It's because it's the second lord. And so it can have this kind of, it can bring some difficulty to Pisces, but it won't kill Pisces. If you fall into your Mars dasha, Mahadasha, or even from age 1 to 3, which is Mars's period, Pisces can sometimes have things happen that can cause them great emotional or physical trouble that can get them in trouble later. So Moonshine's asking, how about, you must mean Ketu in Pisces and Pisces rising. It can be complicated. Yeah, there's a lot to say there. You'll learn more about that when we get to Jupiter in this planetary lord section. Feel free to ask that question again. You'll hear a bit about it when we get to discussing Jupiter. Just for now, we got to keep talking about Mars from where we are in this part of this lesson. Always feel free to ask questions, though. So, yes, Mars and Jupiter together produce yoga. Mars is a Marka, but it won't kill. So Mars is interesting. It's because Mars rules the second house. Markas are the second lord, the second house and the seventh house. The seventh because it's the furthest from the person. And the second house is a Marka because we lean so much on it. We lean on our resources. We can get so attached to our resources that if something happens with the second house or with Mars, when you're like 70, you could lose a lot of your resources and that could end up killing you when you're old. It's the Marakas that can kill us once we've reached the age of Saturn and higher, right? Be an interesting study to see how many times when anybody dies that there was something going on with the Maraka houses and the Maraka planets. But Mars won't necessarily kill Pisces. Saturn and Mercury are the ones that can kill Pisces. That's what we hear from Parashara. Now, Mars is auspicious, and especially when combined together with Jupiter, there's a profound yoga that can really, especially if it's well placed, and if there's yoga power for Mars and Jupiter. When Mars and Jupiter are together, Mars rules the 9th house, the most auspicious house, and Jupiter rules the 1st house and the 10th house, which are both angular houses. The 1st house is trinal and angular, right? So Mars and Jupiter yogas for a Pisces rising can be among the most powerful such things that they can have happening for themselves. So Mars is considered auspicious as the ruler of the best trine, the 9th house. It's also the Maraka, the 2nd house. It's kind of a blessing that this Maraka house, the 2nd house, is painted auspicious. It's painted positive because of the very positive 9th house. So Mars as a Maraka can hurt, but it will only maim. It won't kill what it influences. The 9th house makes Mars neutral despite that the Karaka of the Maraka of the 2nd house. The 9th house lordship affords fortune and grace. Much of Pisces is whatever Pisces gets, it gets by pushing for its own needs. Pushing for, especially Mars relates from age 1 to age 3. It's very primal stuff where if you've got an itch on your sweater, Mom, I've got an itch on my sweater, and it's bugging you and it's completely racking your brain, having a good Mars, like, Mom, and honey, don't bother me right now. It's Mom, sorry, I have an itch on my sweater. It's driving me fucking crazy, Mom. You got to take this thing out. Mom, this food you're giving me is making my stomach hurt. This basic stuff that Pisces learns to speak to, if it's encouraged to do so, if you have a good Mars, you'll be encouraged to speak when things are absolutely necessary. This allows Pisces to have necessary boundaries. Pisces' relationship boundaries get sketchy because of Mercury, but usually Mars is the deep boundary. Through Mars, which is that very deep filter for Pisces, Pisces can get in a relationship that will basically serve Pisces. The details might get a little bit twisty and annoying and frustrating because Mars has difficulty with Mercury, its 7th lord, who's debilitated in the 1st house. But through Mars, the Pisces will not have a basic drainage in its relationships and what it's serving in the relationships. Because Mars in some ways lives for its relationships through that 9th house. Everybody lives through their 9th house. That's their ashram. That's what we're all living for. But Mars in this way is basically making sure that they are well served in their relationship. Through Mars, which is an auspicious planet, the more a person is able to manage their resources and wealth, the happier they'll be. The 9th house happiness is associated with managing resources and wealth well. The more they can focus on philosophies, religion, and idealism, the more successful they'll be at managing their wealth and responsibilities. So this is a two-way focus. If you focus on your resources and wealth, you'll be happier. The more you focus on philosophy, religion, idealism, etc., you'll manage your wealth and responsibilities better. Pisces rising are often financially dedicated to some cause and will benefit by that selfless activity. Right? So these are just some of the tie-ins of the 2nd and the 9th lord. I've already gone too far with Mars here. I'm past my half an hour mark, but that's okay. Let's have a quick dig into what Ernst Wilhelm tells us about Mars for Pisces rising. What we learn is that Mars is the divine fisherman's very sharp lure. That's a psychedelic statement by Ernst. What I almost feel there is that the divine fisherman is God, and it wants to lure, it wants to bait and snag the Pisces. When God, which is divine soul realization, has a sharp lure and it catches the Pisces through its 9th house, and that basically grounds the Pisces. The lure is essentially the 9th house, the true thing that I'm going for, gets grounded through the 2nd house, through my livelihood, through my basic living existence. And that's how God catches the Pisces. Mars, as the 2nd and 9th lord, is the Pisces native's spiritual values. And it's a planet, Mars is a planet of wealth and fortune. Mars gives strength that stems from one's beliefs. And the native is inclined to fight for family, its ideals, its religion, the honor of their name, and their possessions. They fight for the honor and truth of their name and for their, for being... For the 2nd house can relate to our name and our reputation, and they'll fight to right it and to show nobility through their name, which the 2nd house can bring luck and resources through name. And that's where a lot of our opportunities come from. So due to ruling the 9th house, Mars becomes a temporary benefic planet. Even though it's malefic, it brings fortune and grace that protects the Pisces' well-being, material well-being, during times of struggle. Lucky things can happen for a Pisces when they're down in the dumps. There's a recession, everybody's struggling. Pisces rising through some connection they made somewhere. Even when people are struggling, material people still desire spiritual respite. So Pisces will often get taken under the wing of a wealthy person because Pisces is living for the same purpose that that wealthy person truly lives for. So that wealthy person can kind of, take them under their wing in times of recession, etc. If Pisces is tuned into their Mars enough. Now, as a natural malefic, Mars may cause conflict and opposition due to their beliefs, which may be quite outspoken. That's that the ninth house lordship of Pisces, and the second house of the voice. The voice carries the ninth house beliefs, and that can cause trouble for Pisces sometimes if they're not too careful with the malefic nature of Mars. But sometimes that just is part of what Pisces has to do in order to carry out the luck of their ninth house. So they have to speak their truth, even if it can grind some gears, cause trouble, even align them as a troublemaker. That troublemaker will be for probably just causes. And if it is for just causes, it can carry the Pisces. But it will bring difficulty sometimes, depending on how things are placed. Wonderful. So that was Mars for Pisces rising. Now I'm going to have a little snack. I'm definitely hungry today for whatever reason. What the heck? I had a smoothie today. And I don't think it's quite enough. I'm going to have to go upstairs and snag a spoonful of yogurt at some point. But this chocolate is really helping. So I'll get that after a planet or two, let's say. We'll have a bathroom break in about another half an hour or an hour. Okay, folks. Thank you all who are still watching live, and for those watching in the after the live. Our next, scene, our next planet, we are now moving towards the Mercury. What does Mercury mean for a Pisces rising? That's funny. I'm glad Barbara is enjoying me watching me eat that chocolate. I love me some chocolate, let me tell you what. It's kind of grounding when I'm doing this stuff. Gives me a little bit of that theobromine. Help my mind out when I'm doing these long sessions. So, let's dig into Mercury for Pisces rising. Mercury. Mercury is a very important planet for Pisces. It is in some ways considered to be the least of the evils, and therefore it's important. Mercury is one of the key ways that Pisces has the ability to extend itself in a grounded way into relationships. Because relationships will often be a compulsive matter, because Venus is the 3rd and 8th lord, which are very unstable houses. Venus will cause a compulsion in relationships. Saturn will feel imprisoned by limiting themselves to a relationship, because working with other humans can be so painful, because Pisces is such a sensitive being. Their nervous systems are so sensitive. They're so sensitive to honesty. But they need to be honest, and they need to experience honesty in relationships. And the relationships for Pisces will never feel as close to the inner cloister, when they're in the shower by themselves, rocking themselves into the cosmic womb, and they see Vishvakarma, they see Vishnu and Krishna, and they see and they remember the best parts of their childhood, nothing going forward is ever going to fully match the joy that they've experienced in the most sentimental moments in their lives. Even their partner will sometimes come out with something very sentimental, something that they deeply craved and made their teeth itch to see this partner do this beautiful thing. But they're not going to be like that all the time. This is the nature of the 8th house. It's that Pisces rising will often, through Venus, they'll go for a person who gives them that glimmer of the perfect person I want to be. And that means they got to take on all the moments when that person is not that thing. And got to tell you, most of the time, people might be sensitive through Pisces' 8th house of what the Pisces deeply glimmers in this way. But it probably takes a lot of effort for the person to be that thing. And they'll hit it once in a while. But for Pisces, from Pisces' perspective, the person is not often that thing that they want, the Pisces wants them to be. Mercury is going to be a key way for them to make this relationship work and to communicate, these are the things I like about you, and these are the things that I don't like about you. Yes, Pisces, you have to say these things. You have to admit when your partner does something that frustrates you. You have to admit when, even sometimes, be honest about the fact that I don't know exactly what I want in a partner. I love these things about you. We both live for this reality, and it's worth it for me. Because ultimately, Pisces is going to get together with someone for the 9th house, and especially even for the 2nd house. They're going to build a comfortable existence together with the person through the 9th house. They're going to live for the same culture. They might want to have kids together. It's often a Pisces thing. It's the life that they build outside of their relationship that they both live for. And that's actually that's what we want. That's the 9th house. The 9th house is the true house of marriage. The 7th house is the house of partnership and relationship. But the 9th house is the house of why we're married together. We're both living for the same God, living for the same sentimental childhood experiences. Whatever it is that binds a Pisces in marriage, it'll be for it's for the results of the marriage, not necessarily for the joy within it, or rather not the joy within it, but the interpersonal working out of the ugly stuff in relationship that we all need to work out together in order to get the good stuff, in order to have the support of someone sharing in your spiritual soul desires. That's the 9th house. Now, Mercury is how Pisces works out the 7th house, the interpersonal connections. And of course, Mercury is debilitated in Pisces' 1st house, which means Pisces needs to learn to communicate the aspects of personality that serve or don't serve them. Because Pisces often can get through when something in their partner is agitating them. And they'll kind of put up with it. But that is still a drain on your energy. If, you have to ask yourself as a Pisces, is the reason I'm not speaking to this frustrating thing because I know it's really tough for my partner to stop doing this? It's a part of who they are, and I have to accept that. A lot of the times Pisces has to accept these things. If you've got a partner who's in a wheelchair and it bums you out, at some level you got to, but if this is the partner that you love and you know that this is who it is, when you know. The fact that they're in a wheelchair, I'm sure it's going to bum you out because there's things you can't do with that person. But that's something that you know that you can't change. But if you're sitting with your partner and you've got a nice clean countertop and your partner has to rush off to work, they cut their toast on the countertop, they leave the crumbs everywhere, and then they jump out of there and they say, okay, honey, I love you. And then they go and they leave the place a mess. and this bothers you, this Pisces, my friend, you could just be the server and say, well, it bothers me a lot. And if it does bother you a lot, you got to acknowledge it. But, I don't feel like I need to speak to it. Why are you not speaking to that moment? Is it because you ultimately do want to serve them? Or is it because your Mercury is the inauspicious 7th and 4th Lord who is debilitated in the 1st house, and you have never had an easy time speaking into existence what would ultimately make you feel good for yourself in communicative harmony in relationship? Are you repressed in your voice? Is it because you actually want to serve this partner? Because the thing is, what Pisces gets caught in through Mercury is they have a closed up, like a choked up throat chakra sometimes. Virgo and Gemini rule the throat chakra. Mercury also rules the root chakra in a strong way too. Root chakra stuff can play a part in the strangeness in Pisces' relationships. They almost feel that they're going to lose their relationship. And if, like Pisces will think about how much the relationship is doing for them financially. We're paying rent with each other. We're going to thinking about having kids together. If I didn't have this partner, how screwed would I be financially? And all of this is going through Pisces' head when it's looking at this crumbs on the counter. If I get into an angry thing with my partner, and if they feel that they no longer have the freedom to make their toast, leave crumbs, then leave me to clean it up, does this mean that I'm not going to be able to pay my rent? They're thinking about this, and this is a messed up Mercury. You shouldn't be thinking about this kind of stuff when you are dealing with the simple interaction of your vocal truth with somebody, in relationship with somebody. There are hard no's and there are soft no's. You going out with a person who's a wheelchair and saying, please don't be in a wheelchair, that's a hard no. Your partner's going to slap you, that's you're not going to be able to change some things in a person. That's a hard no. But there are also soft no's. You might ask the partner, hey darling, could you clean up your crumbs when you go speed off for work? Say, oh, sorry about that, love. I guess I don't think about it. I figured you'd just clean it up for me, however that conversation's going to go. It's it would make my life better if you showed me that. It would be a statement of your love for me if you would just put that little extra effort into doing that, It makes me feel like you don't care about me. That's part of why it's there. Person says, oh, I do care about you. I thought you loved to serve. For me, I know you care about me, so don't worry. I'm going to fix all this by having a date night on Thursday, and you're going to feel all better. Pisces is okay. Oh, sure. Thursday? That sounds amazing. Next day, partner gets up, butters their bread, leaves crumbs all over the counter. Pisces Rising is looking at it, and they say, well, he's doing this nice thing for me on Thursday. Maybe I'll wait to see, maybe after Thursday, this nice thing is going to make me feel so good that I'm not even going to care about these crumbs. Yeah. Let's see how that works. Then Thursday comes, partner did the cheap fix, because you both felt like that was a nice and good idea. And then a week later, you got more crumbs on the counter, and now you got to speak to it again. These are the things that Pisces goes through. And it's not even necessarily manipulation on your partner's part or even self-manipulation. This is what it's like to learn how to deal with Mercury as an inauspicious planet. And it rules the 4th and 7th house. So Mercury, right from the beginning, when it's attracting partnerships, it has to communicate from the beginning. This is why Pisces, as we've already read, can have more than one marriage. They have a dual sign Virgo on the 7th house and a dual sign on the 4th house. So Pisces sometimes will have this experience of having more than one relationship because they have to learn, especially once Mercury matures at age 32, they're going to have a much better sense of how to communicate from the beginning what they're looking for in a relationship. So this, Barbara, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but what I'm speaking to here is, remember, we're talking about Mercury. Everything I've said is referring to Mercury here. Mercury ruling the 4th house and the 7th house. It's an inauspicious planet. It's debilitated in the rising sign, which means when it comes to the first business contract, you take a person out on a date. It's like, what are you looking for in a partner? Pisces is very open. I don't know exactly what my personal happiness. The Pisces has probably never learned to be firm about their personal happiness through the 4th house. They don't exactly know. They're willing to experiment. And sometimes the experimentation can even dig them into places where they realize, oh, this is not actually good for me. See, what'll happen with Pisces is that Mercury's experimentation will probably, it almost always drags Pisces into relationships that don't actually serve them. This is the nature of Pisces rising, where Venus is exalted, is that even relationships that aren't the right ones are leading you to self-realization. With a good Mercury, you will learn along the way quickly what communications do and don't work, and how to express yourself naturally and honestly without too much undue tension between you and your partner. A good Mercury will take good out of the bad that comes from how Pisces naturally operates in relationship, which is, I have no idea what I want in a partner. I just really, any old partner will do for Pisces to get to serving their 9th house, to get to stabilizing their 7th house, their 2nd house, so that they can just move this along. Let me get in a relationship. It feels there's red flags, there's green flags. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I got to play with this. I got to be open to this. I don't know exactly what I seek in a partnership, you know? So that's how they operate. I don't know what I'm looking for in a partner for a long time. And eventually, the Pisces learns that communication is an important way of them experiencing and feeling what they're actually seeking in relationship. They're discerning in their feelings, but they still have to communicate. You know, if they feel that there's a good thing in their partner, because remember, the moon is this very strong 5th lord for Pisces. So they feel when they feel something good in a partner, Mercury has to come in and say, how much can I not manipulate, but manage and organize and speak to this partner so that I can get the good things that I want, and the partner can have experience reducing for me as much as possible the things that don't serve me. So Pisces needs to learn how to be okay with telling their partner not to leave crumbs on the table. And sometimes the partner is going to just be like, look, my life is in a way where I cannot think about that, honey, so get over it. I'm not going to clean the crumbs on the table, okay? You're going to make a big deal out of it? And when these things happen to Pisces, Pisces has to think. Like, you have to talk to yourself, talk to a therapist, talk to your close loved ones, and say, there are things about my partner that have made me realize that they aren't serving my peace, ultimately. And I've tried to communicate with them, and they aren't receptive to my communication. At which part a therapist will say, use these techniques and try to see if these techniques work. If the techniques aren't working with this guy, and he's your first marriage, this guy or this girl, and it's your first marriage, and this was an experiment, and you find the experiment is not leading you to the bliss that you seek in life, consider it, as Mercury does, an exploration. You put your finger in it, you tried it, it's not working, you're reverberating that truth to everybody, including your partner. Your partner's not receptive. You gotta follow through with Mercury at that point. Even though that person is a soulmate for you in some way, and I'm sure you can always think about that, all souls are Vishnu, and you can find another soulmate experience if this is not ultimately serving you. If you are married to the person and it is in your best interests to ultimately stay with the person no matter what, then you got to learn to communicate and firm yourself up and tell your partner, look, if we're married, if we're going to stick through this, there are things that we got to work out so that I can operate best. You got to clean up these fucking crumbs. At some point, honey, you got to stop doing this, or else, you got to negotiate. These are the good things I do for you. Let's make it fair so you can do this good thing for me. You got to. I'm your wife. Get over it. Sometimes you got to speak this way with Mercury. Barbara's wondering if the third house rules over how we communicate as well. The third house is more how we use our voices to get what we want. So in some way, yeah, there is a connection of the third house with this communication in relationships. It's true. But the third house is more of getting what we want out of a relationship and out of people in general. It's more connected to Mars, the third house. Whereas the fourth house is more connected to our moon. Mars is like, it's like aggressive statements. The third house can even be sort of this like breadcrumb thing. But with Mercury, it's more about like, with the fourth house and with the seventh house, with Mercury, it's more about like, this is my partner. This is the sentimental joy. This is, you're learning to speak to what you need in order to enjoy your partner, in order to feel happy with your partner, in order to live well through the fourth house, through your dwelling with your partner. And this is what Mercury needs to be playful in how it communicates with its partner. You asked him to put away the crumbs and he keeps not doing it. You got to explore. This isn't a time to break up with your partner. Oh, I tried it, didn't work. Sorry, you suck. Time to leave. When you're trying to explore a communication of a very important thing to you, you got to be playful. You got to use Mercury. You got to research. You got to feel out this way. Read this book about communicating things to someone who has a hard time being receptive to it. Learn through Mercury how to speak properly in ways that effectively get your voice heard to your partner. Mercury's got to explore it. If you got a good Mercury, you'll be able to do that. And if you don't, you got to take it from a counselor or books or read about ways that give you new ways of connecting to your voice in your relationship. Now, I seem to be taking a lot of time just chatting in my own way about each planet. I'm looking at my time. Let's talk a little bit now about Mercury. This comes from my apprenticeship with Asheville Vedic Astrology. We read that Saturn, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury are evil, right? So Mercury is it's one of the difficult planets for Pisces, and Saturn and Mercury are stated as Marakas. Now, Mercury, we can understand why it's a Maraka. The Maraka is the planet that rules the 7th and the 2nd house. Mars rules the 2nd for Pisces, but Mercury rules the 7th house. It's the house furthest from the self, furthest from ourselves, furthest from our own nature. It's kind of tricky. Pisces and Virgo both have this, where the same planet that rules the 7th, which is a Maraka, which is this very alien thing, also rules the 4th house of our personal deep desires. Virgo is actually the Mula Tricona of Mercury. So Mercury operates through the 7th house very strongly in Pisces. So the 4th house happiness is very dependent on how it has relationships with other people. Pisces is a water sign, water being feminine being more of a connecting thing, whereas the masculine is an outgoing thing. So Pisces can often have karma with relationships that can be very difficult because the other person can be so alien to themselves. So Mercury, as well as Saturn, are Marakas. We'll talk more about Saturn when we get to the Saturn thing. Mercury is a Maraka. If you have a dasha of Mercury at an older age, or even look from age 3 to 12 for possible Maraka energies, meaning things that happen to you between 3 and 12 that might end up killing you later on in life. what I mean by that, everyone's going to die at some point. And oftentimes what we say is that what ends up killing you when you're 70, 80, 90, however, when you die, what ends up killing you tends to be one of the Marika houses, which, for Pisces, it might be the 7th house. It might be something going on with something to do with your spouse. Usually it will be something in your soul. It's not the spouse. It's your soul connection to your spouse. For a lot of Pisces, it's when their spouse dies that they also die. Oh, my spouse is gone. I have a connection to my spouse. My spouse, through the 7th house, connects me to my 4th house. So now what reason do I got to live here? I'm coming with you, baby. Right? That's how the spouse situation often works for Pisces rising when you get much older. It's kind of sweet and romantic when you think about it. So that's how the Marikas work. From 3 to 12, you might find that you get deeply connected to a friend, to a partner, and something can instill a very deep primary dependence on relationships with people that can end up causing you pain later on. Because Mercury, which rules age 3 to 12, when we're still very sensitive. The 3 most sensitive planets it's basically from age 0 to 12. It's our most sensitive area. We don't have any padding. So when difficult relationship or even puppy dog romantic things or deeper friendship things, when we lose a friend, when we lose a parent, a sibling from age 3 to 12, for Pisces rising, it can signify deep relationship, trust, dynamic difficulties that you might want to work on later on in life if this ends up being the case for you. That's just the nature of what Mercury can bring out for a Pisces. But if Mercury is well placed, you'll be able to learn to speak to it, to grow through it, and even help others grow through it. If Mercury is not well placed, you got to spend a little bit more time communicating with loved ones about this old difficulty that keeps your throat chakra choked up. Any Mercury issues, it's usually a throat chakra thing, possibly a root chakra thing. I can't survive without these relationships that I depend on the communication with. Right? Root chakra, throat chakra, Mercury stuff. Mercury is an evil lord. It's a benefic planet. It's an enemy to the ascendant. It's debilitated in the ascendant. And it rules the 4th and 7th. So Mercury is a tough one. Mercury really is a tough, evil planet. In my mind, Mercury and Venus go back and forth for the difficulty that they bring Pisces. 4th and 7th relate to contentment, the home, property, 4th house, as well as relating to others and relationships, the 7th house. So this is what can give Pisces ascendant the capacity to manage relationships and home life well, potentially, especially if Mercury is well placed. Mercury is considered inauspicious, so it really depends on the situation of Mercury. Ruling the 4th and 7th can tend to give somewhat superficial relationships, bound to change, that 7th house, where partners maybe want the Pisces to change or be different. The 7th house forces the deep roots of Pisces to change, sometimes bitterly. Sometimes Pisces has an original deep 4th house nature that's intrinsic to it, but the 7th house causes them to love something different. Pisces changes very deeply in their soul, the 4th house, through their relationships. It may start wonderful, but as they get into relationships, the lover accuses them of being different from who they were when they started. Mercury ruling the 4th and 7th can make Pisces ascendant overly worried about mates and spouses. This weakens their energy field and constitution. So Mercury can be just over worried about their partners, about whether they're making their partners happy. And this is a key part of dissipation of the strength of the energy field of Pisces rising, very commonly. It takes a easygoing, easy breezy flowing Mercury to talk, to communicate, to have fun with the communication, and to protect the essential boundaries that the Pisces shouldn't let go of, but also negotiate of what Pisces can be made to like, made to enjoy. Because fourth house is happiness and inherent intrinsic joy. The seventh lord, Virgo, is the Mula Tricona. So the Gemini is very dualistic as the fourth lord. The person's likes and changes do change. What's tricky is that a person will often like us for who we are now. Then the Pisces, they go out with the Pisces for 3.5 years. And the Pisces, through the friendships, through their loves, they completely mold and change into something different. And now the partner says, you're not the person who you were when I first loved you. But again, Pisces tends to keep their partnerships because Pisces lives more, not for the amorphous blob of what this weird thing going on between me and my marriage partner, energetically, genetically, all this merging that happens. Pisces is the water that makes the paint wet in relationships. Always. Any lover of a Pisces needs to be able to live in a wet paint picture that's never fully dry. But there is a picture that keeps coming back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, in and out of manifestation. And that's the ninth house. Even though the lines are squiggly, we keep the same picture is us living together in marital bliss, living for the thing that we're living together. So even the picture is melting, that same image keeps coming through the canvas. And if that same image keeps coming through, then that's love. It doesn't matter how the energy, the genetics, the emotions, the basic feelings of what makes me happy or you happy, all that shit changes, it doesn't matter. Because the ninth house picture keeps manifesting out of the wet watercolor picture. Kind of a psychedelic image. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. And so we read some similar stuff with Ernst. Ernst always gives us some great insights. This is Mercury as the fourth and seventh lord for Pisces rising. Mercury is described as the fish's ability to communicate underwater. What an interesting thing. Underwater shows that there's, subtlety to the Pisces' communication, which is kind of fun. It's cool sometimes, but sometimes it's like, dude, just come out and say it. But they have the ability to communicate underwater, to communicate subtly. And there's emotional signals that they give to people that you have to, when you're going out with the Pisces, you got to watch for. They'll give little signals that says, if you're ever talking to me and I twiddle my fingers like this, it means that this is too much for me. I'm overstimulated and I need to come out of this conversation. You'll talk to the Pisces and their eyes will grow wet and they love you so much and they hate to fight you like this and they twiddle their fingers. And you go, okay, darling, let's take a break. If you're a good partner, you'll look for those little clues, those little signals. Mercury, as the fourth and seventh lord, is the happiness that the Pisces native is capable of enjoying with partners due to the practical understanding of each other's feelings and psychology. The psychology, not necessarily the soul, but how my personality works and how your personality works. You're an alpha plus person and I'm a easygoing sort of chillin' person, although a Pisces can still be an alpha, whatever the personality, the Enneagram, I'm an NEFJ and you're an IF, whatever, I don't know Enneagrams, these are how we're going to work together. I can sense it. Let's work it out. Because the souls are connected regardless of all this stuff. But Pisces is sensitive to this stuff, even though the soul is what they're ultimately living for. The superficial personality is superficial to Pisces, but just because it's superficial doesn't mean it's not going to drain you if you give it voice, if you don't give it voice. You have to speak to your connection to your partner. Mercury gives the native the capacity for verbal intimacy with their partners. Esoterically, Mercury gives breathing exercises that develop concentration. Pisces through Mercury can learn buddhi, can learn yoga, can learn the capacity to ground themselves through pranayama and breath practices. Now, it rules two angles, and Mercury being what it is, this makes Mercury a temporal neutral for Pisces native. And it doesn't, which means it doesn't rule any negative houses per se. Although we know that Mercury is technically inauspicious and evil, as it was said by Parashara, quote unquote evil. So, since it rules two angles, which are kind of have a neutrality to them, Ernst describes Mercury as a temporary neutral for Pisces native. So other factors influencing Mercury will determine whether the pursuit of happiness and partnerships is more self-centered or more truly balanced. I like how Ernst describes this. It's a fair way of describing what goes on with Mercury and with relationships for Pisces. However Mercury is planted, however Mercury learned through childhood to deal with communication and relationship, is going to describe Pisces' intentions in relationship. Whether it's just something to get my darn emotions under control, to just sweep this annoying aspect of the hole in my energy field that is the heart in the 7th house. I just want to get it out of the way, to get out and deal with the pain. Or if Mercury is more mature, understands that relationships are a part of reality, and so it deals with it with neutrality, with even positivity, with an understanding and acceptance of Mercury, of Buddhi. That, whether it's one or the other, depends on how Mercury is placed in the chart. So that's Mercury for Pisces rising. Now, moving on. Let's jump right into our next planet. Our next planet is, of course, a very key and important planet for Pisces rising. Check, scene. Next planet, we have none other than Sun is number 1, Moon's number 2, Mars, Mardi, Tuesday, Mercury, Mercredi, Wednesday, and then Jeudi, day number 5, relating to the 5th house, Jupiter, the Karaka of the 5th house, as well as a Karaka of the 2nd house, the 9th house, the 10th house. I gotta read at some point. If I can't think of the Karakas for the 11th house, and I almost feel like Jupiter could be one of them. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are now discussing Jupiter, which is, in fact, the only Karaka for the 11th house. So Jupiter is the Lord of Pisces rising. It rules the 1st house and the 10th house. It is this luck that most primarily influences all of us. Remember, the sun moves at its barycenter because Jupiter is around the sun, pulling the sun into its own spinning. Jupiter literally makes the world go round. It is the guru of the zodiac. And it is the purpose, it is the truth, it is the dharma that Pisces is ultimately living for. It's the joy that comes from the whole through the ventilation of all energies and auric fields going into this deep primary purpose of what the Pisces is for, what Pisces is living for. It's living for Jupiter. Jupiter is exalted in the 5th house, but it is debilitated in the 11th house. This goes to show that Pisces rising is more interested in creativity, in feeling through discerning through feeling of what's good for itself. And Cancer is itself, whereas Capricorn is kind of like the tough aspects of karma. Capricorn and Aquarius is important for all of us. Pisces has a hard time with it, as we're going to see when we get to Saturn. Pisces has a much easier time in the realm of Cancer, its personal relationships, and its personal life. Its personal soul desire. When it's doing a job, it loves the feeling of doing what its soul dharma is. But dealing with bosses, dealing with climbing up the ladder, dealing with getting my fair share of money, that's the Saturn stuff Pisces has a harder time with. Pisces is bread is buttered on the sign of the work itself, my skill that I love to do, possibly that my father or my mother taught me to do. Usually father is a very Jupiter thing. And having a close relationship with one's father can really be a boost, an important dimension of Pisces' life in general, but especially for any Jupiter placement of Pisces. You look where Jupiter is placed and you think about, how can my father teach me about that placement? Whether you're a woman or a man or a non-binary person, the father is a very Jupiter energy. If you don't have any father in your chart, you can think about how the most primary caregiver for you, for a lot of people, it's their grandparents, or it could even be maybe you're adopted, or maybe you just grew up in an unconventional situation. You would have had some kind of role models, and wherever your Jupiter is placed is where you can sense the best way and best things to learn about those role models. The father energy is very deep for all of us. With Pisces, men especially, again, but even for women, it's important for Pisces, being the spiritual desiring planet, it has to move through human energy, not despite human energy, to get to its desires, its secret soul desires that it holds very deeply. And so one of the things Jupiter ruled signs, Pisces and Sagittarius, need to do is to understand, what is it about my father that I hate, which the reason I hate it is because there's a quality there that I need to integrate. I've been doing this for myself recently. My father's a very angry, impatient guy, but it's his impatience that allows him to rock and roll and get things done in life. For a large part of my life, I hated that feeling that my father would push me to do my best. Come on, Dust, you can do it. You got to be strong. And I would be very antagonized by that. As time went on, I realized that this was something in my father, which he is like extreme on. He's very impatient. I don't need to be impatient like him, but I don't need to be the complete opposite of impatience either. I don't need to be so willy-nilly that I'm mushy-gushy and that I don't put fire under my own ass and the asses of my fellow workers. There's a balance to be found there. And your hatred for that quality in your father that you need to integrate is not helping you find that balance. Father relationship stuff is very important for Pisces rising because of the Jupiter connection. Same thing for women and their mother. What is going on with you and your mother? What are the things in your mother that you hate that you could actually, if you really think deeply about it, you might find that those things are actually you escaping that dimension of human consciousness is making you out of tune with an essential nature. Because again, Jupiter is pure soul nature. And you have parts of your soul nature that are in your parents. So your unconscious antagonism towards those things is stopping you from integrating a part of your soul nature. You got to redeem it. And doing it through your parents is the best way to do it. If you still have your parents in your life, consider yourself lucky. Do your best to love them through the things that you hate about them and get all that you can out of your own soul, which is glittering in diamonds in everybody who you meet, but especially your parents and even grandparents. And if your parents have passed away, consider this now the time to think about what you could have gotten out of your parents. And if you have absolutely no connection of your parents, it's the same thing. Let go of the hatred for whatever your parents did and think about, A, how they were just humans abiding by how nature carved them and their karma is their own. And think about how you can forgive them for what they were, because that's going to help you to forgive yourself for being the carving of their karma. Because there's parts of you that are carved by your parents' karma. Remember, it's not the reality that's the problem. It's your reaction to it. Even if you've been carved out of a parent that you're not particularly proud of, you have to deal with that energy. Take it, be objective about it, see the illnesses in it, the weaknesses in it, but also the strengths in it. Don't throw it out completely and ignore it and throw it out wholesale, no matter how angry it makes you. Go to therapy. Retrieve the gold and the gems from whatever happened between you and your father and your family. And even if you got a great situation with your father, that's blessed. That probably means you got a good Jupiter. But there's still always things that you could see as your father, oh, this person is so good. I'd never see that as being a bad thing. Be critical about the green light gaslighting that you can do with your parents as well. My father was completely good in this way. And so you act in this way, and you don't realize that sometimes your character is doing things that aren't serving your relationship, for example. Your partner is saying, honey, you're doing this thing that your father did, and I hate it. You say, my dad is infallible. My dad was perfect. By you saying that, you must mean what? What? My dad was an asshole? Is that what you're trying to say? And it gets into this kind of thing. And your partner's like, honey, regardless of your father, I'm trying to communicate with you about something that is messing with our relationship. Let's just be objective here. This objectivity is very important for Pisces rising. It's very important for them especially to see the things that they hate in themselves, in their partner, and in their boss. If your boss is pushing you at your job in a certain way to be a certain way, Pisces has to get used to encouraging the positive things that they see in their father and even in their mother, especially if they're a woman, and both if you're non-binary. But for all three, what you see in your father as a positive thing, you should encourage and vibe to in your boss and your superiors. And when there's something in your father that you hate, you should see how if this is the boss that you've chosen, if this company is where you're going, if this is serving your dharma, then your boss essentially at that point is acting as a reflection of your father. And so you gotta treat it objectively, because this is just one boss. You might someday be the boss of this place, or you might get over top of him, and then there's a new boss who, by the way, is probably going to have the same energy. Just like anything, you're not gonna get away from your relationship karma by leaving your relationship. You're gonna attract another person who has the same energy, your Mercury, your seventh house. You have to work it out through the partnership, or glean what you can from that partnership, take the lessons from it, and go to the next partnership with the intent to really learn from it. Same thing with your job. If this is the job, if this is the field you're in, quitting this job and going and finding another job, you're going to find another boss who pushes your buttons in the same way that your father did. You're going to run from that forever until you just deal with the father energy that you're trying to escape from every time you quit this job because your boss was a little harsh with you. If you have a good Jupiter, you will, since your early childhood, be inclined to have self-dignity, to express your dignity, and to talk to everybody about how you feel confident in moving up this ladder because this is who I am. Jupiter's job, the 10th lord, is who they are, the first lord. And in fact, Sagittarius is the mula tricona of Jupiter. So Sagittarius really knows how to do its job. And part of the great beauty of Pisces is that they're so well situated towards the service that they do, because the 9th lord is very auspicious for them. That's Mars. And the 10th lord is. The 9th lord and 10th lord really work in harmony with each other. The 9th lord sets up the 10th house. And so the 9th house is the role that we seek to play in life. It's our dharma. So Pisces is very sensitive to whether a job matches their dharma or not, because Mars is such an early filter in everybody's decision making. We always operate through Mars as one of a deep filter for all of us, right? Sun is 1, Moon is 2, Mars is 3. And Mars is connected to the ninth house. So they think whenever they're going to a new job, a new city, a new anything, a new culture, a new haircut, a new vibration, this needs to match my dharma. So they think about their dharma very deeply, which means if they're at a job, it's probably matching with their dharma. So they're in a space that fits what they want to do with their soul. They look for that. It's very important to them. Their work is this important thing. In fact, the private life of Pisces is the inconsequential thing. Their work life is more important. This tends to be the case for the water and fire signs, although water is a bridge between both. Water signs like Pisces does consider their relationships to be important to them, but it's not as important as what they're doing. So Jupiter is this 10th lord, and Sagittarius is more primary it's the Mula Trikona. It's a more primary active part of the rulership of Pisces. So Jupiter, through that 10th lord, combines with the dharma of the 9th house. It's like basically you're going to be doing your dharma wherever you are, unless you got a really messed up Mars, and especially a messed up Mars and messed up Jupiter. That's a difficult situation for Pisces. But they're almost close to each other. So if you've got a messed up 9th lord, you might have confusion about what your dharma is. But if you got a good Jupiter, you're going to find it, because Jupiter is the 9th karaka. It relates to the 9th house. Similarly, if you've got a really difficult Jupiter in your chart, but a very good Mars, Mars will help you find it. So they help each other. And it's very good when they're both good, but it's very bad when they're both bad, right? Both of them are a key aspect of Pisces feeling lucky in its career. And it's the luck of knowing that this is what I was born to do that allows Pisces to be very well groomed. You know, a boss will see that this kid's got it, right? And so whatever Pisces has got going on, you got to deal with the human dimension of your boss. Pisces has got a bit of a SpongeBob energy, where they're a bit socially awkward through the 7th house. And when they hang out at the work party with all their work friends, they're actually deeply here in love for the job, not necessarily to make friends that can connect them to spaces that will get them farther in the job. They like to talk about the job. You know, they're all here at the work party, and they're talking about like, man, that project that we did all together, God, can you believe that? You know, everyone's sipping their little drinks, and it's like, you know, we did that so good, guys. And the guys are like, yeah. So football, yeah, let's not talk about work. Let's talk about football. Okay, Tom, right? I know you're excited, but I don't want to talk about work right now. So how about this football game? And then Pisces almost just wants to keep talking about the job itself, not to make friends with these people for the sake of being friends with them. Because friends is a very heavy energy for Pisces that they need to work out through mostly the moon. You know, the moon is their main friendship energy. Like when you think about it, this whole bottom of the chart, it's only the moon that is well placed, right? Everything else at this bottom right corner of friendship is kind of not a natural place for Pisces. The moon, through the 5th house, they make relationships with people who are close to them, and their personal life, they do have a personal life. They don't necessarily mix friendship with work. That's part of the reason why their 11th house makes them feel isolated and trapped, because they don't care about the field that much. But I digress. We're talking about Jupiter right now. Jupiter as the first and 10th lord. Let's start discussing what can be expected from Jupiter as this lord. So, of course, it's not one of the evil planets. All that Parashara tells us about Pisces lagna for Jupiter is that Jupiter produces yoga. Now, this at some level, this means Mars and Jupiter together produce yoga. But it also shows that Jupiter, as it stands, it's the first lord, and the first lord is a trinal lord and an angular lord, when you think about it. which is true of every rising sign, but Jupiter in particular produces yoga for Pisces rising. So let's read what we hear. This comes from my notes that I did with Asheville Vedic Astrology when I was a student under RYAN KURCZAK'S. That's what we're reading here. I wonder if this would let me do this. No, I didn't think so. Can I make this go away? Oh, that'd be swell, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay, good. So Jupiter is considered neutral as the 1st and 10th lord. There's a reason why this is so. It's Jupiter is a benefic ruling an angle, which can bring out a not the best thing. But Jupiter is generally considered good for Pisces. So as the 1st and 10th lord, this puts a strong focus on status, feeling a sense of attachment and identification with one's work. Again, that's the SpongeBob thing. You know, like you ever seen, there's an episode of SpongeBob when he's just flipping patties, and it doesn't need to be a special job, but he needs to be regarded as good at his job or her job. SpongeBob, one time he had an arch nemesis, and the arch nemesis asked for a special type of burger. I need you to put the pickles underneath. I want the lettuce on top. I want it only slightly grilled with a little bit of pink, grilled bun and the bottom bun. Not too much, not too little, just a perfect crisp on it. And I want the bacon to be crispy, not too crispy, not crispy enough. All perfectly laid out with the olives on top, not on the bottom. All this specific ass shit. And SpongeBob's like, you know, Squidward's looking at him and he's like, "We sell food here, sir." And SpongeBob's like, "It's okay, Squidward, I got it." And he realizes this is his nemesis. So SpongeBob gives him the burger. Everyone sits around and watches. And this guy eats the burger, chomps on it and says, "Pretty good, SpongeBob, except there's no pickles." And everyone's like, "Oh!" And SpongeBob's like, "No. I know I put those pickles in." And it's just funny because it shows SpongeBob and he's super depressed and he's like crying, and it's the most horrid depiction of a depressed Pisces who failed and got embarrassed by everybody for failing at their job. Eventually, SpongeBob tries again and learns he was hiding the pickles under his tongue the whole time. That's SpongeBob's episode. I love SpongeBob. But this is Pisces. He gets so banged up when he is told that he's not doing his job right? And this can be a little heavier than it needs to be on Pisces' overall psyche and identity. Just because you fail once doesn't mean you can't, you know, you gotta be able to fall a million times before you get up and learn something. Pisces has to get over that dimension of getting good at something. But especially if Jupiter and the moon and Mars are well placed, Jupiter gets this. Like Pisces gets this, and it's no problem for them. They have 3 planets that can help to buffer that experience. If Jupiter and Mars and the moon are not well placed in the chart, this is when the person has difficulty with this. If 2 of the 3 are bad, the 3rd good planet will help them to get through it, but it'll still be heavier. If 2 of the 3 are good, then they got this. They get it. You know, I got to go to work, and if I fail and if I mess it up, more's coming. I get it. This is how I get good at something, right? They have an attachment and identification with their work. Now, since Sagittarius, which is the sign of philosophy, rules the 10th house, this gives a strong sense of attachment and identification to one's higher ideals, philosophy, and religion. Sagittarius is the mula tricona of Jupiter. It's the main ruling sign of Jupiter. Pisces is secondary in rulership compared to Sagittarius, even though Pisces' main ruler is still Jupiter, not Neptune. Sagittarius is the main Jupiter sign, and it rules the 10th house. So recognition, their work, their status, the respect as a philosophically positive influence. I'm going to bring this up a bit. This gives a sense of self-worth for Pisces rising. So for certain people, like, let's say for Sagittarius rising, Sagittarius rules the first house and Pisces rules the fourth house. So the first house through Sagittarius is needed to help out the fourth house situation. For a Pisces rising, the 10th house is the more primary thing. Pisces is basic identity, its upbeat personality, its attitude, its idea, its of its own power in life. It gets that from the 10th house, from what it does for its job, its career, its work, its skill set. It's the 10th house that helps figure out and work out the first house, not so much the other way around. So the 10th house gives them philosophically positive influence, a sense of self-worth. These people can have strong identification with corporations, government, with their country, their belief systems, and etc. They identify strongly with it. Overall, Jupiter is benefic in this whole regard. The person would benefit to explore belief systems, how their country works, how their government works, how their corporation works, and to find themselves through these things in a healthy fashion. Again, Pisces is beyond all consciousness, but it is a human, and it needs to work through the human consciousness to get to the transhuman, to get to the spiritual desires it seeks. And an aspect of our humanity is our work. I'm glad to hear, yes, you're right. Pisces is certainly magical, Barbara. They have a lot of magic to them. Pisces through Jupiter, which is an optimistic, benefic planet, it's ultimately the first house lord. It has the ability for Pisces to kind of get a sense that work is very important. It's a karma. Pisces is the karma sign. Because the 10th lord, which is the Mula Trikona here, is the main operating thing for the first lord. The first house and the 10th house are ruled by the same planet. And the 10th house is the main operating figure. The 10th house is the house of karma, which means for a Pisces, it's true that lots of things can pull you out of whack emotionally, your relationships, whatever. At some level, Pisces always senses that I just got to roll up my sleeves and start doing some kind of work. Even if it begins with wiggling your big toe. Even if it begins with the smallest amount of effort that takes all of your single-pointed concentration on getting yourself out of the dumps and putting in effort to something. Meditative effort, spiritual effort, or getting out there, doing some kind of job, moving your body, getting paid for it, and getting some recognition for your hard work at what you were doing. This can unfuck the Pisces in the worst stages of their life. Just get up and work. Get up and do something constructive. This will pull you out of whatever funk you're in. I'm going to fix my hair for a moment. So it'll pull you out of whatever funk it is that's dragging you around. And this is what we read about Pisces. They can really find themselves through learning about the nature of their corporation, government, country, belief systems, religion, and about the things in your father that reflect those things. Again, it's an important thing to look at. Now let's take a quick peek here at what Ernst Wilhelm tells us about Jupiter as the 1st and 10th lord for a Pisces. Why are you doing this to me? I think I see what's going on. Okay. This. Jupiter, F11. Excellent. Okay. So this is, this next reading comes from the PDFs on Kala software. It's written personally by Ernst Wilhelm. This has given us some more clues as to the nature of the planetary lord for the rising sign. Jupiter is the 1st and 10th lord. Jupiter is the ripple of the fish's activities. Wow. Each of these images to me are so psychedelic. Jupiter as the 1st and 10th lord, creates a link between the nature and position of the native and their karmas. So the nature is the 1st house, really, and then the position and their karmas all relates to the 10th house. Their karmas are very much responsible for the self that is being created and expressed. They've got difficult karmas, difficult things going on in themselves. Their karma, the 10th house, is going to shape primarily who they are through the 1st house. 1st house is the house of identity. 10th house is the house of karma. The karma house is operating as the 1st foot forward, and the identity falls as the 2nd foot to fall. So the identity follows their karmas. If you've got very difficult karmas, the bad news is that this is going to shape your identity for a large part of your life. The good news is that karma can always be worked out. And there's always Pisces. The good news for Pisces is that there's always, karma is one thing that you can work out, that you can express with hard effort and diligence and intelligence, especially the intelligence of Jupiter if it's well placed in your chart. Jupiter can certainly, of all things, Jupiter can save a Pisces rising chart. And how it does it is through karma, dealing with their karma, dealing with their things that they've done in the past that weren't true, that weren't correct, working through past energy by acting in the present moment. Jupiter also inclines the Pisces towards some noble career pursuit in which they may personally shine. Due to ruling the rising sign, Jupiter is a temporary benefic, and it's also a natural benefic. So as a natural and temporal benefic, Jupiter gives expansion and fortune that is the result of the native's good actions, generosity, and virtue. The actions is a 10th house thing, but the generosity and virtue is actually also something you build through action, through kriya. Kriya is what does the kriya, the purifying, so that we are, once you purify bad habits, all that's left are virtues, good actions, self-realization, spirituality. So it's the good actions that carve the identity of the Pisces. The sad news is that when the Pisces feels victimized through circumstances, you got to really lean into your moon, because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. Got to lean into what makes you feel good and creative, and really lean into your 5th house energy. Be creative with your karmic actions, right? Imagine the 10th house being funneled into the 5th house. Actions that are not only karmic actions, but they feel, because remember, we talked about if you watch the moon as the 5th house lord, the moon, which rules Cancer, where Jupiter's exalted. The moon, with Pisces rising, rules the 5th house. So it's discerning with its feelings. So the first thing you do is funnel that Jupiter into your 5th house. Be discerning about what feels good as good actions for you, that has no guilt, and that aligns with something that deeply, find the lesser of the evils. Even if you've got a bad moon, just find the least of the evils that feels ultimately like you're serving yourself and loving yourself and getting through things. Feel it. Be creatively discerning about it, and then act through it. And by doing so, you can get yourself out of a lot of heaps of trouble and essentially work through your karmas to realign with your identity. I've done all these good actions. That's something I identify as the person who did all these good actions. I still got a train wreck perhaps in my life where all my life caused me to be a victim, and the victim caused me to have even more actions that led to more bad karmas. You can always stop the train. Feel what feels good through the Cancer, through the 5th house, and act on what feels good. So you can have a new train of positive actions that feel good and make you feel proud of who you are. That's going to realign the identity. That's going to unfuck and flip the whole chart back on its feet. 5th house, therapy, and also creative actions that make you feel like you are intelligent. You have an intelligence inside you. Find your moon to see where your creative intelligence is. Then use that creative intelligence to find good actions and then act on those actions. That's the fire route for Pisces rising. You know, if you're up in cottage country, they have these little roads that are called fire routes. And you can't park there because that's like if there ever is a fire, the fire trucks need to go through that fire route. This is the fire route for Pisces rising. If everything goes to shit, follow what I just said and love yourself. Forgive yourself along the way. Seek therapy and use that therapy to unlock what's in your 5th house, feeling discerned, positive karmic actions that can get you back on your feet. I feel pretty good about that. Yeah. Good. So that was Jupiter for Pisces rising. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We got 2 planets left. My hunger is dissipating from this chocolate, but I still feel I'm going to go have like a spoonful of yogurt, and let's just do a quick bathroom. We'll come right back. Thanks everybody for watching. Barbara, sweetheart, you've been hanging out with us and I appreciate it. Let's take a quick achy breaky, like a minute, and then I'll just be right back. See you in a sec. Still rocking my video.
That's okay, son. Enjoy, my friend.
Thanks, Dad. Said hello to my pops. Pisces, 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 Pisces. Pisces is always very special. Moving on, folks. Check. Scene check. We're on our next planetary lord for Pisces rising. And that is going to be the next 2 planets that we have are now, we're done with all the good planets of Jupiter. Now we're talking about planets that are difficult, but which can bring, when well placed, can make the Pisces life much easier with less difficulty. Next we have Venus, and then after that we have Saturn. Now it's funny to me that we read that Mercury and Saturn are the real heavy maracas for Pisces rising. Mercury rules the 7th house, which is always the Marca, which is the furthest house, the furthest from our own nature, the furthest from Pisces, is Virgo. Now, usually the Marcas are the seventh house and the second house. But Parashara gives us a little extra clue that Saturn is also the other Marca for Pisces rising. It's the 11th and 12th lord. Venus is not one of the Marcas of Pisces. No problem, Barba. I'm happy to be teaching about Pisces in this way. Thank you for that, Barbara. Venus is not considered one of the Marcas. So Venus is not going to kill Pisces. The Marca planets are what they say kills us at the end of our lives if we're not careful. Just noticing my thing could be... There we go. Venus, however, there's two different ways to read what's going on with Venus in particular. Well, I just read from Light on Life a take on Venus for Pisces rising that I didn't consider, and it makes sense to me. So there's a positive and a negative reading here. Number one is that Pisces has an easier time with the experience of Venus, only in the small way, because Venus is exalted in Pisces. However, Jupiter, there's a lot of reasons why Venus is still a bitch for Pisces. It's one of the critical breaker points for Pisces. Debatably not as bad as Mercury or as Saturn. But Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. Even Saturn is not an enemy to Jupiter. And we'll talk about that when we get there. But Jupiter has two enemies that starve Jupiter. It's Venus and Mercury. Now, it's interesting that Venus is exalted in Pisces. It's one of those mysterious things in astrology. You know, a planet that does well in the rising sign has an easier time with its nature. So really, what this kind of tells us is that Pisces can get like the deepest teeth-grinding pleasure out of Venus possible. It's very true. This is the phenomenon of Jupiter being starved by Venus. Is that Venus is so good to Pisces that the deeper Pisces digs into the pleasure of Venus, the less bearable material reality is for Pisces. And Venus is exalted in Pisces. So Pisces, when it taps a little bit of Venus, it gets it big. Almost acidly, like too much. What Pisces is really, has to be careful with is when we connect with someone in the soul, we want to feel that person is an echo that answers the call of our soul, where we match each other and we are in and of the same soul, and that energy of soulmateship, which I believe there's more than one soulmate for everybody. I believe that we have plenty of soulmates. I believe that the amount of time that I've lived with my cat in my life, my cat's one of my soulmates. That's what I think of soulmates. If you spend a whole bunch of time with them, they were your soulmate, even if you left them at the end, or they left you, or if it didn't work out. As my friend Ernst Wilhelm once told me, a relationship doesn't need to last forever in order for it to be a success. Now, Venus for Pisces rising, it gets this feeling of desiring a soulmate, which is at some level that's good. But you don't want this to be so... There's a neutral amount of joy that each house is supposed to bring to us. The houses of astrology are essentially, they represent material life. And our material life is supposed to bring us a set amount of affectation. The soul has a natural pace, measure for how much it is affected by exchanges in the material world. Even if they're spiritual exchanges, like marriage. Marriage is a spiritual exchange. But the spirit of the exchange is a ninth house thing. It's a Jupiter thing. And it's essentially sourced from my Jupiter and your Jupiter. Together we're living for this deeper pocket, this deeper purpose. And it's beautiful to be completed by love in this way. What's dangerous for Pisces rising is when they so deeply get attached. That's basically the best way to say it, is that they get attached to the goodness in a relationship. And it skews and it makes them frustrated when anything outside of that deepest blip of enjoyment for a Pisces is anything less than the deepest blip. You know, unfortunately for Pisces, love is almost like heroin that you've got to wean yourself off of. You know, and heroin is just such a terrible drug in any regard, you know. So I don't recommend anybody ever doing heroin because it's even more like heroin. It is heroin. Relationships are not heroin for Pisces, but they can be like it in the sense that they have to, you know, heroin is not good at all. Relationships are natural, which means they are a part of everybody's life, including a Pisces' life. So they have to make sure they orient themselves so that relationships do not have that heroin-like quality to them, so that they are just a relationship. They are this thing that gives me this joy. And the tricky thing is for a Pisces is that through the 3rd and the 8th house, these are houses of some of the greatest, deepest, transformative joys that they can experience. The tantric person in me, any materialist, is going to be reading about Pisces, see this thing, and they're like, so you're saying that Venus is actually the best planet for Pisces? Yeah, you got to understand it from the perspective outside of Venus and outside of Pisces. Pisces needs to experience Venus with soul equilibrium. And what it is essentially, they almost treat Venus in the same way that they treat the sun. Taurus, which is a part of Venus's rulership. The sun, remember I expressed about how the sun is something that they push through and it's difficult, but their spirit is a part of this experience. Their spirit calls them to go through the difficult things that are the 6th house. And they actually get spiritual joy from it. In the same way, Pisces, the sun is almost like inverted from Venus for a Pisces, where Venus is this delicious good thing. And we all have a calling for Venus to be a part of our energy. We need to drink the water of Venus as we walk up the mountain. The problem is when you're walking along the way up the mountain, you only got so much water in your backpack. So you got to drink it in small sips. Make it so that you're drinking the Venus. You get that little bit of water, but you measure it, because I got to make sure that I got to have water for my way up. That's going to be the hardest, is when I'm close up the mountain. When you're in a tantric relationship, when you're doing a deep spiritual sadhana, when you are sublimating all of your energies into your deepest spiritual purpose, that's when you want the water the most. You drink your water, you measure it, make sure you're not drinking too much right now, so that you use that water energy, the love of your relationships, to take you to the heights of your dharma. So this is like Icarus. Icarus is the guy with wings who wanted to fly close to the sun. The Venus in your life is when it's lukewarm, you're not too close to the sun, you drink, you give yourself the rejuvenation that allows you to push even closer into the sun. And then once your Venus dies out, you bring it back, you enjoy your Venus, you regenerate, you go back into your Dharma. Now, what you don't want to do is when it gets so hot, when you're close to your Dharma, when you are, basically you don't want to drink all of your water all at once. Because then you lose the flow that this Venus energy is supposed to give. Then it becomes, I need water to function the best I can at my job. You know, it becomes the point where you're at your job and you're like addicted. Like this, Pisces people can get like addicted to porn. You know, like they're looking at like all the hot big titty ladies on Instagram when they're like, you know, at the board meeting, and, you know, or they're doing their job and it's like, okay, I'm going to just look at, you know, a few of my favorite OnlyFans accounts for a little while. Okay, I'm going to put that down for 15 minutes. Do some hard work, really get in there. Whew. Okay, I could use a little water, you know? If you can make sure that that's not the case, then the water will serve you well. And you will remember, you know, you want to treat your Tantra through Venus as a wonderful spiritual ground. So you can think about your lover and think, you know, Vishnu has gifted me with the beauty of a love who gives me what I seek, gives me the pleasure I seek, and the moments that I do seek it, we seek it through each other. And this allows me to, this, in some level, I'm very happy with this. And I'm happy that it comes from Krishna. And it's water. This water gets me from point A to point B and allows me to get through things. Now, for Pisces, who is so sensitive, who is, the material world is like rubber against sandpaper. You know, so when something good comes and it's lubricated and it's smooth and there's none of that friction, they live for it, they love it, right? And this is why they get so addicted to it. Venus as the 3rd and 8th lord, using this magic, this 8th house magic, this erotic nature, especially Libra is the mula tricona of Venus. So the 8th house is the unstable one that really is unstable. And the 3rd house nature is using that erotic, pushy Venus energy to get farther in life. And so the Venus energy can drag and magnetize the person through difficulties in life. And which means when Pisces, being the very career-oriented person that it is, when they are in the shit, when they're really in their career, when they're really burning and bustling with career energy, they lean very hard on Venus and that goodness. And Venus is all the more delicious when it's cooling a fire that is agitating. That's a great way to convey what I'm trying to say here. It all goes to say that Venus is destabilizing for Pisces. And what you want to be careful of is that you want to love the partner for who they are, the good and the bad. You want to think in your head that, you know, like when I see all these people who are in relationships, Pisces knows that there's an ugly side of relationships. You have to water the plant. You have to nurture it. And really, if you truly love someone, if you want them to be there with you during your worst, then you've got to be there for them during their worst. And sometimes, like, they're working shit like, you know, like, my mother never loved me enough, my father never loved me enough, and you're Mr. Spiritual and you're abandoning me just like they did. And, like, you know, like, this kind of stuff can happen, you know, in a healthy relationship. It won't exactly work like that, but these things can happen, you know, when partners are at their most vulnerable, and everybody's got a shadow. Everybody's got these difficult moments. And Pisces, when it works at its best, has a Venus of its own. It has if you've got a good Venus, then what's going to happen is you're going to have the water in yourself, which means that you're not going to be thirsting in the desert when you meet your partner and you're like thirst trap parched for the feeling of all the goodness that they have. If you got no Venus yourself, you're going to be dry and you're going to be parched. And when a woman comes along with a nice pair of hips or a nice pair of breasts and a pretty face, or a man comes along and is the Jupiterian ideal that you've sought. He's strong and he will have progenitive genes that will give your children good genetic material, and he's gonna protect your children. You're gonna see all the green flags are gonna be way louder than the red flags. And this is when the thirst trap of Venus for Pisces comes to be a problem. And it gets them into trouble where they make erotic connections that can make their lives easier. Even especially single Pisces rising people can be very beautiful people, women or men, where the Pisces uses the 8th house erotic energy to push through and get your life to promote yourself. There's probably a lot of like OnlyFans-ish like women, and probably men too or whatever, who are Pisces risings, who use this thirst trap energy to essentially gain 8th house money and power, with which they can probably use as a tool as a value that they bring to their true marriage that they desire. They'll use their sexiness. They'll use their young, youthful, erotic energy, which is Venus, all applied in an 8th house way. The problem is that the more, that can be a gross way of using Venus. And what you want to be very careful of is that you should use your Venus in a spiritual way. Even if it's erotic energy, make it so that it's for yourself, so that you drink your own water, so that when you get into a relationship with someone, it's for the Jupiter. And all the juicy tantra that you bring as an extra is the Venus of a woman, or it's the Venus of a man. A good relationship doesn't come together for what you are when you're 12 to 32. That's when you're in the Venus period, when you're just lusting and you're enjoying your youth. A true relationship that stands the test of time is after 32 to 50, we're in the Jupiter period. We're learning, I'm not with this person just because they're beautiful right now. I'm going to be with this person even when their youth fades. And when my youth fades. Because we're living for something deeper than just the ooey gooey kissy kissy Venus stuff. Essentially, Pisces' big deal is not letting the blinding nature of Venus distract the deeper purposes of Jupiter. And how to do this is to cater to Venus. If you have a healthy Venus in your chart, you're not going to get thirst trapped. If you've got a good Venus in your chart, then since you were young, you've understood the joy of earthly. Again, remember, Pisces is the spiritual person, and you have to get through humanity in order to attain what is beyond humanity. You can't skip the human to get what is beyond human. You can't skip your sexual energy, your lower red, orange, and yellow chakras in order to get to the higher chakras. You have to go through them, not despite them. And you have to work out your own erotic energy. Mars is actually a real important player in the Venus nature of things. If you've got a good Mars, then it will really help you to deal with Venus, or bad Venus especially, properly. It'll really help you a lot. If you have a weak Mars and a weak Venus, it can show Pisces can get all kinds of fucked up insecurities about their sexual passions, about feeling like I've got to get a partner who's ugly because I'm ugly, but it doesn't matter because we're just here to, this material stuff doesn't matter. What matters is my material. And through this, they tell themselves that this Venus human dimension of satisfaction isn't important, and it makes them insecure, and it bothers them. Even though they tell themselves that none of this matters because I'm Mr. Spiritual anyway, that's a spiritual sublimation. Everybody should ground themselves in all the natures of human existence that are natural to us. And Venus is no exception. Pisces does its best when it accepts the nature of Venus as a beautiful, it's sarasvati, it's femininehood. It is the enjoyment of youth as something that's not evil any more than taking a piss or going to the bathroom or ejaculating when you're sleeping is evil. It's just the human nature doing its thing, and it's us getting to our highest nature through the human nature, which is divine in its own way. Venus is divine in its own way. And it's divine. It's a part of the human energy field. Even the enjoyment you get out of partners is beautiful. Just for Pisces, you have to make sure, A, that it's the good parts of your partner aren't so beautiful that you crave it. B, the good parts of your partner don't make you overshadow or eclipse the wholeness of your partner. Pisces has to, once you develop your own Venus, if you had good Venus from an early childhood and a good second house, you've learned that there's no embarrassment of you with the opposite sex. So you've learned to talk to people, have many friends, you've gone on many dates, and you've worked out, you feel secure in your gender and in your, or non-gender if you're a non-binary person, you feel secure in your ability to enjoy bouncing energies off of people. So that when you get a partner, you're not blinded by the extra loud green flags and the extra quiet red flags. It's just what the person is. So you can see the red flags with no bias and say, there are red flags here. This person has darkness in them, but my soul is still compelled to be with them. So when I'm with this person, I'll enjoy the good when it's there. And when I have to nurture them through a shadow moment, when they have some difficulty, they're insecure, something happened to them in their childhood that now causes a problem that they have to deal with adulthood, they need the support of their partner to do that. I will be there for them for that. I will enjoy that just as much as I enjoy the good parts of them, because my Venus is not out of balance. And a good Venus can really can be a part of the wealth that Pisces finds in marriage, Their marriage partner can be a part of them dragging through life and getting through life. The marriage partner and the wealth that they desire to create through their partner can be something that instigates a desire for third house progression, for dealing with obstacles in your job and your career. Your partner, the power of your partner to see you through difficulties could be a positive thing in this avenue. Ultimately, it's always going to feel like a difficult dimension of Pisces' life. The power a partner wields upon Pisces can feel like a difficult thing. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't be in relationship. Doesn't mean that, sometimes relationships will damage some parts of your energy field. But it's one of those things, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. And if you completely ignore the dimension of relationships in your life, you'll be even worse off. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, but you'll be even more damned if you don't. If you ignore relationships, you ignore your lower chakras, it will go for a hole. You'll put it away in that gopher hole, and it'll come back somewhere else when you're trying to do your spiritual meditation, and this Venus that you haven't dealt with is a laughing skull, taunting and intimidating you. You need to work that stuff out through that chakra, the Venus chakra, the lower stuff, right? Venus isn't all the lower chakras, but it's a key part of the Svadhisthana chakra and the heart chakra for that matter. But Venus and Saturn are also lower stuff too, and this is all the relationship planets. So let's take a peek at what Venus is about. Remember again, Saturn, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury are evil for Pisces rising. Venus is inauspicious as the ruler of the 3rd and 8th house. So these are notes that come from my notes that I took with RYAN KURCZAK when I did his course, Asheville Vedic Astrology. So this is not a good house lord for Pisces Ascendant. It deals with troubles, misfortunes, injuries, forcefulness. Now what's interesting is the Bhavat Bhavam. It's the third is the eighth from the eighth, right? If you look at the eighth house, the seventh house from the eighth is the second house. Then one more house over is the third house. The third is the eighth house from the eighth house. That's the principle of Bhavat Bhavam. So what causes Pisces Ascendant difficulty is Venusian things. Long-term diseases related to excess and self-indulgence, such as diabetes and alcoholism. They got to be careful with their sugar intake. The sweetness, shukra, can be their downfall. Getting used to taking a little bit of sweetness is okay. Not abandoning it completely, but also don't go crazy with it. And if a little bit causes you to go crazy with it, you might have to give it up altogether. You know, alcohol can be this way for Pisces. You know, you drink a little bit and all of a sudden you're way off course. You better not touch it at all. Depending. I'm not an alcoholic counselor, so I don't really know too much about how that stuff works. But we can see that this is related to this Pisces Venus energy. Now, Pisces tends towards escapist things like drugs, alcohol, and addictions because Pisces wants to be free and liberated. Yet this doesn't just come from themes related to Pisces, evolutionarily speaking. It also relates to Venus as the ruler of the third and the eighth house, making them try to find happiness through these worldly, unstable, very passionate things, and finding unhappiness and dissatisfaction through them. It's like Pisces is this special type of person where they have an image of the picture they want to draw, and they'll masterfully develop it, and the picture will never be what they imagined it to be. But a good Pisces with a good Venus will say, this is the closest I can get to the perfection that I imagined, and they'll smile. A person with a bad Venus will say, oh, even though I keep drawing, I keep getting a picture that's close to the perfection I want, it sucks that it's never enough. I almost wish that I was not engaged with Venus in this way. Even though the pictures that they're painting are beautiful. The moments that they get with their lover are beautiful. They get to have these delicious soul moments of, this is the soul, this is the person whose love I get to share with. I'm lucky to share my soul with this person. And those moments can be so beautiful and blissful for them. But all the other moments, they go to life, they go to work, and they think about it so much, and it's almost painful for them to think of how good it was. And that makes it not worth it. That's a messed up Venus for Pisces. And they have to, again, work out the lower chakra stuff to upright that. Venus ruling the third house, it's advertising, influences from society, etc., shows Pisces being manipulated by others through advertising, commercialism, and things of that nature. They have to be aware of how sensitive they are to marketing, promotion, and these kinds of things. If Venus is in the 10th house, for example, or associated with the 10th Lord, Jupiter, this may bring them to be that way themselves. Right? So if Venus is somehow especially starving Jupiter, then they can be this, you know, these are people, for example, who will, you know, they'll work for a company that they think is ultimately good for people, but then they'll come and say, everybody should come and do this, and they'll do it and smile, and they'll look so beautiful, and everyone will be deeply affected. You know, this is like if they've got Venus in the 10th house, or if they've got Venus conjunct Jupiter anywhere, because Jupiter rules the 10th house, then they will influence people very deeply, but the influence that they're doing will be a third house, like making their lives easier, and it will not serve the dharma, the deeper dharma that they're trying to serve. A good example of that would be like a Pisces rising who does some kind of OnlyFans thing, or some kind of pornographic thing where they do a bunch of, stuff that might be less encouraging of the deeper spiritual tendencies. The tantra. It's not even to say that sexuality is bad, but having quality lovemaking experiences is what makes Venus sacred, making it not cheap. Now, this person wants to make some money so that they can get with a partner and, the right partner. They want to have the money and the power to keep a guy or to keep a girl, So let's say this girl does unjust means to get to their end. They have sex with a bunch of people who are not sacred to them. They don't even feel good about it, but they don't care because it made some money so that they can get the true husband that they want. And by doing that, the third lord, Venus, has stained their original way of getting to their spiritual dharma with a strong influence on the world. The sexiness, with all this promoting actions that they don't really want to serve, the stain of the means almost destroys the ends. That's very much a great way of saying Venus conjunct Jupiter for a Pisces rising, because Venus will starve Jupiter. The means will stain the ends that you're trying to get to. So be careful of that if you have that situation, or if you have Venus in the 1st or 10th house. Although, Venus in the 10th house isn't a great spot. At least it's exalted in the 1st house. But again, like we read from the boys in Light on Life, Venus exalted is going to bring extra energy out of this malefic or inauspicious 3rd and 8th lord. So even when Venus is strongly exalted, you have to be aware of the energy that's coming through and using it with sacred purpose. Making sure it doesn't starve the nature of Jupiter. Which, just because it's in Jupiter's sign doesn't mean it's going to starve Jupiter. If Venus is in Pisces, it's generally considered a good thing, but loud in that Venus energy. If a person like that doesn't have a good Jupiter or a good Mars, the 9th lord, you got to be careful that you'll get pulled around by your lust for these good feelings, right? So we've said a lot about Venus here. Let's dig into the final reading about Venus. This comes from Ernst Wilhelm. This is Venus as the 3rd and 8th lord. Venus is the fishes endlessly swimming, necessary to oxygenate their gills. It's the thing that kind of keeps them going. Venus as the 3rd and 8th lord represents the purification and transformation of the Pisces natives' desires. And this is the filtering process of them learning to use their desires so that their desires are serving them, not the other way around. They shouldn't be a servant to their desires, because that's going to take away from their spiritual purpose. Their deeper soul meaning in their life, whatever that means for them. Due to ruling the 3rd house, Venus becomes a temporal malefic, intent on fulfilling its desires, though it does so irregularly or with some suffering due to the 8th house lordship. Right? The 8th house is kind of neutral again, but the 3rd and the 8th together, it's a temporal malefic energy. It wants to fulfill its desires, but it does so irregularly or with some suffering. Essentially, Pisces, its karma is mostly pulling it towards actions that it does in the world. So Venus will feel like, it's almost like this, it's sad that the good side that my bread is buttered on can't also be buttered on the other side. It's like I wish I could have just as much pleasure as I do with my work life. But I know whenever that happens, my work life ultimately suffers and I suffer. So they eventually learn to do more karma work than they do, enjoying their strictly pleasure for its own sake in an indulgent way. Indulgence is okay as long as it's not messing with your whole purpose as a human being. Right? So through the suffering, through the irregularity, through the lack of pleasure in the unstable 8th house sort of way that feels hungry because of the 3rd house lordship. Through this, the native learns to detach from and purify their desire nature. They make it so that it's a quality experience that they do in a structured and scheduled way. When you structure and schedule the 8th house lord well, it has the swelling of passion, which is good, but you don't allow it to be an acid that melts the container, that holds it. That's when the 8th house is used very well. Now, as a natural benefic, which Venus is, Venus gives talent that serves Pisces well, but again, irregularly. There's an aspect of their talent that's probably hard for them to hold solidly or convey. This is like an actor who, when they're really on it, I'm really on it tonight, guys, let's get the camera out, let's do it, and they kill it. And then the next day, something is causing them to feel out of whack. It's like, okay, well, George Clooney is a little bit not quite where he needs to be with his acting capacity right now for this difficult role. Let's let him have a day or two. Let's do some other stuff. See if we can get George back into the flow of things. Let's get George's wife in here, please, and do what she's got to do to get him back in action. You know, this is the Venus having this irregularity of its stability and flow. Yeah, and Nana, you can watch if you're a Pisces moon. You'll probably get a bit out of this too, but not as much as Pisces rising would. But Pisces moon would get a lot out of the beginning of this video, where we talk about Jupiter's lord, Jupiter's deity, and that kind of stuff. So it's 4:30 in my world, which means we've been here for a long time. Looks like this is a longer than 6-hour episode, as it so often happens. I'm feeling good. I took a bit of Neurojeet today, Shilajit, and that's given me some zazz. I can feel that. But I can already feel my voice is starting to croak, and I'm getting hongo. I'm not tired, though, so I feel good about that. And I love doing these videos with you folks. So let's do our final video here. This is check. Next video. Now we're getting into Pisces' possibly most difficult planet. The one and only, that's correct, Saturn. Saturn is a very difficult planet for Pisces. Right? So as we've talked about through Parashara, we learn that Parashara tells us that Saturn, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury are evil. And they bring difficulty for Pisces. Saturn and Mercury are stated furthermore as Marakas. Now, if we remember from what we're talking about with Marakas, Marakas are usually it's the second lord and the seventh house rather, that signify Marakas. Marakas are essentially the thing that can kill you. That can mean literally early in your life. Usually what's conveyed in astrology is that if you look at when somebody dies, it's usually, not always, but usually going to be some interaction with the second house of the 7th house, or their lords, as the Maraka placements. You know, they had a dasha, for your Pisces rising, if you have your Virgo dasha and you're like 85 years old, or you have your Mercury dasha, let's say, and it's Mercury, let's say, with Saturn as the Antar dasha, that might be the moment where you go to the next plane. So usually it's the 2nd and the 7th house. But Parashara tells us that Mars is the second lord. It's not a Maraka that will kill Pisces. Saturn and Mercury are the Marakas that will kill Pisces rising. So there is this difficulty with Saturn in Pisces rising. It rules the inauspicious 11th house, and the 11th house nature has painted the 12th house to be also inauspicious. Now, in fact, Aquarius is the Mula Tricona of Saturn. So really, the 12th house nature is more relevant than the 11th house nature. It's actually Aquarius. No, for Aries rising, Aquarius rules the 11th house. For Pisces rising, Aquarius rules the 12th house. And that's the Mula Tricona of Saturn. That's the sign of Aquarius is more central to Saturn than Capricorn is. So whatever's going on with Aquarius, it's going to be more central to Saturn than whatever Capricorn rules, which is a good thing because Capricorn rules the 11th house. Aquarius rules the more neutral 12th house. So a lot of Saturn's activities are going to be painful. They're going to bring painful loss to Pisces. A lot of the times it's just going to be a subtle emotional sense of loss. A lot of the times Pisces has some big expectation of attaining some kind of attainment through the 11th house. That's why the 11th house is the most evil house, is because it's the most inauspicious house, because it puts a fire under our ass to attain something. Now we have to understand every house is useful. Every house has its purpose. There's a reason why the 11th house, it should be obvious to anybody even hearing this. There's a reason that the 11th house pushes us in a malefic way to do our best, to attain attainments, to have dreams, visions, goals, aspirations of a specific quality, of a specific sort, that should feel to us like there's something that we want to get, something we want to attain in life. And the pressure to attain what we deeply seek to attain is often, especially for Pisces rising, you're never going to get exactly what you thought was promised to you throughout the end of your life. If you have a really good Saturn, this will be a dimension of suffering that can actually be very satisfying. A good Saturn will teach Pisces to have a spiritual mentality of letting go. It's the 12th house that is the key to understanding how to mitigate much of the disappointments that happen to Pisces. Because the truth is a lot of those disappointments are self-created. Lots of people, lots of signs have the 11th house Lord, and it's tied in with another house. And that other house, like let's take an example. Let's use, let's say, Taurus rising. Taurus rising has, that'd be Pisces on the 11th sign, actually. So Pisces rules the 11th house, and Pisces also rules the second house. The second house is tied in with the 11th for Taurus. So then in that case, the 11th house gains is going to be related to the second house. The second house operates, though, on its own. And it's going to have some glory. It's going to have some... am I right on that? No. For Taurus rising, Pisces rules the 11th, and Sagittarius rules the 8th. Sorry about that. So for Taurus rising, the 8th house is amending the 11th house. It's not the greatest example because the 11th and 8th are difficult for Taurus rising. But the point is that the 8th house is for Taurus rising is some attainment, some accomplishment. There will be the experience of goodness there. And the 11th house will feel that, and it will experience that. It'll be grounded and anchored in the other house it rules. For certain signs that have the 11th house isolated in this way, it's specifically Pisces. Only Pisces has the 12th house tied in with the 11th house, which means the 11th house karma is actually, you're going to get some attainments. Pisces is not going to be without its attainments. But they will be never satisfied with the attainments they get because of some personal thing that happened to them in childhood, whereas they might have actually attained a lot of good things. And B, there will actually be, objectively speaking, the loss of some kind of attainments that you would have wanted to do. One of the reasons is because Pisces lives for such an absolute sense of spiritual truth that nothing will ever convey deeply the service or the loss, the spiritual thing that they're trying to do. So Saturn, especially at the end of their lives when they attain 70 years old, Saturn, that's an important time for all things Saturn or all things Pisces. A lot of Pisces, if they have a difficult Saturn especially, will really get rocked when they're in their 70s. They'll be so disappointed by what they didn't do. And essentially, Saturn in a lot of ways is the means. It's a necessary means to an end. We all need to pay the piper. We all need to give the devil his due in living our human lives in order that we can do the spiritual things we want to do. Pisces will feel ripped off at the means of life having taken from them the deeper ends that they sought to do. Now you got to understand that if you've been feeling this in yourself and you're an old Pisces, you got to understand that this is something that is burned into your brain as a mechanism of inner letting go. You have to let go of not only the attainments that you never made, but also the subtle, very difficult thing of letting go of what you haven't let go of. Letting go of not only the material attainments you never made, but also the emotion, the disappointment in never having made those things. Right? So we could wax on this forever, but this is the thing for Pisces, is that Saturn is a very important age for them, because this is when their 11th lord comes into play. Pisces, in fact, might not really get any of the recognition that it truly seeks until it's retired. And when they're retired, they're probably going to feel like hopefully they get a pension. Hopefully they get some kind of, a little plaque that says you're a great employee for this many years. Here you go, son. You can put that on your fridge. And that'll just be so nice, won't it? And the Pisces looks at this thing on their fridge and thinks of how many years they sweat and toiled for this material dynasty that means nothing to their soul. Thing is that we all got to pay that piper. We all got to give the devil that due. And not all of us are going to take it that personally. But Pisces has a mechanism inside them that when they get older, they're at this age, they're going to think in terms of this. And it becomes their next challenge. It becomes one of the key challenges in their life. Now, that challenge, of course, at the end of life is to drop the regrets of all the things that you had no control over anyway. And if you have a good Saturn, Saturn's the Karaka of the 12th house, the Karaka of the 10th house, Karaka of the 6th house, and the 8th house. So really, it's important. Saturn is a planet of rest, of accepting reality and not pushing yourself too hard. Firming your boundaries and saying, I only need to work this much. And knowing your limits. Pisces can get yanked around by wanting to be a good worker. But if you've got a good Saturn, it won't allow you to be pulled around to the point where you tire yourself out. You tucker yourself out. A good Saturn is exalted in Libra. Saturn's exalted in Libra. I put in 1 ounce of effort and I get 2 ounces of effort back. Right? It's that classic thing. This is always how Ernst Wilhelm describes Libra, which is where Saturn is exalted. So you're a blueberry farmer, but you need, so you've got blueberries coming out of your ears. So you bring 10 big pound bags of blueberries to the market. So these blueberries are not valuable to you because you've got so much of it. But this this peanut farmer, let's say peanuts don't grow in the same soil as blueberries. He would love some blueberries. And you would love some peanuts. So the bags of peanuts are worth $5 for a bag. The blueberries are worth $5 a bag. So you trade each other these blueberries, which mean little to you, you have 5 bags of blueberries for 5 bags of peanuts. That 5 bags is worth $25. You gave them $25 worth of blueberries, but both of you already have so much of those. It's almost like you didn't trade each other. You didn't lose anything, but you gained 5 bags of peanuts. $25 worth of produce. That's the magic of Venus, is when it feels joyful to share in a shared, fair way what I am with what you are. With what I am fulfills your needs, and what you are fulfills my needs. That Saturn is being exalted in Libra. The primary aspects of who we are need to strike this deal in this way. And Pisces might sometimes feel like they don't have value that they're giving to the other person, or that they just, because they get pulled around by wanting to be a good worker, by wanting to be spiritual, by wanting to advance further in their career, they'll do work that if they don't have a good Saturn, they'll look back on it and say, that was bad dignity for me. I feel like a piece of shit for not being firm with myself. This is the dignity that Saturn needs to have. And the highest dignity that you can have is to show up for those moments and voice yourself. The trick of Saturn really is to show up for your fairness. If you're working in an office and nobody wants to take out the garbage, they say, you know what, Tom will do it because he's a Pisces rising. He's a pushover, right? Because you're Mr. Nice Guy Pisces. You've got, now, if they say, Tom, nobody wants to do the garbage, just go do it. Somebody's got to do it. Just go do it. And just, it's like, Tom, Steve's not going to do it. He's going to bitch. Derek's going to, you're the only one that doesn't complain. You have to say in those moments, well, I appreciate that I'm known as the nice guy, because that's what I want to be. But we have to do this fairly. It's not right for me to do it just because I'm the one that's going to bitch less. So what are we going to do here, guys? We're going to draw straws, and everyone comes along and is like, no, you're just going to do it because we said so. It's like, hey, I'm Mr. Nice Guy, but I'm not an idiot. If I go and tell the boss upstairs how you guys are treating me here, how do you think that's going to go down? Huh? Let's just do this fairly. We all have dignity here. Let's draw straws. This is an example of Saturn being fair to itself. Getting the right deal, standing up for its time, its dignity, and its value. Now, if you get the straw, if you get the short straw, and you got to go and do the shitty job that nobody wants to do, your Saturn will look back on that and say, but I showed up for myself. I showed up for what was fair for me. I listened to my own desire to sleep when I need to sleep. If the boss says, hey, Tommy, we need you to come in today, even though we know you're supposed to be on vacation. You're supposed to be hanging out with your wife. We know you took the day off and it's Saturday, but it's a restaurant business, let's say. We need you to come in. If you have been legitimately tapped, unless you think coming in is going to serve you in your job because you want to be a cook eventually, you're a single person, and yeah, it can come in easily, and you've got the rest. Or even if it taps you a little bit, whatever. That can be a part of Saturn's thing of making you feel like, I'm not getting enough rest. This guy's working me like a dog, but it's going to get me somewhere eventually. That's often how Pisces Rising thinks. I'll work like a dog because no one else will do it, and that'll get me the 11th house renown of being the guy who 12th house does things I don't necessarily want to do, takes up the extra slack for people because I'm that good worker. And it eventually gets them higher in life. But there's a dignity that Saturn has to have with it. And if there are moments where, again, you took time off to hang out with your wife because you've been working so hard, your wife hasn't seen you in a long time, and it's her birthday on Saturday, and you promised her that you were going to go out on this date. And the boss calls you on Saturday and says, look, Tom, I know you took the day off, but no one else can come in, and I know you're a Pisces, and I know you're a pushover, and I don't care if you're going out with your wife on her birthday. This restaurant is going to crash without you. You need to come in. You need to hold your space and say, my friend, this restaurant's been going on for longer than I have. I have to do this with my wife. This is an energy that I need to do. This is part of who I am. If you guys are going to crash today because I don't come in on a day I took off to go on my wife's birthday, I'm going to find another restaurant. You guys must not be the stable restaurant that I need anyway. I love you. Good luck with everything. I'll be here on other days. I'll make up for this, but not on this very particular day. Sorry. Click. All right, honey, let's go out for your birthday date. Calls the boss next day. Boss is like, look, man, I'm sorry. I was pissed. You know, it sucks that you weren't fucking there for me, just like everybody isn't. So whatever, get on the floor. And then you know, in that moment, Saturn was being true to the rest it needed for the things that it needed to do. Right? That's like Saturn being well placed in the 7th house, something like that. Saturn in that moment was following what it truly needs to do for itself, for its own dignity. So that eventually you can look back and say, I did a lot for this company, but on the basic things that I needed to do for myself, my own body autonomy, I stood up for myself. And then you can look back when you're 70 and keep standing up for yourself and not take it personally that, again, ultimately Pisces is still ultimately going to feel like the means of life did not serve the ends, because material life will never serve the deepest spiritual. But then that is your emotional grind for spirituality. When you get to be 70 years old, it can be a very blissful time for a Pisces with a good Saturn. If you've got a very good Saturn, it's going to save you a lot of hassle in your life. Because Saturn, it's basically the disappointment that reality is not different. Pisces wants bliss. And so when reality is not bliss, it gets disappointed. It becomes Eeyore. Oh, as usual, I'm not getting what I want. And it becomes depressive. Pisces can be bipolar in this way. If you've got a very good Saturn, you're not going to feel cosmically victimized and take it personally when what you needed to do to get your attainments was not what you wanted to be. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. Then the days go by, water flowing under, and you might say to yourself, what is all these things, right? This is not the life that I intended for myself. It's never going to be that. It's just Pisces takes that personally no matter what. And if they have a bad Saturn, taking it personally is actually going to damage their life. It's going to damage how much passion they put into their career. It's going to damage all the other planets. It's going to damage your basic root chakra. If you have a bad Saturn and you take it personally that life isn't what you hoped it would be. Because as I keep saying, I say it in all my videos, but Pisces needs to hear this more than anybody else. Reality is not the problem. The problem is your reaction to it. It's only our reaction to reality that can harm us. And Saturn will have a reaction just like Saturn does. If it's feels a bug on its butt, it's going to scratch it. That's this thing that it's got to fit itself into the subtlest dimensions of coolness and calmness. Saturn is not made to feel comfortable. It's made to be buggy and to be frustrated when things aren't perfect, so they can make things perfect enough. And things will never be perfect in Saturn's world, but it's going to be good enough. Or at least it should be good enough. It's going to be what it is. That's Saturn. For Pisces rising, it needs to accept whatever it is, whatever Saturn gives you, whatever attainments reality and realistic truth allows you to make. You need to accept them, not take it personally, and it'll always feel a little bit unsatisfying. The key is to be okay with watching the difference between what you expected and the reality, seeing that gap and being like, yeah, okay, that's Saturn. Duh. Great. What a perfect vessel for me to experience detachment through. What a great instrument for my letting go of expectation. What an excellent instrument for my realization of truth and what is, and the love and perfection that I am, even in the imperfection of this material world in this life that I'm seeing right now. A good Saturn will be humble about that, will probably be into spirituality. A good Pisces rising Saturn Saturn for a good Pisces rising, suffering and disappointment through the 11th house is what forces them to be okay with to learn spirituality, to get into spiritual practices that make them okay with whatever shitty dog's breakfast life in the material world will give them. Because ultimately the reality is that the world is actually neutral. It's not shitty and it's not good. Pisces has the curse of feeling like it's shitty because they expected it to be better. That is a emotional experience. That emotional experience is a template for deeper spiritual wisdom. The disappointment that their soul feels out of life is the instrument of their release. This is the secret to what Saturn means for Pisces. Seems annoying, again, to everybody else on the outside, but nobody feels the evolution that is happening for a Pisces rising, especially with a good Saturn. With an ill Saturn, it just means that the negativity, the disappointment, feels so deeply personal and raw that you feel victimized, and it rattles you, and it actually makes you, in the moments in life where you're supposed to be thinking deeply that this is my moment, when you're 50 to 70 years old, that's the sun period. That's the moment to serve the best you can, to take all your skills and serve the best you can. When you're getting married, you're holding your husband's hand, and this is your moment to shine in the glory of so many things that you've been waiting for since you were a little girl or a little boy and thinking about, I'm getting married and this is the moment. And if you've got a really bad Saturn, Saturn's going to be there and say, isn't it too bad that this isn't what you hoped for? And you have to learn to accept that demon of things never feeling the right way it should be. Go through therapy, develop spiritual practice, and recognize that this is something happening in an emotional level due to some pattern in your childhood that is an astral level. It's incidental, it's karmic, and it's not actually who you are, because we are causal beings of light that are beyond this astral play. And this might be a cleanup incarnation for you. If Saturn is bad in a Pisces rising's chart, you could have the greatest things going on, but you'll still feel that this was a cleanup incarnation. That's a bad Saturn. Hopefully you've got a good Jupiter, good Moon, good Saturn, good Mars to kind of at least have some genuinely good things. But a bad Saturn will not feel good about fighting to get the best out of life, the 11th house, and they will feel like the reason that I didn't fight for the best in life is because I'm a piece of shit. A good Saturn will fight for the good things in life and say, that was it's disappointing that this was not in alignment with me, but I accept it. I accept what it had to be. I accept the struggle. I see the stain and I accept it. I don't take it personally. It's nobody's fault. It's just reality. So this has been a long one already. It always gets longer at the end of the reading. Saturn, Venus, the Sun, and Mercury are considered evil for Pisces. Saturn and Mercury are the Marakas. It's Saturn through the 12th house, through the energy you've lost in your life, especially if you've got a really bad Saturn. At the end of your life, you've probably had to do things to get the security, to get the 11th house that you wanted, that so damaged your body and your emotional energy field, it rocked you for so long that your energy is literally depleted. So when you get to be 70 years old, you get to be in the Saturn period, your energy was depleted by working your life away, or by being with the wrong partner, by doing whatever that Saturn was disappointed in. The lack of 11th house attainments that it wanted to get and didn't get. If Saturn's bad, it'll get to be 65, retire, have nothing energetically or materially to show for it. It's depleted your energy this whole time. Then you get to the age of 70, which is the period of Saturn where your body begins to fall in on itself, and you've never been able to protect your energy field from any disappointment, and it kills you. Saturn can be the marika for Pisces, most certainly, right? Also be aware of Saturn Mahadashas. Something can happen at that time that can chronically, deeply affect your energy body or your physical body. So be careful if you're in any Saturn period for a Pisces lagna. Saturn is inauspicious as the ruler of the 11th and 12th. The neutral 12th lordship is taken over by the influence of the most highly inauspicious house, the 11th house. Saturn's also a malefic, cruel planet. It's neutral to the lord of the chart, which is Jupiter, though. That's one thing that's nice about Saturn, is that Jupiter does not have Saturn for an enemy. Jupiter's enemies are Venus and Mercury. So Saturn doesn't actually starve Jupiter unless it's in the same sign as Jupiter, but Saturn stars everything that it's conjunct. So in this case, Jupiter, although there is something to be said about the fact that Pisces Rising's lord is Jupiter, and it's debilitated in Capricorn. So this goes further to show that Jupiter doesn't give too much of a darn about the material and even emotional and psychological things of dealing with the expansion into the world, into career, preparing itself for the difficulties of life and how to keep climbing and competing. The 11th house is a competition, big brother energy, right? Pisces risings generally feel like older siblings, older cousins, children who are tougher than them. It's very difficult to deal with them. And so it's very difficult to deal with competition later in life as well, right? So this is a difficulty that adds up for Pisces rising. Saturn can cause suffering through overextending one's finances or through not managing one's gains well. Pisces would do well to learn about financial acuity, because this will help, and do it in the spirit of Saturn. This will help with Saturn things. Suffering, dissipating their forces by trying to be part of a larger group. Okay, sorry. My grammar's off here. Suffering dissipates their forces by trying to be part of a larger group in order to define themselves. It limits them, and they never feel like they can fully be with any group, but they strive to define themselves by a group, and it limits them. Saturn in general, bringing 11th, 12th house energy, gives Marika energy, and it takes the cake in that regard. Wherever Saturn goes in the chart, it will give great responsibility to Pisces Ascendant in that area of the chart. The 11th, the 12th, and wherever Saturn falls can even break the Pisces if they cannot rise to the occasion, though many Pisces Ascendants can and will. Right? Depends on how Saturn is operating, and especially all the other planets in their chart. But really, you need to have a good Saturn, so when something breaks you, you can get past it. And no matter how good your Jupiter, your Mars is, essentially Jupiter, Mars, and Moon will allow you to pick up, the pieces from Humpty Dumpty and put them back together again. But if Saturn is rough, Humpty Dumpty's pieces are going to be broken into very fine pieces that are going to be hard to put back together again, right? You fall and feel it all very deeply for a Pisces who has never dealt with Saturn things. Basic psychological trauma, feeling like they have resources around them and within them to nurture and deal with difficult disappointments, breaks, someone in their life dying, etc. Right? Now, let's zoom in a little bit here. This is our final reading for today. This is Saturn as the 11th and 12th Lord. This is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst Wilhelm has these PDFs available on his Kala software. What we read is that Saturn is the two fish swimming in opposite directions. Ruling the 11th house of gains and the 12th house of loss, Saturn gives Pisces natives a dilemma regarding surrender, what to hold on to, and what to let go of. Pisces is the sign of resolution, and it's Saturn who determines what is being resolved. What is gained in order to resolve the karmas pertaining to it, and then it is lost. Since the Mula Trikona position of Saturn, which is Aquarius, Saturn's main ruling spot is Aquarius, which is the 12th house. That's the house of loss. For Pisces rising, more is generally lost than gained. Saturn ruling these two very different houses creates crisis at times that require surrender on the part of the Pisces. Though a cycle is coming to a close through Pisces, the ego, in its last effort, tries to hold on to what it knows and may have difficulty letting go. The 11th house is the 12th house from the 12th. So it has some similar qualities as the 12th house, and it specifically indicates the ability of enjoying what one has gained with detachment in order to bring about completion and liberation. Especially what one has gained, they enjoy it with detachment, and they learn to, essentially, as Saturn teaches us all, to appreciate something that's good and to not take what is bad so personally. This is the best Saturn has to offer the Pisces native. And this is worth just pointing out here, that often what happens with Saturn for all of us is that we go through difficulty, and then it makes us appreciate any good thing. For example, when Venus and Saturn, when Saturn's delighting Venus, what happens is that Venus goes through a difficulty of austerity, of pushing itself to really hold on to relationships that don't work, fleshes them out, it puts a dedication to them. So when the Venus finally lands on a partner, it appreciates the good things in that partner. That's Venus delighted by Saturn. Saturn's gifts work this way. It's a pinball plunger. Pulls the plunger down in order to rocket it up. And it's the downward experience that liberates what Saturn liberates, essentially, right? So this is how Saturn works. And we see the same thing with what Ernst is saying here. It indicates, Saturn for Pisces indicates the ability of enjoying what one has gained with detachment. Not necessarily being deeply attached. I'm going to have to call my brother back. Not being necessarily deeply attached to the good things. Saturn teaches the Pisces this by things disappearing all the time. And so when they do get something good, they enjoy it and without attachment. Now, due to ruling the 11th house, Saturn becomes a temporal malefic that may selfishly hold on to what it has gained out of a fear of loss. And as a natural malefic as Saturn is, it's temporary malefic and a natural malefic. And it's the planet of loss ruling the house of loss. Saturn may give great losses and separation. This might actually end up being a great separation from the very things that Saturn seeks. For example, Saturn's the 11th house lord. So you really got to look at where the 11th house lord is to see a deep critical aspect of attainment that everybody seeks in life. Saturn falls into the 3rd house. You want to be really good at playing chess. You want to beat people at little games and stuff like that. When Saturn is in the 6th house, you want to expunge all your debts and help all your friends and face your enemies. And when you can't face your enemies, the loss of that, Saturn feels it. So whatever house Saturn is falling into, Saturn, that's going to be the place where you're supposed to gain your accomplishments and attainments. And it's that house that Saturn is going to probably make us feel like we've lost at least as much as we've gained. You will lose a lot wherever Saturn is for a Pisces rising. And this might make you feel like that house is an abysmal black hole, a suck hole. But that will only be because you haven't mastered Saturn yet. When you master Saturn, you realize Saturn is a planet of excrement. And it's like, when we eat food, you got to expect that it's going to come out somewhere. And Saturn, in the nature of Pisces, makes them feel like, oh, it's so sad that I excreted that thing, that I couldn't hold on to that thing. But Saturn will make you realize that this is the process of eating. This is the attainment of the things that you sought. And it will bring struggle in that realm, but if you look past the smoke, you will find that your soul was not interested in the results. It was just interested in letting life dissolve the gap between you and Saturn, the gap between you and that thing that you sought to do. It's the effort you put into it that is the retrieving karma, not necessarily the results that come from it. Once you realize that, then you can make a spiritual effort out of putting effort into anything, even if it dissolves at the end. And it will be your Saturn. It will be your 12th Lord. And it will be exactly as satisfying as it can be. And you will realize with a realistic tone that that is truth. And you won't take it personally and feel victimized by it. It's a tricky operation, I gotta tell you. But if you use meditation, if you use self-realization, follow the tenets of your spirituality, follow your spirit, listen to your nervous system, especially ground yourself through Saturn. Saturn, Mercury, they can be very connected to the nervous system. Saturn is your root chakra. Feel and calm yourself into your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system so that the pulling and hauling turf of the bottom of your unconscious can find a quiet peace within. Then when you get into this state of calm, you'll find, again, that reality is happening exactly the way it's supposed to, and you won't need to take it personally. Good luck on your journey finding that. It's an important journey for everybody, but especially for Pisces, and that's why Pisces can be such incredible spiritual teachers. Saturn is a big part of the lessons that they got to learn as a spiritual teacher. Pisces makes great spiritual teachers because they're good at teaching it, love teaching it. They got that Jupiter, the first lord, is exalted in the 5th house. But the best Pisceses become the best teachers because they have suffered so much. They aren't just speaking out their butts. They have learned how to make the most out of suffering. And you don't need the best Saturn in the world to do that. Saturn, if you don't have a great Saturn, it'll drag you through everything. But if you've got other good qualities in your chart, you'll probably be able to use the buoyancy of Jupiter and Pisces to speak to the human experience with joy, knowing that I've been to hell and others have been to hell, and it's going through hell that makes us appreciate the smallest goodness in life. And that should ultimately give Pisces great satisfaction and great capacity to teach. A great radiant sharer of goodness in the world, which will ultimately serve the deeper spiritual purpose that Pisces ultimately lives for. It's set up to be a blessing, and you will radiate blessings. And it will all feel difficult sometimes for Pisces, but that's part of the bliss of your karma that you get to have in this life. Sounds heavy, but to the spiritually enlightened Pisces, it's exactly what it's supposed to be. And until you become spiritually enlightened, you're feeling the suffering of Pisces, remember that it's all positive grist for the mill. But that doesn't mean that you can't go to therapy. Use Saturn to understand that you have realistic limits and follow your nervous system. That's the one problem with Pisces to remember, is that just because your chart indicates that there's positive suffering available there, that doesn't mean you should go and whack your toe, shoot yourself in the foot with a paintball gun and say, this is my karma, this is my karma. Feed yourself when you need to be fed. Listen to your nervous system. rest when you need to rest, stand up for what you know is going to carry you the farthest. This will allow you to look back on it in the end and say, I wasn't used like a dish rag by the material world. I was used like a dish rag by God. And I wasn't weak enough. I wasn't so weak that I couldn't keep myself in alignment with my spirituality and my dignity. I stood up for my dignity, and it allowed me to have the solid human psyche of a well-rounded, psychological, healthy person, which is what Saturn gives us. There's a balance there. Remember, first let your cup be full. Then you can give the overflowing of love through Saturn, through sacrificing for people, sacrificing your sleep, sacrificing your healthy eating schedule. Until it's overabundant, give yourself what you need to operate at your best, because you deserve that just like everybody else does. I'm glad I ended it with that tone and that note, because it's an important note to end on for Pisces. Your health and wellness is just as valid as everybody else, because the universe wants whole people. If you radiate health and wholeness through Saturn, that's what Saturn teaches us, health and wholeness with your basic needs, you will be able to cater to your spiritual desires and inspirations much better, and you will serve Krishna better by taking care of yourself. I hope that message comes through. We love you, Pisces. You don't need to treat yourself like a piece of shit in order to do the great work that you do. I love Pisces and Virgo, both get right to my heart. So I hope that you enjoyed this. I hope that this is a good message that really digs into your brain. My name is Dustin Cormier. I do work with tropical Vedic astrology, although if you're a sidereal astrologer, you should still see that these signs are all the same. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Let me know in the comments, feel free to drop me a line, drop me anything and say, wow, that totally sucked. I wish you would redo it. Let me know. But if you liked it, let me know that too. All comments are open. I'm Dustin Cormier. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Keep your eyes peeled for more videos. I'm going to go eat some food with my dad.